two, one, two, one, two.
Seven, right? No, no, being that.
Check. One, two, one. Yeah. One, two, one, two. Sound check, 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 check. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Welcome to one, two. Sound check, sound check. One, two. Ladies and gentlemen, we're excited to welcome you to Founders 2.0. One, two. One, two, one, two, one, two. One, two, one, two. Yeah, one, two.
Right.
One, two, one, two.
insights, and visions, ladies and gentlemen, to see the world. Now, as you listen to the please build wild statistic for you. Over 75 billion has already been invested into AI startups in the past 2 years. Yet, despite the massive capital, we're here. What's store start the adaptability makes the difference. Feel about AI startups to make a difference. Now, please put your hands together in a massive and welcome our moderator, Max, the founder and CEO of Emboldened. Joining him, we have our first panel, the CEO of AB. Put your hands together. That is all right. Put your hands together up next for Mr. Damien Kopp, the managing director of Reboot Up. Joining them is Mr. Derek Zar, the owner of Opti and co-president. Tech, put your hands together. Really feel free to open the discussion to everyone. Full disclosure,
Good morning. Oh, there we go. Good morning. I know we're the first panel of the day, so I hope everybody got some coffee. We're very excited to be talking philosophical big questions this morning. But what I would love to do is just to see and learn a little bit about where the group is coming from today. Who is based here in Dubai? Just a quick show of hands. All right. You are grossly outnumbered, sir. Thank you so much. You are a hero. And
understand processes, building, time, and how we can use AI to lower so that there's no loss of money in a building industry.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Markus Goldbach, and my lifelong passion has been being a student. And for half of my life, I've been a teacher. And all this passion for education has driven me to trying to understand better how the brain works, and ultimately, how can we rebuild the brain and find something external that is equal to us or helps us a lot to make our brain even stronger and train that muscle. And
And secondly, right, data, I believe, should be well structured. And the well structured data then produces better reasoning for the agent, right? And lastly, of course, the data switching cost. So if your agentic solution is sort of like tied down to a specific solution, and it's really hard to switch from, that creates that locks down the value of a solution, right? And of course, lastly is the infrastructure. So with a good infrastructure, then that would really kind of lock in the agentic solution. Yeah.
So for you, clearly data, obviously Google agrees with you and their stock is doing very well right now. And then I also know about Anthropic, which is a company where, as I understand, the entire code base gets rewritten from scratch every 3 or 4 days. So they're clearly banking on a model-based. Marcus, Derek, I mean, what do you guys think? Are you also pro data, or is there a different kind of use case that you're thinking about?
well, data is certainly a super important aspect, but as far as I'm concerned, it's really 4 pillars that you cannot ignore. A, you need to have the right model for the right purpose. There's RAG models and other stuff, right? Then you have the question about regulations that you have to meet for certain markets, and for other markets you do not have to care so much, but those that do may have that niche possibility to succeed there. And lastly, you also have, as every startup or every business for that matter, care about how you integrate in the current business processes. Are you in the CRM? Are you in the LMS, etc., that the customers use today and where they can find their AI applications?
Well, I just want to say, when it comes to the various models, right now people are thinking of, okay, I'm going to be adding in AI into my infrastructure. And they immediately think of going frontier model. Frontier model being like OpenAI, being Claude. We're going to use this for all of our information. And the problem is they're a generalist model. They know everything. You're going to be spending a lot of time guardrailing and preventing the toxic out. The thing is having your own data. Preferably like a blank model, like Gemma, for example. Something that you can put your training in. So when it comes to what's going to be the future, is it going to them?
100 is more goal is to build on specific tuned to fill the specific task. Or there's another way of going is for the hardware. Because again, large language models, the companies, they're all service-based. They're all providing kind of a tech solution in a cloud or something, but none of them will tap into the hardware section. So if you think of going in building a startup, look into building small LMs and going in the hardware. Because if your business is based on the functionality that will be replaced in the future by big large language models, then you're most probably doomed to fail. So those data-driven data is a new currency and used to be. I mean, used to be a new currency back 10, 15 years ago, right? Now they just started paying with it.
Technical app that again a successful business is also built on unique distribution models, solving a real problem for your clients and having targeted properly, be visible, so your go-to-market and how you execute on that go-to-market, how you become visible. It's not enough to just have a good product and wait for clients to come. You know, you got to work hard to also get them. So how you price. All these are also part of your differentiation. So let's not also forget that you can have a fairly undifferentiated tech, but if you're solving a real problem and you've been really good at creating this unique way of distributing your product or pricing it, that's also a mode that you can build on the long term. Because it's still hard for people to replicate if it's based on unique relationship, exclusive partnerships, and maybe unique regions, trees where you go very deep. These are also important components to build your moat over time. So not just the tech, although it's super important, of course, but there's also the business layer that also can help you to stay ahead and avoid to be copied and continue to maintain that differentiation as well.
Yeah, I really appreciate all the perspectives here. And I think the thing that I would really want to communicate and emphasize for the group here is you have to know the nature of your business. There are some businesses, for example, AI for billing and billables for lawyers. There is not a lot of complexity with the model, but there's a lot of complexity, or there's a lot of stickiness with the data, and there's a lot of stickiness with the user switching cost. So the first thing that you always have to decide is when I'm reading X or newspapers, and they're saying this is the thing that you need to do to be successful, does it make sense for your business? So I think that for all the business people here, right, the other thing to know is that your first adopters are generally not the people that are going to help you win in the marketplace. And those people are not the people who are going to drive your real ability to actually endure. So I always say, don't focus on your competition, focus on your community, all right? And 80% of what we're building today will become free commodities tomorrow. GoDaddy is a business. They used to charge $50,000
questions here. Very first thing I actually want to interject with what Damon was saying is when you're looking at the Asia apps, stuff going, and what I'm finding from the Australia side is single-use application. When we're building and creating using AI, you can build that scope creep your problem. I'm solving this one problem, and then a week later, I'm solving all these problems. And it becomes so complex that users cannot keep up with it, actually find your starting point. So that's one thing I was seeing, and I wanted to interject it, but kind of move over. And I do agree with what David is saying here, is that a single person is not an army. Allows a single person to manage a platoon of people. Because of all those AIs, you can get a lot of good feedback coming into it. Sorry, I just wanted to bring that conversation. What was your question again? Sorry.
When should startups start thinking?
To the affordances, thinking about solving, and when you're solve that one problem, do not allow scope creep to occur. And branding should start, typically you should know what you're going to be branding, what you're going to be selling before you start developing it. Solve that one thing. Don't get scope creep that we're solving the world. As I say, don't become the as like 100,000 different things. It's very, very hard to find your niche, to find your area.
Back on about soft skills and people, which is something that is very much close to my heart. I think that, you know, when I was my could get you from 50 without breaking the quality 150 to 5 your culture for money. And today I feel like with a company 150 people to do something that is not supply chain, then so I'm starting to see changes in hiring and organizational because of AI. Curious for you, Marcus. Actually, we'll go to Marcus. You started your career in plagiarism. I can't do coding interviews online anymore because of cheating, plagiarism. What have you seen change because of the culture, because of it?
That one worked before. Okay, thank you. So, cultural change that AI brings along is huge. And while I cannot talk for all the domains out there, I have quite of an insight into education. And it goes beyond education at some point when you want to know what you have in front of you, or the picture, or the video, or the podcast you hear. Is that something that person that I'm interested in has created? That person just taking a detour or a shortcut and has created all this these things. So to differentiate your personal contribution from external contribution has always been a big thing, and it's always been important. That hasn't changed. Hire someone great when you want to trust someone and know that all the skills are. But with AI, that has tremendously difficult. The answer, like how can we make sure that future recruiters will know, I cannot give. But I have a lot of ideas on how we can get there. And I think what's important now that we keep also a focus on this part and still don't use stop. No, put the gas.
If you may, there's also view on that, and is that AI. So, sorry for being ones who will be shaping the future. We have a next generation. And that's me. shall start using. Now the same thing will happen the next year. Been right. We already think as a person who builds so to find it and find next generation in sense like this and get of right should the future is will be different and will definitely to watch how the minds
You may have created the is actually, and why is because it's now you met and humans, the nature of now the start of be human we measure performance. What success looks like looks different. You expect to be able to maybe with different depth or interesting that looking at it but this kind of organization in general.
Yeah.
Imagine AI usage. We're right now drawing the point that you can understand nuances of what AI will do, where it's going to go in the future. We're not drawing beautiful pieces of art figures. We're still exploring what it can do, what it's going to change, effects. And if you're in the AI startup side and you're actually building something, you're probably building this process, but as time goes on, you probably start finding more and more that really is that protection. Data wrapper or an AI wrapper, you actually solve
Well, have 50x, right? So my clients, and some of these employees address concerns. How do I adapt? So my advice to them is always stop learning, understand what your day-to-day job, and work your and then you're not in AI out of a job. That is so. And number two, you work, you can look. This is your job. This is your task. If soft skills, because handle repetitive your introvert and you're not really
difference to how performance and is where we payroll should be 40 to 50% out. Do not as a back to as a that, and it's weird because if like your age of AI, I'm actually without compromising quality, and I only got paid start their cost, pay them what they're worth, and don't. It's a completely different model. Comp survey result will justify it, but that's how I'm investing. Well, we move into the final wrap-up session. Please, you have a question.
My name is John. I'm based here since it was a road gate and a building. That's what it was. I'm an exited founder. I scale companies from 0 to 1 and 1 to 100. I'm a co-founder with this gentleman over here, Jibril. And I have two questions. So the first one is, so we hear a lot about AI, increasing it. What's been the most credible revenue generating tool, or you see one coming up in the next 12 or 24 months? So we're talking top line expansion here, not productivity. So that's my first question. And the second one is, so I work a lot with teams that are, marketing-led, product-led growth, and I see customer-led growth now coming up as emerging as a new, fashionable thing, hybrid between both those two functions. But I still see a lot of friction between, like the engineering teams and the marketing teams. Like they think everything can be solved with engineering, and it can, yes. Google does this, or WordPress can, Next.js on Relit. I get it. You can make a website, you can engineer the heck out of it. Google. Where do you draw the line between, engineering and marketing-led growth there already that we can leverage? So that's my second question. If anyone of you can please answer those two, that would be lovely. Thank you.
I'd like to jump on question one. And they're called, or the generative AI we talk about currently when we say AI in short, is based on large language models. We said it before. And what we can see, for example, is that in education, or the usage of OpenAI dramatically decreased during the summer break. So many of the people using this tool, students. And what do students do? They solve certain low-level problems that come out of the box, and that's AI is very good at. And you're asking what creates revenue. Currently, that doesn't create so much revenue, but it's the highest use case I see today or saw yesterday. So without looking into future, we have that for certain. That's in the box. And anything you can create around that, or maybe it can result in revenue in my.
So the problem I was faced with my past client, again, FMCG company, and the question they asked me is, look, for my revenue in the next 3-4, I don't want to hire anybody, ideally. So I growth lever they can activate to make that growth happen. And one of it is market expansion. So sell the same product I have today in more markets. So what it means is they need to be better at market entry. And if you look at and decompose that problem, it's like, what's market entry? You need compliance, you need better competitive, understand the competition locally, create new partnerships, better distribution, localize your content, your market, so your marketing content. And if you divide it, like if you look at all these different challenges, all these are frictions that are preventing them to enter new market faster and at lower cost. And so we looked at things like for marketing, for example, a big cost for this kind of company usually is the localization of content, because they use different agencies for different markets. They spend a tremendous amount of time coordinating who's going to do the translation, who's going to do the localization, who's going to check the compliance, the new labels, is it FDA approved or equivalent in other markets. And long story short, you look at the frictions that are preventing you to grow with the same kind of resources that you have today, and you try to unlock that. It's not just productivity. You have to reinvent the workflow. In this case, it's about insourcing some of the marketing workflow creation, because you can only minimize the amount of back and forth by effectively owning it. And then you say the last mile, the last 20%, which is approval, reviewing the translations, can be done locally in countries, but maybe you avoid 3 or 4 back and forth. Now your team of 5 people who's doing market entry, maybe they can open up 5 markets in a month instead of 3 and 6, right? So that's a way where you can create significant amount of value, but you have to go down into how will I make money tomorrow, and to what are the frictions, what is preventing me to move faster today, and looking at where you need to not just do faster what you do today, but rethink how you can do it differently, so you effectively completely change the game and become really, really good at it. I think that's a key differentiation.
I'm going to grab a hold of the very first question you had there. As far as where I'm seeing money being made and like the fastest growing drivers is 2 areas. So for decades, we've been getting tons of data. The problem is it's so much that we as humans cannot see. I mean, humans live in a very myopic world. I mean, most of us can barely remember what we did a week ago, let alone the months and years of data we've been compiling. So there's this thing which is a money saved, a dollar saved, a dollar earned. So one way that we applied it, and you can apply this to multiple businesses, is in construction. So this company had 17 years of construction data of their cost centers, how much it costs for a fence, for a hire to put tiles up. We took all that data, went through historical with AI, and found that there was over $1.44 million lost due to underpricing for that type of materials, what we call a BOQ. So what we did is put together an AI system that looks at estimates, says, hey, this is too low, this is too high, this is too low. This contractor actually takes 3 to 4 times longer than they're quoting. So let's increase our BOQ, let's set our timeframes, and all of a sudden we're making money. Same thing when you're doing things like going through a fintech site and you're trying to forecast data, which makes this absolutely amazing. That's why you're seeing this in cryptocurrency, is it can look for those historicals, it can look for those trends, and it can find where you can make money or can save money, and it can find actionable insights in vast arrays of data. And so AI is great at finding needles in the proverbial data hay pile or haystack. Can't even talk.
I'm going to put my investor hat on, and I'll tell you, I primarily work and invest with two different types of companies. One where the sales cycle is very short, and I would say that the primary industries where that is happening, where a company go from 0 to $30 million in 18 months, is insurance billing, it is inventory management for supply chain, and operational efficiency. So an AI product that looks at the ingredients that is in storage for a restaurant, and then as something runs out, immediately is able to replace it with a cheaper ingredient to maximize the profit and change it on the menu, that sells really quick, right? Those are probably not companies. They will be indispensable for 50,000 and live on as a business. The second, the sort of industry and the category where I think there are billion-dollar opportunities that's selling very quick are all cybersecurity. Spam, bots, right? What does it mean for us to be able to have some sort of, this is a real person verification talking to you, and so then I don't have to be afraid of false information, data misuse, privacy abuses. That also sells pretty fast. David?
Yeah, I'll be quick. So, answering your first question again, my co-panelists had great ideas and great visions, but when they say when it starts snowing, still the shovels, right? So here's the same thing. You know how my kid uses App Store to choose what kind of application he wants? It taps in the search, finds different options, make a screenshot, ask ChatGPT which one is the best, right? So again, a very good niche would be adjusting, helping companies being suggested by LLMs. That's a huge niche. That's no one. There are people who are tapping into it. And again, as you said about marketing, the next thing in marketing is not about how the SEO works, how to be able to pop up in search engines, but rather how to be suggested by LLMs. So that's definitely a niche to, and I saw people who are already building those businesses, helping companies to be visible. So that's there where it's quite easy to enter. There's not that many skills are required, and there's not many talents, so you can grow your own talent. Regarding your second question is where's the line between engineering and the marketing is uh, engineer engineering is about building a great product. Marketing is about using your product, right? And once I think the founder of LinkedIn said, if you're not embarrassed about your product when you launch, you're too late, right? So again, you have to launch as fast as possible to understand if your product is needed on the market or not, and then be able to adjust to the market needs. Because if you launch too late, you have already invested a lot in the building of the product. You're not agile enough to change everything. You have your own vision and think that the users are wrong because they don't understand you and don't understand the vision. So in my opinion, launch with MVP. As soon as you have something feasible, launch it, and then you see how market reacts. And based on that, already adjust to what actually is needed. Again, the things you think, the solution you have for the problem doesn't mean that the market needs that. Most probably, are your user either too smart or too dumb, right? Again, just adapt to it. And there's no early launch. I'm not talking about security issues. Again, if you're talking about fintech product, if you're talking about working with assets and something like that, then the security it has to be the top priority. But everything else, just launch as fast as possible. See how the market reacts and adapt to the market. That's the that's the easiest answer to that.
I think
I'll
we
go
have room
next.
for one more question. Oh, you want to stand up and shout your question?
So, hi guys, I'm Jay and I'm from Shraddha Infosystems. I'm the CTO. I'm from India. So, basically, Like we're here all about the billion-dollar question, right? So my question is, with AI and such tools, uh, problem problem solving has been done, like it's happening in a sleep right now. Like you said, Anthropic is changing their code base every 3 days, right? So let's say, for example, for startups right now, I think it's not the ability to solve a problem, is my view, and I want to know your views as well. I think it's the ability, who has the best mode of communication to that application. Like he said, Asia has some different apps, single app pricing, and Europe has some different nature of front end, right? So, do you think the problem solving ability will be less dominant, but the more dominant part will be the interaction level? So, right now, agentic AI is pretty boring. I'll be a bit frank, okay? Because when you're starting a conversation, neither the system nor you have context, right? Unless it's a specific model for a problem. And same way in an app, you get confused because there are so many options. So are we trying to reduce the clutter, or are we trying to increase it? Or someone who brings a unique solution in the middle is going to dominate the market? Because problem solving is easy right now, but the communication gap in users is what in scaling up right? The unique way of
Any product, right, is AI or not, the strength of lies in the mode of the product, MOAT. So the mode is the most important part of the product. Is how sticky your product, right? So you product, right? You spend 10 years, 5 years, invest a lot of money, but no value in the market. Could just into AI, right? With vibe coding and stuff. So, yeah, you should ask the more important question. How do I establish a mode around my product such that it cannot be replicated, it cannot be copied? Then once you then you can think about, okay, how do I communicate with my customers, right? Is the narrative clear? Is the messaging clear? Is the branding clear? That's where marketing comes in. And then finally, the last part of the equation in terms of product development. Around before AI, problem solving was the key thing, right? Okay, what architecture? How to in today's age, not important, but secondary concerns regarding application developments and products.
Okay, maybe with the risk of contradicting you a little bit, I still feel solving a real problem is why people will pay for your solution. So if you're not solving a problem, if you're a vitamin and not a painkiller, then you're not going to be successful on the long term. So you do need to solve a real problem that people are ready adoption. You could be real pain to use your product, therefore to solve the real problem. And in an enterprise context, it's quite important, not just is the, does the app look good enough? Is it explainable? And all this stuff actually compounds to create something actually far more complicated than just, is the UX actually nice and, do I feel good using it? Which is more is be able to fit in that is actually a multi cycle is going to be 8 months, so you need to build that patience into your go-to-market as well. That can intimately as well.
Just kidding. I like going through ChatGPT, Anthropic, and sitting there in the little chat box and talking. Yeah. What tools can you create that AI can pick essentially around, and you can create tools that it can pick agent can pick up, splice, dice, create, take those little charts, pick, I want this chart to be visualized like this, I get actual insights. Not in the what to create AI can pick up that can become very, very important. AI wrapper, that's boring. That's fun.
Not so I think it's generally problem solving piece of the puzzle. Google search has not been the first search engine online. Yeah, but they were the ones that sticked. And how did they achieve that? Well, we at the past to the new, and we have making sure to know how to my niche.
Words very important and large questions. Remember leaving this discussion, obviously we have solved contact with you.
Well, there sparked my mind, and I have to think about after. One thing that I would like you guys to think. You know how the world works. Think of the next generation that's going. Right? Internet, this metaverses and all that. The next generation, how to adapt it to them. That and raise your own audience, raise your own clients, and that way I think it's.
AI, like many other booms before, has been overhyped. So AI shouldn't be seen bullet to solve problems. It is situation. The key point now is customers. Whether use AI or traditional coding, at the end of the day, it's about solving your customers' pain points. Yeah, sure, you can use AI to solve these problems faster, but the intention of engaging with your customers is always about solving their pain points. Yeah.
Human contribution in the AI era is going to change, but those that can manage to and learn and have the insight what part of the human contribution is still valid, plus what AI can do for us, will succeed.
So AI, so I'd think about this for a second. Human in the loop. So I've been talking about AI. We've had a lot of conversations about AI. The soft skills that David mentions are very important. AI should be thinking about how to not replace humans, but how to empower humans and how to make human connections more important, more valuable. And understanding AI goes only so far, but at some point, let the human talk to people, let them converse with people, empower the human so it can serve people better. So when we're sitting here and I was talking about the construction application to save money, what it did is it allowed us to align better expectations with customers where we're not increase the cost of a build, we're not blowing out on time, we are providing, we're matching expectation with the results. And be thinking about that. So many companies are like, how can we replace our employee with AI? Be thinking about how do you empower your employees with AI?
Thanks. I'd like to finish on a quote by Peter Drucker, the father of innovation strategy, and he said, "There is nothing more useless trying to improve something that should solution for everything. Sometimes just how about we just stop doing what they. But that would be my takeaway.
I would say don't ask how will the world be radically different, successful. But we will be around. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. What can I very well deserved round of applause? Let's take a picture together, why don't we? Please. Yep, all up, everybody. A huge thank you to our panelists for giving us an unfiltered look into what it really takes to build and grow in the fast-paced AI world. Now we are shifting to a new topic, but before that, ladies and gentlemen, please don't forget to share this wonderful conference on the hashtag FueledConf. Actually, let me take a video for you. Can I ask all the if you don't mind? Okay, a little exercise. Everyone, fill the space in the front. If you don't mind, don't be shy. I want you guys to face me, and I would like to take a video. Face me. Everyone up front, fill the front seats. Want to see your beautiful faces. Oh, I really don't need a mic. No. Perfect. Okay, everyone's up in front. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Everyone over here, don't be shy. Come on up. Let me see if I'm tall enough. Oh, yes, okay, perfect. Here's a video. Okay, we're gonna say 1, 2, 3. I want to hear everyone cheer in the crowd, okay? Well, for our panelists, okay. 1, 2, 3. I didn't see it. Thank you so much, everyone. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have somebody very special here to talk about cyber safety for the leaders of tomorrow. We will be exploring how to protect ideas, data, teams, and entire organizations in an era where the threats are smarter, quicker, and constantly evolving. Guiding us through this critical conversation is none other than Dr. Narayanan Krishnan, PhD and the Chief Technology Officer at Nushkia Technologies, a leader who's been on the front lines of cybersecurity innovations. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together in a massive round of applause for this exceptional individual on stage. Can we please get a Dr. Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you so much. So I see there are a lot of experienced people in the audience here. Could I get a show of hands of who have teenage kids or older, teenage and above? I believe most of you are
Let me start with a simple question. To be here amongst entrepreneurs, educators, students, dreamers, and doers. I thank the people here at the FUELD for this wonderful opportunity to share my thoughts on this topic, very close to my heart. I've been working in cybersecurity for the last 34 years, so you can say I'm a veteran in this industry. And I have seen IT environments evolve. But there has not been a time more harsh, more convenient, and more punishing than today, when both the victims and the attackers are always online. 25 years ago, I would say, or maybe 30 years ago, malware was seasonal. You would get a malware just before Christmas, you'll get a malware just before Easter, Eid, Diwali, or whatever. It was very seasonal. And it came with a black screen which said, stoned. You have been stoned. I don't know if a lot of you remember this, but this comes from my younger days. So what we want to do is what we must understand before it is too late. Now, malware is omnipresent. It is always on. It is persistent. Think of COVID, the easiest example that you can think when it comes to virus. It was always on. It was omnipresent. And you had multiple variants of it coming time and time again. And today, malware is fast. They run like factories. 6 months ago, I was at a customer's office and we were negotiating from a ransomware dealer. Believe me, our offices are not doing any decent work. They had specific departments to say they had managers. They said, I have to take permission from my manager to give you discounts. Our support time closes at 6 o'clock. We don't work after 6. Come to us after 10 o'clock in the morning tomorrow. Well oiled. Looking at all this, when I was invited to speak at the FUELD conference on cybersecurity for the leaders of tomorrow, I reflected on how profound our digital lives have changed in the last decade or so. The show of hands today proved that we live in a world where the first thing we touch is data, not water, but data. That's all we touch, the very first thing in the morning. Our digital identity wakes up before us. In fact, it never sleeps. It's always on. Someone, somewhere in the world, is looking, posting, or reading from my Instagram or a Twitter account. Or can read. I'm not that famous, so I would change that to can read. And because of that, the rules of safety and security have changed. How many of you agree that convenience is the cause of problems? It is the silent gateway. Let me share a perspective that not many people talk about. They rarely start with technology. They always start with convenience. For people who have teenage and elder kids, students take their laptops into their bedroom because it is comfortable. They find it difficult to work in front of their parents or in front of other family members in, say, the living room or somewhere else. I have not seen a single teenage kid or college going kid work in the living room unless that's the only room available in the house. A new employee, and as business owners, you would see this pretty often. A new employee clicks on an email quickly because they want to impress someone that they're responding faster. And SMB owners, how many small and medium business owners here? Small and medium is less than 50 employees. An SMB owner skips a critical update saying, we'll handle that later. There is too much of business pressure now. You get updates onto your phone, Android, iOS, whatever. You get updates. WhatsApp gets updated every few weeks. Those get done. But there are a lot of things that come to my mind when it comes to cybersecurity. But most of it are either out of context from an audience perspective or too loud from a cybersecurity perspective. We saw three different examples. One was a student carrying their laptop into their bedroom. Two was employees clicking on emails quickly. And three, owners or small and medium business owners delaying patch updates on their critical applications or infrastructure. There, right there, is where attackers live and thrive. They don't scale walls anymore. They don't need to. They wait for us to leave a window open. How many of you heard of small and medium businesses being targeted in the last 1 year? Serious numbers. And with the explosion of malware, we are looking at thousands and thousands of malware getting released every day. The explosion of malware, those open windows that we create, they are no longer harmless. Every connected device is a potential entry point. Your phones, your laptops, your tablets, even your wristwatch. Now let us talk about small and medium businesses. Too much into my face. I work with governments. Recently, I was selected as the National Cybersecurity Advisor for a country in Central Africa. It doesn't pay anything, but the sheer satisfaction you get by changing the way cybersecurity works in an entire country is reward enough. I work with banks, critical infrastructure, oil and gas, mining, you name it. But which segment gets the most number of attacks per dollar is the small and medium business. The smallest targets with the biggest bullseye. Now, for a minute, imagine that you are a hunter. You got a gun in your hand, you're sitting by the lake or on a machan by the forest, and you have to shoot someone down. What would you choose? A bear walking in solitude in the jungle, or hundreds of deers, or hundreds of small birds? Where would your biggest chance of a hit be? That is small and medium businesses for you. Small and medium businesses practically run the entire economy. Now, I'm talking of UAE, where we're talking about 66, 67% of revenue being generated in the small and medium business sector. Travel a bit far, and we're talking of the Central European or the Eastern European countries, this number goes up to 85 to 93%. So, with this kind of contribution to the GDP, every single small and medium business is vital, is important. Why are you targets? Because you're fast, you're effective. You're also agile. A few co-founders, a brilliant idea, an innovative idea, a bare bones office, even possibly a co-working space, and the SME is up and running. How many of you work from such kind of setups where, or started from such kind of setups where it didn't take much time? Registration of a company, few weeks, setting up shop, another few weeks. By then you had your technical team, the development team or whatever in place. If you were into manufacturing, another maybe 6-7 weeks. And then you are up and running. And in today, with no brick, no mortar establishments, it takes just 3 weeks for an SMB to start. You trust your people. I'm not saying this is bad. Don't take me wrong. But I haven't heard of a single small and medium business running a boot camp on cybersecurity for their new staff till they reach a certain point. Either they have been bitten or they have heard others being bitten. No dedicated cyber teams. Forget cyber teams. Getting a decent IT team is a luxury. I've been a startup founder myself, so I know the pain that we all go to. You have $1 to spend, you're wondering where to spend it, so you get the best bang for that dollar. This makes you attractive as an employee, particularly with the 3 to 8 year old experienced guy. A startup is a great place to learn, a lovely place to work. But unfortunately, for the attackers, for the hackers, very easy to attack. Hackers don't discriminate. For them, it doesn't matter if their malware is going to uh, a larger company, a bank, or to a smaller one. All they want is to automate. So when I meet leaders and they say, oh, we are too small to be attacked, what will they get from us? I say, you're not small, you're just big enough to attack or get attacked, and small enough not to notice it in time. There lies the key. I don't know if there was, you've gone through this video about 10, 12 years ago. There was this video where when you check in bags at the airport, you have taken your due diligence, you've got the chains, you have tied the chains together with a padlock. And there was this video where the guys are opening the suitcase without opening the padlock. All it takes is a ballpoint pen. They insert the ballpoint pen into the zipper area, pry it open, move the entire 2 sets of chain tags to one side, open the bag, bring it back. All it takes is one ballpoint pen, maybe one piece of candle. Nobody would know that the bag was open. So I was speaking to a few college friends, and they said, I travel with minimal stuff. No electronics, nothing. All I have is some clothes. What will they get from my bag? The real question to ask is, what can they put inside your bag? So I'm trying to open up conversations that you can have with your team to understand the real impact of cybersecurity. As I said, small and medium businesses are just big enough to be exploited and small enough not to notice it till much later. This is disturbing. I want to take a moment to bring some emotional reality into this room. A breached business, however big, however small, loses revenue, it loses reputation, and it possibly loses customers. But a breached person loses confidence, loses mental peace, sometimes relationships, and most often than not, opportunities. Students are particularly vulnerable. One compromised webcam, one inappropriate screen capture, one poorly timed recording, and the student's entire emotional world just collapses. There are structured malware groups which focus on kids worldwide. August, I was invited in the UK to investigate a few cases where 18, 19-year-olds were caught selling drugs. They came from well-to-do families. When we did a proper investigation, took us about 2 months or so. When we did that investigation, we realized that some of these were having laptops which had been compromised. Cyber harm is therefore not just financial, it is deeply personal. You don't need a state-sponsored cyber criminal to ruin your day. One moment of inattention, one malicious piece of code in the wrong place at the wrong time. That's all you need. I'll give you 4 quick examples. The first one is about continuous vigilance. I'll try not to use the standard terms of log analysis, whatever. CCTV cameras. people who are new to Dubai will be able to see there is a CCTV camera everywhere. It doesn't intrude, it doesn't interfere, it stays there watching for trouble before trouble becomes damage. That's cyber vigilance for you. The installation of the CCTV camera is pure infrastructure, like railway tracks. What runs on it is more important. There is a bigger ecosystem. The people who monitor, the people who know what needs to be monitored, the people who know what are the indicators of potential trouble. Parents, we keep an eye on our kids, particularly the elder ones. We don't interfere, we don't get into what they're doing, but we keep an eye on what they're doing. I remember as a kid, my mom would be in the kitchen and she would know exactly when I'm getting myself into trouble. And I got myself into trouble a lot. That, for you, is cyber vigilance. Waiters, the good ones, they don't stand in your face. They come when you need. Not a minute late, not a minute early. They come exactly when you need it. What drives this? Training. They get trained. Similarly, employees should get trained. All these are examples of, oh, there's one more, there is one on radar operators. They don't run around for every blip. They choose which ones to focus on. They're calm, they're observant. These examples, they highlight four key attributes. The first one being foresight. The second being planning and design. Third, monitoring. And the fourth is response. These are stuff that we look for in a leader. Which is why I keep saying cybersecurity is not an IT issue. It's a leadership quality. It's not about suspicion. We don't suspect everyone. It is about silent awareness, calm, composed, ready, invisible protection. You don't see them. So we touched upon this briefly, but I will take you through three key reasons why students are vulnerable. Unlimited digital access, minimal real-world experience, and maximum emotional vulnerability. Most kids, till they turn 40, never confide in their parents if something goes wrong. Their laptop is their classroom, their diary, their entertainment, their career, their entire identity. A compromise here doesn't just steal data, it steals stability and ability. For SMB employees, one careless click can infect the entire department. And we have seen examples of this in the last few months across the world. Scary reminders of what our actions can lead us to. This is why cyber safety is not optional, it's a leadership skill. I'll quickly end this because I want people to walk away from this room not with fear, but with clarity. If you remember nothing from this talk, remember that cyber threats are constant, vigilance must be continuous, and cybersecurity is leadership. These are the four takeaways. You can take a screenshot, you can record something. As long as you do one or all of this, you should be good. Back to you.
Thank you so much, Doctor, for the amazing session. Can we all put our hands together to in another very well deserved round of applause? And in the spirit of that, let's keep the momentum going, ladies and gentlemen, shall we? Our next keynote dives into something every leader and creator needs to know today, a personal brand that actually stands out. We're talking about the kind of brand people remember, trust, and connect with long after the conversation.
Great. Okay. 1 second. It is my first time using the clicker, so we'll just get it figured out so it works well. Yeah, normally when you click on present, it's good on the top right corner. Top right corner, yes. Let's put elevator music. Okay. Okay, we're back. Yes. Thank you, AV team. You're the best. Yes. Amazing. So, today I will be sharing with you not only one, but 3 keys on how to build a memorable personal brand, and that will unlock any door that you want. Now, I believe that we've all heard the sentence that AI is going to take over our jobs, right? Yeah. And that we're all going to be replaced by robots. Yeah. What do we hear in this narrative? We hear negative, negative, negative. Now, my take on AI is totally different. I see AI as a very positive thing, and I want you to imagine for a second that AI is like a toolbox, and a toolbox never builds a house because the builder does. And so each and every one of you today are builders, and I want you to keep that in mind. Yeah? So now before we go deeper into the presentation, I want to take a moment to thank the amazing event organizers for putting together such a beautiful event. So please join me in a big round of applause. Amazing. And also, most importantly, I'd like to thank each and every one of you for being here today and taking that step for yourself, connecting with people and learning, and maybe getting even closer to reaching one of your goals. So please join me in an even bigger round of applause. Great, amazing, thank you. Now, the 3 things that you will be learning today. How many? 3. Wow, you guys are listening. So the first one will be that you will learn how to speak with confidence because, yes, AI can help you refine your message, but at the end of the day, only you can land it with real impact. Now, the second key that I will be sharing with you is how to connect with your audience. Because at the end of the day, AI can help you, spark new ideas and see which message resonates the most. But at the end of the day, it's really genuine connection that comes from your personality, your experience, and your presence. And the third one, which is my favorite, is that you'll learn how to show up with authenticity. Because when you do, people feel it and they remember you. So, who here would like to be remembered? Yes? Wow, a lot of hands up. I love this. Great. So, let's get right to it. Is it okay if I share a little bit about myself and what gives me the right to share with you the 3 keys about how to build a memorable personal brand? Yeah? Yes? Amazing. Okay. Now, many people see me today and they think that, oh, she built a personal brand just like that, and she's able to be creative and natural and connect with people like just by a second, I can come up with content. But the reality is, it wasn't always like this. I remember exactly 1 year ago, I was on my phone scrolling through Instagram, and all that I could see is creators with 50K, 100K, 1 million followers. And I thought to myself, okay, where do I fit in all of this? Just a girl that grew up from a small town in Canada, who grew up with insecurities, and every single time that I spoke, I was being told that I needed to make myself small and I needed to keep quiet. I literally had to, every time I go to school, I was getting bullied by the second, and I had to hide myself in the washroom because of how insecure I was, and I hated my appearance, the way that I looked. I would go on family trips and take pictures of everyone and everything around me except myself because of how I hated myself. And so the question that came to my mind is, even if there is a space left for me on social media, do I even deserve it? And it really got me thinking, because 1 year before, I had just moved to Dubai and I felt extremely lonely because I didn't know anyone. And it got me thinking that, what if for a second somebody else feels exactly the same way? What if someone is waiting for another person to create a safe space where they can feel seen and they can feel valued for the very first time? And so I my motive was even bigger than me. To That's when everything changed actually, and I created a page called CC in Dubai. That was 1 year ago, and I started posting on social media all while my jaw was literally shaking behind the camera because of how insecure I was. But my intention in my mind was, if I can help one person, then that is worth much more than my insecurity. And so I did that consistently every single week, 3 to 4 times a week, until after a few months, I started sharing about real estate, my real estate business. I started sharing about the best spots in Dubai for people traveling here or moving here to know where to go, actually from a expat point of view. And I started getting engagement little by little. But then again, after a few months, I didn't feel like I was being 100% authentic online. I felt like I was kind of putting myself in a box where, as if I needed to have one identity in order to even exist online. And what I came to realize is that, no, I actually love marketing and I'm a very passionate and creative person. So if I want to share about that, then I can. And being multi layered is actually a superpower. And I don't have to fit myself in one box to be successful. And this applies to all of you, because a lot of the time we think that we need to conform ourselves to a society standard to even exist online. But no, you can create the space that you need, and you don't need to limit yourself within a box. Okay? Do we like it so far? Yeah? Amazing. Okay. So, the very beginning of my personal brand is I started a series called This is CC. And during that, I didn't know where I was going with this at first. My only intention was to, relate real life events that I was going through, and at the same time promote the best spots, the best services in Dubai. So this actually happened to me the day before an event at 11 p.m. I had forgotten my pants at the tailor. So you can imagine how much stress I was going through. Who here ever forgotten something the day before an event? Yeah? So you can understand. I needed to find a solution, and then I thought to myself, wait a second, I'm in Dubai, so I can breathe and I can find a solution, because Dubai always has solutions. So I went on this delivery app service called Kareem that maybe some of you know, and I asked the driver to go pick up my pants at the tailor at 11 p.m. the day before an event and bring it back home to me in 30 minutes time. So this is exactly what happened, and I decided to make a whole scenario out of it in order to promote the app and to share how thankful I am, and also for people in Dubai to know that there is a solution to everything in Dubai. And at first, I was actually hesitant to share this video. And while doing so, after posting it, I got more than 50,000 views on it. And I even got personal branding clients out of this one and real estate clients. Can you imagine? So I always say that even the quirkiest of ideas, the crazy ones that you have, they are worth being shared on social media. And they can create for yourself opportunities that you never thought that would happen. And so I continued sharing about personal branding and real estate and all of the best spots in Dubai for the upcoming month. And today, I stand proudly in front of you, leading a community of more than 10,000 beautiful people all around the world. Thank you. Thank you, guys. And all of this would have never happened if I hadn't pressed record and share, even if I didn't feel confident. Okay? So let this be a reminder that today it's not about me, it's about actually each and every one of you and your power to use your story and to turn it into a superpower and to create ripples all around you in other people's lives. So that voice in your head saying that you're not good enough or that your idea, there's just too much out there on the market, that's not true. Because you create the space that you need. You're not limited to a box, just like we saw earlier. Yeah? Do we agree? Yeah? So I want you to repeat with me, I am powerful. Yes. Great. Oh, you guys, listen. Love that. I'm having so much fun, by the way, just being with you. Okay, so before we dive into the keys, because I know you're very eager to know what it takes to build a very memorable personal brand, I want to introduce you to actually a concept that have helped me and my clients kickstart their personal brand. So does anybody know about Ikigai? Yes? Oh, I see a couple of hands. That's great. Two? Great. So Ikigai is actually the very first step before starting a personal brand. And it really helps you understand your purpose and your alignment. And so it is based off of four things. If you have a pen and paper, I would like for you to, take it out, or even with your phone if you'd like to take pictures. And please don't worry, if you don't have enough time to write everything down, you can just message me on Instagram after Ikigai and we'll send you the template. Okay? So this is a secret AI prompt that I will be sharing with you. But you know what? Maybe I shouldn't share it with you. Maybe you don't want it. Do you want it? Yeah? You do? Okay, I'll go. So the first one is determining what you love. Okay, this is the very first step. The second one is what you're good at. So very simple questions to start with. The third one is what the world needs. And the fourth one is what you can be paid for. So I'll give you a moment to take a picture. Great. Amazing. So when you go into ChatGPT, you need to ask the AI. And before I go into that, actually, I think we've all been guilty, and it's not necessarily bad, but to use AI as we're dependent on it 100%. And I think that we need to use AI as if we are the trainer and it's the tool, and not the other way around. So a lot of the times what people do is they ask ChatGPT, give me 20 content ideas, like really quickly. Uh, that is not the way. Even if it's, quicker, it's not personalized enough. So if we want more personalized answers to really differentiate ourselves, then we need to ask ChatGPT, okay, you are an expert personal brand and entrepreneur coach. Help me brainstorm what my ikigai can be based on these four variables. So this is an exercise that I invite you to do on your own. And just to give you an example for mine, The first one is what I love, marketing. What I'm good at, content creation and building communities. So you can see that the answers are very short, not too long. What the world needs, launching and scaling brands. And what I can be paid for is helping people start their brands. Okay, so very simple. So if we go into the next slide, we see that ChatGPT goes back to us. I'll just overview some bullet points. For the first pillar, what you love, it said that for myself, he determined marketing, branding, storytelling. Now, what I'm good at, he said that, okay, content creation that attracts and converts, building engaged communities, not just followers, and simplifying complex ideas. So we see that it's pretty much aligned with the direction that I want for my personal brand. And for what the world needs, we have guidance to launch and scale brands in a crowded digital world, leaders with authentic voices, not just copy paste influencers, support from entrepreneurs who feel lost, overwhelmed, or invisible. And then for what you can be paid for, we see that, okay, I could be doing brand building coaching, personal brand strategy, which is actually what I do, launch mentoring, and many more. So we see we have the creative line, and that is more personalized, just like I was saying. So not just AI generated answers that are disconnected from us. And my favorite part is that it gives you the purpose line at the very end. So my ikigai is helping people find clarity, confidence, and visibility so that they can build a meaningful brand and grow a community that supports their business. Okay? Is it helpful, everyone? Yeah? Great. So this is for the ikigai. Again, please message on Instagram if you didn't get the chance to take pictures. Now, before we go into the keys, let's go over the personal branding definition that Google gives us, because I think we've heard a lot about personal brand, personal brand. Everyone is into personal brand now. So, but what does it actually mean? So, according to Google, personal branding is the intentional way that you present yourself to the world. Okay, so it is your story, your values, and your expertise, and the energy people remember you for. It's how you shape perception, build trust, and attract the opportunities, clients, and relationships aligned with who you are. Okay? So now I will be revealing to you the model that all my clients use in order for them to build a successful personal brand. So I will be introducing to you the foundation for you to actually get to that point. Okay, so we get into it, guys? Yeah? Great. So let me present to you the circle of confidence behind the camera. Okay, so please again, if you have a pen, paper, please take notes. It's very important, or with yourself, your phone as well. So the very first key is to get a mentor. Now, what do I mean by that? If you want to become more confident behind the camera, then you need to get a mentor. Now, a mentor is someone who has dealt with challenges and has done the mistakes and that can help you avoid them. Now, I'm not saying that you should work with me. I'm saying that this is what helped me get to where I am today and help my clients as well succeed. So, the biggest mistake that people make is that they think that they can do it all by themselves, right? So, what they'll do is they'll, you know, they will spend a lot of money on programs and courses thinking that it will solve everything for them. But then what happens after 1 month? They give up. They don't follow up on the course because life gets in the way and they are busy. So what happens in that case is I want you to imagine that when you do get a mentor, you finally have a co-pilot sitting right next to you that helps you plan your content, organize your scripts, refine your message, and keep you consistent. Okay? So I'll give you an example. One of our clients, his name is Josh, and he's a public speaker and sales mentor, and he's actually in the room with us. Hi, Josh. And when we first started working together, he used AI structured prompts for his script. And we told Josh, on a Tuesday morning, we're going to go for a shooting. Okay, we're going to do 4 professional videos together in 2 hours' time. And Josh was a bit skeptical at first. He was like, "What? Is this even possible?" And I said, "Yes." So he came, we did the shoot, and he didn't have to memorize anything because we were there for them. We were there for him from the beginning till the end. Okay, we were helping him with the visual hooks, the body language, the tonality, everything. So after 1 week, the best part is he received all 4 professional videos, and with one video that we ran an ad campaign on, he was able to generate more than 50,000 dirhams in sales, something that he never had done before in a space of 3 days' time, and he was able to jump his sales 6 times on a returns on ad spend. So you can imagine how Josh was super happy. And at the end of the day, this is not AI's work. This is because Josh worked collaboratively with us and he worked on how he presented himself behind the camera. And this is what led him to conversion. Okay? So this is for the first key. And so when you do get a mentor, you have someone that gives you all the shortcuts. So you don't have to do everything by yourself. And instead of using the stairs, you actually get to use the elevator, just like my mentor always told me. So this is for the first key, everyone, the mentor. Now, for the second key, it is practice. You need to practice intentionally and consistently. So if you do want to become more confident behind the camera, then you need to practice. And the biggest problem that people make is that when they are on social media, they will compare themselves to someone's end result. So they'll see a creator being super successful and feel discouraged because they don't have the same visibility or confidence to do so. Has anyone ever compared themselves online? Yeah? Exactly. So I want you to imagine this for a second. You finally have someone that holds you accountable, someone that tells you what you're doing right from what you could be improving in terms of your tonality, your body language, someone that plans for you practice time during the week and that actually helps you embody your future self in the present moment. Now, how powerful would that be, right? So this is for the practice. And for example, this is actually a phrase that I really love is, you know how we always hear that practice makes. Exactly. Well, actually, practice makes progress. And you have to ask yourself, what if you're practicing the wrong thing at the end of the day? Who's there to tell you what you're doing right from what you could be improving? And so one of our clients, her name is Laura. She's a life coach. And when she first started her social media, she would get extremely anxious around the idea of filming herself. And I told Laura, look, you don't have to worry about it because we're here for you and we're going to schedule that practice time for you and rehearse your delivery. So that's exactly what we did. And Laura was able to actually change the way that people saw her on her social media and to actually even wake some followers up and turn them into clients just because she rehearsed how she presented herself on her socials. And so again, it's not about AI, it's really the willingness of the person to want to better themselves and to get that coaching from another person who have paved the way, for them. So this is for the second key. And the third one, which is my favorite, and without it, everything crumbles, is your story. So if you want to become more confident behind the camera, then you need to become comfortable sharing your story. And the biggest mistake that people make is that they hide behind AI generated content. And has anyone ever felt uncomfortable sharing their story or personal part of themselves online? Yeah? Seeing a couple of hands up. Thank you for sharing that. So it is hard, it is a big process. Now, I want you to imagine for a second that when you actually do, you actually get a response from people because they can actually have someone to relate to. So instead of going on a page and not knowing who's behind, or only seeing commercial products and not understanding the brand, people don't have the same reaction to that. So when I first came to Dubai, I was very to the surface with my content. And then I realized that, you know what, I am human. And at the end of the day, other people are human too. So we're all going through challenges, and it is okay for me to share my struggles, to share my imperfect moments. And I think that is the beauty of being real, and people want that. I think people are getting more and more tired of filtered content. Okay? So this is for the third one. And I want you, if ever you do fear sharing your story, I want you to imagine that you're turning that fear into a power, and that you actually get someone that says, I felt that and I needed that today. Just one word in your sentence. So this is all for the 3 keys, and we're approaching the end, I know. So before we go into the questions, I want to just leave you with a very important concept, is that when you start your social media, you will get excited and you will get that motivation to post, post, post. And the thing is, reality is going to hit because you're not going to get necessarily the engagement that you wish you would want. And so this concept really helped us with the personal brand and to really put things in perspective. It's a concept from Seth Godin called the dip. This one right here. So as you can see, you have two axes. You have the results and the efforts. And about 70 to 80% of people, they get super motivated at first when they start their social media. And then since they're not getting the results that they want, there's a dip that's created. And that is when they actually give up and they don't continue and they stop showing up. But actually, what's super interesting is that only 20 to 30% of people, even if they're not getting the results, they actually continue showing up. And that is what leads them to the results. So I want you to keep that in mind today. Okay? I want you to keep that in mind today, that you don't have to have the perfect marketing strategy. You don't have to have everything figured out to start your social media. You just need to be yourself, and you need to, any idea that you think of, you need to start putting it out there. And every single day, you are planting seeds that will lead you to bloom. Okay? So I want you to leave that door, that room today, thinking that you deserve the space, you can create it for yourself, and you are powerful beyond the limits that you put in your mind. Okay? So 1 year from now, you have a choice today, not tomorrow, not in 1 month. 1 year from now, either you've built a very successful brand that attracts for you all the clients that you've ever dreamed of, or you stay exactly where you are today and you don't do anything about it, and you let other people take your place. So, what is it going to be? The choice is yours. Thank you, everyone. It was a pleasure speaking to you. My name is Tisi. Yes, of course. What is your good name? Manish, could Manish get a mic, please? Yes.
Yeah, hi, I'm Manish Dalawat from India. So basically, it's a very interesting subject which you have shared, and it's always an interest of point that yes, I want to do this, but I want to understand one point: is does it require too much of discipline of daily focusing on yourself and investing some time for this subject? Might be that might not be outcome of the efforts what you do, but still you have to give time for this subject and be with yourself. I need some advice on that, please.
Yes, of course. Thank you, Manish, for your question. So yes, it is a very time-consuming thing, social media, right? Um, and when I first started, I didn't really know where I was going with it. So I think my advice for you would be to just start and to not pressure yourself with how many posts that you will do. To actually start with the ikigai concept that was shared just now. Start with this base, and then you can talk to people like, for example, myself, if you want advice, if you have a project or an idea, and I can, give you some advice that I went through. But when I first started, I was posting once a week, sometimes once every 2 weeks. So yes, it does take time, but I think It's all about not seeing the entire stairs in front of you, but really starting from the first step.
I'll tell you what problem I'm facing in my day-to-day life. Let's say from business perspective, I'm a founder and CEO of my own company. From my day-to-day operations perspective, my other priorities are not allowing me to focus on this subject, though it's an interesting subject and somewhere I believe I can do justice to this. But I believe the discipline of being part of this and managing your day-to-day operations, that's where I'm finding difficulty. So if you can guide something on that, please.
Yes, okay, I understand. I mean, there's plenty of tools that you can use. I don't know if you've heard, like, for example, Canva. Yes. So, for example, Canva gives you thousands and thousands of templates that you can start with. Mic is cut. Okay. Hello. Okay. Yes. So, of course, I would like to get to know more about what you do so I could be in a better position to, you know, help you out. So we could have a talk if you'd like right after that. And oh, another mic. Okay, I have two mics now, people.
Thank you.
Yes,
Thank you very much. Yeah.
great. And yeah, we can have a chat. And for anyone, just by the way, you have questions, we can have a talk right after this one. And I'm also offering a 1 hour personal branding audit. So maybe for you as well, that can be a start just to have more clarity. Yeah. Does anybody else have questions? Oh, we have a beautiful lady at the back of the room. Yes? Can she have a mic, please? Put it down. Thank you.
Hello, thank you. I actually have two questions.
Yes.
One is in regards to personal branding. Do you think it's beneficial to separate your personal social media with your personal branding social media? And then two, in regards to content and just presenting yourself on your personal brand, I think my personal issue is feeling like, is my information relevant to people? Like, why would someone want to listen to me? So if you have any advice on that, that'll be great.
Yes, thank you, dear. And what is your good name?
I'm sorry. Yes, I'm Nicole Billingsley.
Nicole.
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you, Nicole, for your questions. Yes, this is a question that we get quite often. So for the first one, I always recommend to start where you already have, with what you already have. So if you do have a personal account and it's okay for you to transform it into a professional one, then I always advise that because the algorithm is already used to you nurturing it with content. So you'll be like 10 steps ahead of other people. So that would be my first advice. The second one, could you please repeat it just so I can make a... yes, okay, so thinking that if your content matters, basically. Okay, I would like to know more, again, about what you do to enlighten you, but what I can tell you from experience is that there's never a boring story. Okay, there's always something to be done, and you're a human, you've gone through so much on your journey of life. So sometimes it's just having this conversation with a person that's asking you the right questions in order for you to feel confident about sharing them online. So gladly, I would have a conversation with you if you want. Yeah, cool. Okay, I think we need to wrap it up. Eric, you have a question? Yes? Okay. Is there a microphone just for him? The last questions, and then we have to. Yeah, mic for him. Yeah.
We are running out of time, so this will
Yes,
be the
we're
last
wrapping up.
question.
Yes.
We'll just have 3 more minutes, and then we'll go ahead into our next panel.
Thank you. I'm Eric. I'm the orange guy, as you can see. Just a question regarding the personal branding thing. You mentioned only Instagram at that moment, but for people who are starting with personal branding, would you recommend to start with LinkedIn or to start with Instagram, and how you would architecture that?
Yes, very good question, Eric. Thank you. So it depends, again, on the type of business that the person has. And of course, every channel is for a different audience. So for sure, someone who's working in corporate, for example, I would advise them to really focus on LinkedIn because this is where most of their audience will be. And Instagram is a good complement as well to be there. So it really depends on the business, I would say. Instagram, nowadays it's kind of switching as well, because people even working corporate jobs, they're adopting a more like storytelling like angle. So yeah, again, it really depends on the business. Yeah, would love to know more again about what you do, and yeah, good, amazing. So thank you so much, everyone, for your questions and for your time. Yeah.
Cynthia, that was a truly eye-opening session. Thank you so much. Everyone, please put your hands together in a very well-deserved round of applause for Miss Cynthia. Now, let's gear up for another power-packed and engaging discussion. Our next panel takes us straight into the reality of modern marketing. The way we reach audiences is changing fast, and creativity is now smarter. Consumer behavior is shifting, and creativity is now live side by side with AI. Please allow me to introduce the moderator for this session, Mr. Vaibhav Gupta, the co-founder of Higher Growth AI. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause. He'll be joined by Mr. Arun Nagari Mudalbar, the CEO and founder of eCube India. Joining him, Mr. Don Hatz, the founder of Critics Global. Put your hands together. Joined by Mr. Abhishek Ranankoti, the co-founder and CTO of Pharynx AI. Along with Anjali Dutta, the VP Digital Transformation and Marketing Leader at Tech Mahindra. Joined by Mr. Sadesh Kirkar, the principal partner at WPP Media. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Ganesh Dev, the Managing Director of AGE High Voltage Solutions. Please put your hands together for our brilliant panelists. A little bit louder. Thank you so much.
Hi everyone, thank you for having us. We're running a little bit behind on time, so I'll just quickly get started. The first thing that I think we all want to discuss and all want to understand is, uh, okay, here's the next one. Okay, so we really want to talk about the AI or the big question around AI in terms of how, as marketers, what our role looks like. Is it more orchestrators? Is it more hands-on? How do we see that? And I'll open this question to start off this discussion.
Yes, Vaibhav, a very, very important point which you raised out was basically marketing is meant to convey a message to your prospective market in order to get their attention and engage them. Ultimately, marketing in any business is aimed towards getting those profitable inquiries or leads, which then gets converted into sales or revenue by the sales team. So AI in today's age of 2025, AI has become a big tool for all of us, which can help us to find, first and foremost, find the right niche by doing the data mining. It also helps us to find out the right message which we can give across so that we are able to attract those potential customers' inquiries to you. And AI can also help you in giving the right message which can help them to take a decision so that you can convert those leads into revenue. So this is the point which I would like to state. In this age of marketing, AI can really help you to hasten up the entire process and thereby help you to increase your business.
Well, in my opinion, I think there's three things, right? I call it three Gs. So that means like how you can generate things, how you can like govern things, and then how you can grow things, right? So generate means like, okay, you can use AI to like generate like reports to, generate that initial, conversation, right? Then from there, the governance, right? The compliance, right? What it can do better than the human, right? And then from there, obviously, you need to have that, checking layer of the human layer, right? Then, use AI to grow because growing is essential when it comes to, today's world and this competitive world, right? And marketing is all about like how you can be very visible through that, like this whole competition, right? So I think in my opinion, like those three things, which is, how you can generate things faster, how you can, govern things faster, and how you can grow things faster.
So, according to me, with the help of AI, the marketing is getting from a reactive state to a more proactive state, right? It is getting hyper personalized, and we can do solutions on the go. So it is more proactive, depending on what your user is looking for in a more personalized version. The time to act also is lesser, and the end-to-end goal of serving the marketing is just the first step, but the end-to-end goal of the whole CX journey is getting revolutionized by the help of AI, and this is how it will enhance things.
All right. This is a great question, to be very honest. I'm assuming I'm audible, right, to everyone? Yeah. So again, I don't want to go with a definition of marketing, what marketing stands for, right? But again, the simple question is, we all are consumers. We all go and buy things, right? What really, how do you go and make a decision of buying something, right? Obviously, the tactical mind of ours, we do a lot of analysis. For example, if I want to buy a refrigerator, I will actually do a lot of comparison, checking from, all internet data, right? Which one is best one, which one to go for, and so forth. But when you go onto the store, right, or even when you're buying online, you have something at the back of your mind. What is that? Emotional thinking is there as well at some point in time, right? Something that you have used, something you have experience with, something you really love, a brand that you were always using. It's all there, right? So no matter which technology we use, today we are talking about AI, which is artificial intelligence, giving us more power, right, to evaluate, judge, predict, and consume. We also have human who actually still makes a decision at the end of the day what you want to buy, right? So what from my perspective, right, I as a marketer, or rather I would say, what is marketing is basically what is the value I'm bringing to the end customer at the end of the day, right? In order to make that happen, I'm using a smarter tool which can read data, right? Seems to be more intelligent, as much has time, whereas I don't have time because I have to really figure out what is the emotional connect I have to establish, right? How do I talk to an individual a human way? Yeah, I'm not talking to robots. Yes, I might have a robo in between, like a bot, which will definitely make a decision on behalf of a human being. But remember, it's on behalf of human being, right? So I think, it's just another tool that it's making my process much more simpler, much more faster, much more accurate in some scenarios, and I can predict, right? But when I say that prediction, I also have one more statement.
I think very well said, Anjali. Uh, See, AI, according to me, it's that one friend of yours who's always there at any point of time for you. Uh, I always think that if I was when I was in college, if that time ChatGPT was available, just like I always used to go to my friend to ask for help regarding my assignments, I would have just gone to him and asked for assignment help. So that's how it is. You are at different stages of your life, and then if you just try to connect with a friend, he'll give you an advice. uh, AI is similar to that friend. Today, if I'm actually sitting and trying to get some ideas to create some kind of a marketing strategy, and I don't know where to start from, I could just go and ask a few right set of questions to my friend, and he'll actually answer those things for me. Uh, if I'm sitting with a huge amount of data, and I just want that data to be uh, put it in a very simple kind of a way, I can just go and do that. So AI is something that you use as per your benefit or as per your convenience. It's no rocket science. It's just trying to make life simple, and using those tools that are available in the market. If you're able to do that, I think then things are much more simpler as compared to what they look like. So that's all it about it. It's a friend. You use him for all your needs that you have. You can try to uh, be like try to make him in a way that you want him to behave, or if you specifically want to utilize his intelligence, you can do that as well.
More of an obedient friend, I might say, right? Because most of the time our friends will come back and contradict, don't agree to what we want to say, right? But that's why it looks like AI is an obedient friend.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a friend, it can be a mentor. Like everybody goes on ChatGPT and say, "Hey, act like a professor and help me with this," right? Act like a relationship guide and help me with this, right? So it's up to you what you're asking for, right? So as a marketer, what we do and what it has changed in a marketing agency, right? We used to sit down and research and look at the competition, what they're doing, how they're doing, come up with a marketing plan. Now I can do that in click of a button. We have an automation where I just plug in my spreadsheet. It gives me all the answer. All I have to do is spend some time with my team, do a brainstorm, and the marketing strategy is ready, right? Again, it is backed by the decades of experience and all that, but things are faster. Just to give you an example, just to convert a client to get a website done from us, right? It used to take lots of follow-ups, callings, meeting, in-person meeting. Now it's different. I go prepared. I go with a prototype. You know, one call, one impression, it's done and dusted. So yes, AI is AI is a friend, mentor, an automation tool, whatever you want to call it. It's going to help you the way you use it, right? So yeah, we are orchestrator. I would say we used to do things. Now we have to think better, be a better thinker. If you can think better, AI can help you to make it happen.
So one before we actually move on, right? This is a very interesting point that you made, and actually takes us back to what we were discussing in the morning today, right? There was a lot of deliberation on the topic of, do we really know the problem that we are solving for? But you know something, do we know the problem we are solving for? That entire statement has a very beautiful thing in itself. It's all about problem, right? It's all about something that exists. But are we really the box completely different, right? Those kind of or when I say a problem, there are a lot of visible problems and there are hidden problems, or rather I would say needs and wants, right, which are not even announced. There was a time when we used to always, wait for, you know, obviously find time, go back home, cook food, and then just get relaxed. But today, with a click, right, or with a voice call, I can have, food of my choice prepared and delivered at my place, the place of my comfort, the place where I want, right? So there was always a desire of having that comfort. Technology made that happen, right? But we have to go back. What is that one thing that we always miss when we talk about marketing strategy, what, why, and how, all kind of things, is basically, do you really do a recce research about what humans need, what they do day in, day out? What are those challenges? What are those interesting opportunities which are not even, covered? But you can only do it when you understand the entire, activities a person does or an individual does, right? So what is very important right now is to understand that part, what I want to do, why I want to do, and how I want to do it, right? And that's really important. Another thing that Ganesh that you talked about is the fact that today, with the advance of technology and AI coming into picture, I can do quick research, but that's again defined on, predefined data which is there in the system. I can use that data, but there is no question to human intelligence and human analysis and on ground reality check that you have to do to validate the data that's coming out, right? So AI is another tool. It is meant for intelligent people to use it wisely, right? Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of really interesting points mentioned here. I just want to like give you a conclusion there. One of the interesting part that I see as marketers is that while we build AI agents, AI systems, AI tools, whatever you want to call it, the expertise to use that is very crucial. So speaking from my experience, so I run a AI marketing agency in Southeast Asia. We first started with building AI agents, right? We built X agent, Y agent, Z agent, and all that sounds great. But when we gave it to a client or when we gave it to a customer, they didn't really understand. It's like we show them how to build a website, but they don't really understand what the refinement needed in that, right? So the realization for us was we needed some level of expertise. And I think as marketers, we see this as a trend where AI agent sounds great, but if there's no human expertise to pair it with, it will most likely fail. And then it comes to my second question: who owns that part, right? We talk about AI agents being amazing, but a lot of times there's a lot of breakage. I think we can talk about the websites part. I'm pretty sure he can tell you multiple times where the website has certain breakages, especially if we use AI systems. Who owns it? Is it the CTO? Is it the CMO? Or can we head it off to finance and just blame them?
Yeah, the panel discussion, the subject is very, very interesting. What we talk about is bots, brains breakthrough in the marketing of 2025. And as we very rightly said, many of us, that ultimately in today's VUCA world, which is transferring to Bani, volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. Now it's shifting towards being very brittle, very anxiety-ridden, uh, incomprehensive, and it's highly complex. Uh, AI can be a real help for us to identify what is the pain point, because ultimately, if you analyze any business, why does the customer buy your product? He buys it because he wants to have a relief from the pain and he wants to have a pleasure. He wants to have a solution. Now, AI can be a big tool for us to understand the known need of the customer, even the unknown need. And sometimes, using those data mining, it can even project the forecasted anticipated need, and it can also do the data mining, find out as to what is the ideal product which can be useful to identify that or solve the pain, and also give you the opportunity to send the right message across to your prospect. So all these functions of marketing, which we used to earlier do through laborious days on intensive work, can be done in a fraction of in a days, what used to take sometimes days, months, and years. So that's what we are here for. I think AI as a tool can really give you a big breakthrough in your profitability, revenue, income, scalability, and thereby help businesses across geographies, across scale. I think it's made into a very plain field now. I think as we have seen, the other day, we were very proud to know at 22-year, 3 people have become billionaires, youngest billionaires. All of this possible because of the power of AI, which we are all have the tool available with us.
So if I may take that question for a minute. So it's a very good question that you asked, right? We have this, a CTO, CIO, and CMO organization, right? And when it comes to actually delivering a value, right? Ultimately, everybody need to be responsible for it. But the biggest challenge in today's world, and that I don't think we still have a solution to it, is that people still think very siloed because of large scale organization. Everybody has a different budget, everybody has different objectives. We still don't have a unified view and a method to solve everything in totality. AI and these automation tools and methods are giving us enough good visibility as smarter dashboards that make all of these departments see everything in totality, right? And then they can make a unified decision. Another thing I will just say, if any damage has happened, if you are not happy with one of the product that you have bought, right, or any leak happens, it's a bad experience and the brand image goes for a toss. You don't make a call to a CMO, right? You don't make a call to a CTO. It's just brand gone forever, right? So more than else, what we need to do, we need to understand all of these departments need to have unified view. And that's a reason there is now top-down training in terms of these smarter tools happening. And we also are bringing AI as part of the board as well. That lot of organization, I means organization overall that I want to say.
AI is like that intern who's a little bit drunk. Ultimately, the human element and the ultimate final decision has to be taken by the human being. So even though all the head work can be done by AI, but the hard work has to be done by we human beings.
Let me add a quick one for this, right? I think like it's about narrative, right? Like three things, like narrative, system, and then the signal, right? So like AI can't, like, I mean, can up to a certain extent control the narrative, but then, adding to your point, right? Like the human has to take the final narrative, final decision, right? How to humanize whatever the bots or whatever the AI is giving up, that output, right? Then systemize it because you need a proper system to work a machine, right? Then the third thing is signal. What does the AI is giving and that signal is, and then but how that signal can be humanized. Those three things, I think, like that determine
Just
whether to,
Yeah, just to add on to that, just to prove that right, there are jobs right now to humanize the AI generated content. So,
So nicely said was the unified platform. What I feel is that different departments in the organization are using AI in a very fragmented way, right? The whole view of the data nurturing is not happening. And I was having a talk with one of professors, and he was saying that with the help of AI, now everyone can be a 7 out of 10 person, right? So, because you have the leverage of tools, they are doing things which you wanted in a way, but the main gap will be how to be from 7 to 10 or 7 to 9. There you need an expertise. There you need a unified platform in itself, a guidance, guardrails, so that you can build a POC very fine, but while scaling, it will take you guidance and expertise. And rightly said, unified platform is what we need because fragmented work will result into hallucinations and different things.
In fact, hello. So one thing which I always feel is it's mostly from a point of view of the difference in the KPIs that every department follows. So you might want a one single unified view, but the KPIs given to all the departments are different. So every department will actually go and try to take a tool which is uh, trying to take them closer to the KPI they are following. At the end of the day, we all are following one single KPI, which is business. We all want to get as much sales as possible of our product. Uh, I think somewhere we need to come forward, think from that point of view that if at all it's a marketing department, a sales department, or is it a revenue department, what is that one single goal that we all are going towards? And with that particular thing, those silos can be broken then. And that's where a single AI tool can come in. Because See, today, if you go to a CMO, he'll just say that, hey, I want a tool which will help me get more acquisitions. Okay, now what is the definition of acquisition? It could be prospecting, which could be leads, it could be direct sales, or it could be as simple as saying that, hey, I want my website to get as much traffic as possible, which could be quality traffic or anything of that sort. Now you go same thing to a CMO, to a CFO. He might have a different set of logics or different set of things to him. Now, putting all these together, if you try to figure out a tool, I think those different tools will have to then work towards one single goal. And that's how the AI should go.
No, that's a very good thing. Today we are in a world of workflow structure, right? Again, you people can also, I think a lot of us have talked about it in the previous panels as well, right? There are a lot of different tools doing some activities as part of the workflow. Today, a lot of revenue will be generated if you are able to bring that and construct a workflow that works for a particular business requirement. uh, and be it marketing, be it technology structure, be it, whatsoever we talk about, right? The need is of strategy. Do you understand your current as is process? Do you understand your current business model? And where you think you can actually bring in automation, right? And then where is that you can actually replace, few repetitive, boring human activities to a, something that can be done through AI and others
See, in
and
fact,
so forth.
that brings us to one question. Okay, and I think this is something which everybody might have in their mind. If you are trying to get everything together, so much data with the AI, and like I would just want to hear all of your viewpoints as to, do you think the data which is there right now, which you're feeding to the system, is this the right thing to do, or is it a secured way to do it, or something of that sort?
Yeah, I think the data is one big concern for a lot of companies. One of the things that we try to do is build a separate system and host the whole data that we're using. So instead of doing a large language model system, we are doing a small language model system where the data training is happening separately. So this is an example of HSBC Thailand. So when I started Higher Growth, I pitched this AI agent for their marketing side, and they basically said, look, the place where we are at, we just cannot share data with any system, even if they say that there's no sharing. So we decided, okay, we will try to create, because Thailand has its own privacy laws. So we try to build something for them, and it has given us good results. So I agree. Actually, I would not recommend, even if you use the most premium version of any LLM, to use that for data training. You create your own systems. You make sure that your data is not being used or shared, or there's any risk, because most teams will have that concern, right?
But this comes at a cost. Building something of your own. So, what is the alternate way for it?
So I'll
One
take
one
that.
dimension which I wanted to just bring forth in this panel discussion was, as an author of two books on sales and marketing, it is a known fact that 50% of your marketing budget is normally wasted and 50% works. And most of the marketing organizations don't know which one works. So AI is a tool which can help us to find out as to which is those strategies, which is those communication, which is helping us. So that is one important thing which I feel is going to be very useful for every business organization. One more myth which I want to break is, many people have a illusion or a fear that AI is going to replace human being. I feel that the difference is only this: people who use AI and people who don't use AI, or organizations which use over AI and organizations which do not use AI. I think the clear-cut verdict is the people who use AI will be replacing the people who don't use AI. Similarly, organizations which use AI are the people who are going to come out winners in this game of business.
As a marketer, and considering that we are sitting in a marketing panel, I just would like to disagree that we don't know 50% of the spend is being wasted. I don't think it's 50%. I would strongly disagree that.
What I'm talking about is actually a basic research. In fact, marketing expenses is one thing which every CEO and every CFO always dreads, because they always plan and have a very high hyper this thing about what it's going to produce, but nobody is able to pinpoint exactly which strategy and which particular action really meant. And what I'm talking about is absolutely from a research.
Unfortunately, people hire us for that. So just to add on to that, how do we secure the data? There are ways, but before I say that, I want to quote that I am a computer engineer turned marketer, and computer was my first love, I would say, right? And that drew me to called as ethical hacking. And one thing I learned in when I was in my college, privacy is a myth, yeah, and security is an illusion, right? So just go for it and do it. That is the attitude you need, and reach to your outcome. Now, how do you implement that? There are enterprise versions, right? Which kind of you do a separate agreement with them, so you know what you're getting into. Apart from that, there are community version. You can self-host it. You can put it on your premises, and you can do all that, right? Just to give you a word that everybody talking AI, AI, AI. There's another thing that is going on is N8N, which is basically an AI automation workflow tool, right? People are not getting there, uploading data and not doing automation, not getting into agentic AI because they fear that all my flow, all my ideas will be copied and blah blah blah. Don't for, don't fear about it. There is a platform where you can take the N8N community version, install it, host it just like your own website, and run it on your own if you're fearing. But don't miss the boat. This is an opportunity.
Yeah, I think good point there, Ganesh. I think most importantly, what you need to really understand and ask yourself when you are deciding a AI strategy and AI implementation for your organization is, can we save money or can we make more money out of it? So money is something that every organization, income, revenue, profit, that's one thing that you need to understand. Okay, can we make more money out of AI using AI, or can we save more money using AI? That's number one. Number two is time. Can we save time using AI, right? Or can we add more time back into our schedules using AI? Number three is convenience. Can AI help us to, do our work better, save more and more time for us, and make our lives more easy? Number four is risk. Can AI help us to mitigate the risk and, avoid the risk if possible, right? Those four things, and adding into what you just said, right? If you can focus, any business can focus on to those four things and use AI effectively in, those four things. I think, that's the key to,
It's
go forward. Yeah.
funny. It's funny. 4 months back, I was thinking about the same topic, the unified dashboard, and I vibe coded it. So I'm looking for an investor, right? And it's a great platform to announce that. It's a dashboard that I created. It is specifically defined for a CMO, for a CTO, for a CFO, for a marketer, for a customer support. If you're a D2C brand, it's a gold mine for you. Plug in your data sheets, your Metapixel, your Google Ads, your Search Console, everything at one place, and it only shows that dashboard which is required for that department. Your customer support, unified, omni-channel, your WhatsApp, your Instagram DMs, your LinkedIn messages, everything at one single dashboard, and has a separate view for each department. Because handling an agency and managing all this for other brand, it made it like tedious job. Sitting down and thinking, went on Google Studio and wipe coded entire thing in 2 days. So just give
Very,
FYI.
you're exciting me to make this statement. You are actually now giving an evidence, right, that how there are no silos, right? You see, marketer is actually a developer, right, and also,
I'm a
and an
computer engineer
investor.
turned marketer,
Yeah,
so
yeah. So, and an investor. So the point that we are trying to make, right? I think now we all are actually driven by strategy more than just doing the deliverable or tactical things, right? We are more getting strategic in our nature.
And concluding the point of data, as Ganesh said and Vaibhav said, to conclude that, rightly said N8N, and there are workflows which we can host, right? And as Vaibhav said, there are SLMs which we can put on, and the cost can't be just directly scratch. We can use the baseline models and fine tune it and leverage it according to the use of enterprises.
I think that's a really great thing. So the reason why I wanted to bring this point up is this is something which whenever I go for a meeting with a CTO, CMO, or a CIO, this is the point that always comes up. I've spent hours and hours convincing them that, see, the data is safe. We are not just using the data directly. There are clean rooms that we are using. We are getting those data through those clean rooms. The data is getting hashed. There are multiple layers of security which is happening. But we get this simple question that my data is not something which I can give up for. See, I'm just saying that you don't go for the larger set of data when you want to just pilot things up. But at least start with a small pilot and see how things work out. AI is something which is very brilliant. It can actually do wonders to you. It can turn tables like anything. But you just need to take that one step ahead and get into that particular thing to try something. Unless until you try that thing, nothing is going to happen. So try with a smaller piece, but do it.
We've talked about strategy. Now, I just wanted to share with you one of my experience as a entrepreneur plus a consultant for 30 years. Strategy and your culture, when they are in unison, then you can eat your competitor for breakfast. But if your strategy and your culture is in variance, then the culture of your organization will eat your strategy for lunch. And this is actually a truth which all of us have known. That's why, we all talk about strategy, but we never have to forget that ultimately the culture of an organization is equally important. And one more research has shown that irrespective of whatever may be the advancement in all technology, be it AI, robotics, there are two skills which are going to be mandatory for all business. One is people skill and one is selling skill. These two are going to be there irrespective of whatever may be the technological advancement. So these are again research based, which we have seen.
I think we can, as you can imagine, we can do this for 2 hours. But we've been very clearly told that we have to end at 11:40. So I'll just do a small conclusion. I think the main thing that we see is there's a lot of different and good opportunities here. I think Don mentioned the most crucial thing right now, while we are finding value, is to cut costs. I think the bigger play also will be the token usage of those LLM systems. One of the things that we are doing at High Growth is we have exclusive partnership with Alibaba for all their LLM systems. So we not only, so if you would know, there's different versions coming out, and there's a China variation and the international variation. So international variation is 2 months behind. One of the things that I feel will be another advantage on cost saving as well as new iterations is to get the China model for your international expansion. That's something that we are one of the first people to work on, and hopefully that should work. So what we are trying to do is two things that I think Don already mentioned: find the value but cut cost. I think there's different paths, as we've tried to show, different ways to opportune and to identify them. But yeah, I think I will leave it to questions if anybody has some. Can someone pass on this? Yeah.
Let's end the question on the FOMO of AI, that everybody's thinking I'm too late. You know. So basically, I'll just break it down for everybody in a simple word. Everybody's thinking that AI, it's a big rocket science or something. No, it's a simple tool that anybody can use, right? Everybody's have a fear that am I too late? Is it? I'll just put it this way, right? It's like that season on Netflix, which people waited every year for the new version to, new season to come and watch. Don't worry. Imagine yourself that already 4 seasons are there. You can go and brush up and just watch all the 4 seasons and get on top of the speed and get going, right? So just to break it down, LLM three stages. AI basically LLM model where all the text and chat and all of that came in. Then the image generation came in, then the video generation came in, right? In the next model, it was agent AI, which could use certain tools. You could connect your data sheets, instinct, people, it could create PPTs and stuff like that. Now we are talking agentic AI. What is agentic AI? AI LLM model, which has a LLM model things. It is an agent which can use tools. Now it can automate. That is agentic. So it's just three things, right? Start using it, and you'll get up to the speed like in no time.
Last, before I know everybody's going to be hating us, but one thing I want to leave you people to think, right? Uh, for how long you would love to actually see something that is made out of AI? I asked that question with to my team. For how long you would love to create a video made of AI, right? They said, yeah. There was a silence. With that, I think we can end the panel, right? The humans Yeah, humans can't be replaced, emotions can't be erased, right? We can use different tools to narrate those emotions and connect with humans at the end of the day. Yeah. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you so much to our panelists. Everyone, can I please hear you put your hands together in a very well deserved round of applause? And now I'll ask all of the crowd, please, everyone sitting at the back, could you please come forward and fill the seats at the front? And our panelists, please don't go yet. We just want to take a photo of you with the crowd. If everyone just sitting at the back could come a little bit forward because we have our awards session next. Everyone back there, talking to you too. Hi, gentlemen. Can we stand up? Come a little bit to the front, please. All right, everyone. Gentlemen in the gray blazer, gentlemen in the blue blazer, gentlemen in the beige blazer. I'm going to come out there and, you know, can we stand up and come a little bit to the front if you don't mind? Thank you so much, everyone. Please make sure you fill all of the seats at the front. That would be really wonderful. All right. Thank you so much to our panelists for really packing the session with forward thinking strategies. A huge thank you to our moderators for really keeping this conversation alive and showing us how bots and brains can actually work hand in hand. And now, onto something equally important, celebrating the change makers driving innovation in tech and marketing today. It's time to shine the spotlight on the leaders who are setting new benchmarks. To present the awards, we have with us Brian J. Bauer, the founder and executive director of Abundance Foundation, Inc. Please put your hands together, welcoming him on stage. But first, we'd love to remove all of those chairs. If we have anyone available to remove the chairs so we can start the awarding session. Our award session will be starting in 5 minutes, everyone. Please make sure, once again, to pack the seats at the front. You know what? I'm actually gonna, can I have a mic? All right, so I'm actually gonna come into the crowd and ask you individually, sir, could you please have a seat right here? Thank you so much. Madam, everyone, please come to the front. There's nothing scary about being in the front. I know I used to have a phobia in school, and now I just sit at the back automatically, but we're at a conference. Alrighty, hi, how are you? Let's go. Yes, 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 please. To the front. Hi, to the front, everyone. Come on. Come on, everybody. Monsieur, please. Thank you so much, everyone. Please make it to the front. All ahead. You could start doing it yourself. Don't have to wait for me, gentlemen. For the awards session, it's really wonderful. You know what? Because we're going to be taking videos and celebrating each other. So you want your videos to look as good as everybody's. Hi, please go ahead to the front. Please. Thank you so much. Please, sir. Hi, ladies. Could you move your seats to here? Who's sitting here? Ah, okay, perfect. Okay, as long as someone is sitting in the seats. Gentlemen, please. Oh, the lady. Ladies, are you going to be taking 4 seats? All right, so 2 seats, and then gentlemen, you could have the seats right there. All right, gentlemen, please, don't be shy. Right over here. Perfect. Yeah, right over here. Ah, is anyone sitting here? Somebody's sitting here. Okay, perfect. Please have a seat right here. Or is someone sit here? Then over there, if you don't mind. Over there is good. Yeah, okay. All right. Perfect. So we did our best. There's some people still missing from the audience. We'll be waiting for them to come back. If anyone can hear me outside the conference hall, the awarding session will be starting very, very shortly. You don't want to miss out. Now, everybody, I really want to create some fun videos for everyone's LinkedIn and social media and whatnot. So whenever anyone is on the stage, they're going to receive their awards. And at some point, we're going to, using their personal phones, make sure you bring your personal phone on stage, but all of our awardees, but make sure you have it off, okay? And then once a person is receiving their awards, at some point after they take their photos on stage, we're going to have video using their own phone facing the crowd. And I want you to be really energetic, right? You need to be energetic celebrating other people so that they're energetic when they celebrate you, right? And we're going to hear you cheer, and we're going to take a video of the crowd along with the person cheering. So that's something we're going to do today for everyone being awarded. And once again, calling everyone outside the conference hall. The awarding ceremony will be starting shortly. All right, ladies and gentlemen, and now we'll be going ahead and starting our award ceremony session. Please welcome on stage our award presenter, Mr. Patrick Liang, the CEO and founder of Certainty Management. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Do you need help? Do you have anything you want to say? Okay, perfect. We'll figure it out. All right, ladies and gentlemen. And the first award for the Fueled Concert Trendsetter to Watch goes to Mr. Amit Sikka. Put your hands together. Massive round of applause. The co-founder and CEO of Pharynx AI, which has more than 25 years of experience across technology, strategy, and business development. His expertise spans alliances, product strategy, CXO, engagement, and consultative sales, enabling him to translate ideas into scalable innovations. Let us hear another very well-deserved round of applause. Mr. Amit, would you like to take a video for your? You have your own phone on you, okay? Up next, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Anja Dutta, the VP at Tech Mahindra with 23 plus years in digital transformation, marketing, and GCC strategies. Let's hear it. Put your hands together for Anja Dutta.
Yeah, well, I will continue now post the session so that there are a lot of questions on that. Thank you very much.
Why they will go to the worst place of Up next, ladies and gentlemen, we have Mr. Ganesh Dev Shavan, the co-founder and marketing director of AGE High Voltage Solutions. Put your hands together in a tremendous round of applause. 3, 2, 1. Up next, please let me hear you cheer for Himal Takar, the Senior Marketing Manager at Kitopi Catering LP. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. Yeah, do you have Up next, we're going to put our hands together in a massive round of applause for Hina Salim, in the country leader for Red Hat Qatar, responsible for spearheading the company's business strategy and market growth in the country with over 15 years of leadership. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause. All right, I'm taking that one home. Up next, we're actually going to honor an entity. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for the representatives of Hype Society. Let me cheer for Hype Society, everybody. Born in 2022 after 3 years of relentless development led by its two founders, Alex Van Den and Daniel Kalat. Can I Daniel Klatsidis, that is a gorgeous name. Everyone, put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Hype Society. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Neeraj Kushwaha, the founder and CEO of Third Eye. A huge heartfelt congratulations for Mr. Neeraj Kushwaha for receiving the FUELD Conference Trendsetter Award to Watch. With over 15 years of experience scaling and leading the world's most innovative tech companies, he has been truly an innovator and a leader in the field. And now, ladies and gentlemen, all right, we're gonna reamp the energy again. So I want to hear you cheer very, very loudly. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next Fueled Conference Trendsetter to Watch Award, please put your hands together for Saloni Jahwar. Saloni Jahawar is the CMO of Mouse and Cheese Design Studio, a humanity-centered design and strategy studio built on the philosophy of deconstruct and reward and evolve. Her work spans strategy, communication, and experience designs for startups and global brands alike, turning insights into measurable impacts. Once again, put your hands together in a very well-deserved round of applause. And now, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Sandeep Sista is a partner at Cider by Sight. He's a seasoned business and digital transformation professional with 17 plus years of global expertise. Let me cheer for Sandeep Sista. A huge heart. And now, ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Said Hussein, the Associate Director of Cybersecurity at Upsource by Solutions. A huge height front, congratulations. He's not here, I'm taking two. You want one, I'll take the other one? Yes, we can do that again since the two awardees are not here and we're taking their awards home. Anyone who had the picture with the box closed, if you wanna take a picture with the plaque open, you can come back on stage with the professional photographers here. We're all good? All right, everyone, and now we are going to lunch and network. Congratulations once again to all our honorees. Now it's time to take a little break, enjoy a great lunch, spread what's waiting for you. This is the perfect moment to relax a bit and keep the conversation going and connect with people who might inspire your next big idea. You never know. This is where something really, really great could start right here at Conference 2.0. We could really start something new. And now can I have all of the awardees on stage first for a group photo? That would be really great. Everyone, please. Everyone with a plaque, come on stage.
hello, hello. Yeah. Hello. Uh, Thank you so much, and thank you for the introduction. Uh, to address your question that, in my organization, we are into petrochemical sector. We have two large organization, and then we have
Hello. 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 Hello.
Yeah, this is a real challenge because from senior level to the junior level to align with one purpose to build the organization. So the issue is that again I'll say the same thing that which currently I know I'm on most often on this thing is that energy, like how the senior person who is leading a project or leading a department, why he is doing the purpose of it should convey properly. Look into this. The medium level focus on the execution. If they feel any issues with that, they can go and approach the senior team members. And the most importantly, the junior member. The junior member should understand that what is my takeaway? What one thing that I'm learning from this task, or what one thing that, or what one kind of confusion that I have by doing this task. This is most important that every player in the team should contribute in such a way, and not only contribute, should clarify in such a way that after all that everyone gets something from that project. So having said that, it's how we are enhancing the cognitive skill of each and every layer of the organization. So that is most important. We over a period of time, the good thing is that, and we mostly focus on deep science technology, and we love to play around with the complex organizations. So for us to focus on the cognitive skill is most important. That today AI is here, you can do a lot of repetitive work, but whether an employee uh, are learning properly, how we are protecting their cognitive skill so that they can promote into the next level.
Hello, hello.
I just would like to add to Asad, to retain a good talent
Hey, hey, one, two. Check mic. Hey, one, two. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Okay, I have any mic on? Hey, one, two. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, one, two. Check mic. Hey, one, two. 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 Check mic. Hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Check, 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 check. Hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Check mic. Hey, one, two. Check, check, check. Hey, one, two, two. Hey, hey, one, two. Hey, one, two, two. Hey, hey, one, two. Check mic. Hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Two. Hey, one, two. Check mic. Hey, one, two. Hey, hey, one, two. Check. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Hey, hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Check, check. Hey, one, two. Say, hey, one, two. Hey, one, two. Laptop bag. Already keep it. Bring laptop from Hey, you want it? Hey, you want? No, 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 small bag. I think this one. I think they open. I think this one. This one, right? Can you open? Yours laptop is locked. You know the password, right? You put it. I put it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, how much have to pay? Hey, hey, you want it? Yeah. Check mic. Hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Check, check. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, ladies and gentlemen, hey, you want it? Ladies and gentlemen, hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, 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 you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, hey, you want it? Ladies and gentlemen, hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Okay, okay. Hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, 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 hey. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, 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 you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Hey, hey, ladies and gentlemen, hey, you want it? Hey, you want it? Check, check. Hey, you want it? Hey, hey.
Hey, 1 2. Hey, 1 2. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, 1 2. Check, 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 check. Hey. Hey, 1 2. Hey, 1 2. Check, check. Hey, 1 2. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, 1 2. Check, check mic. Hey, 1 2. Say. Hey,
Hello.
1 2.
Hello.
Hey, 1 2.
One more mic gone. Yes, take it. Kiwi. One more. One more side problem. This mic use can too much. We already changed one more. This one would sell. We need Duracell. No. This
Good afternoon, everyone. How are y'all doing? How was lunch? Wow, everyone's like in the rest and digest mode right now. I can hear nobody. All right, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed a little lunch session. I hope you had the chance to network and meet some truly exceptional people, because what a place to meet exceptional individuals. I hope you shared some ideas, and I hope some fruitful prospects come out of the little time that you shared together today. And now, welcome back. I hope you're feeling good. We're going to kick off our next section of the day by going into a topic that's really, really interesting and that many leaders are only beginning to grapple with. And the topic is what happens when AI stops being a tool and starts becoming a partner. That's really, really interesting. It's going to be an interesting look at AI, not just as something that you utilize, but a collaborator that analyzes, decides, and even creates alongside us. So, such a new frontier of enterprise. And I'm really, really excited to introduce our speaker for this topic. Please put your hands together in a massive round of applause for Mr. Rohan. He is the founder and global CTO of IT Card Private Limited. Everyone, please welcome him on stage with another very well-deserved round of applause.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Please let me know if I'm audible. Slight low, slight low. Hello, hello. I think it's better. I'm not a speaker, by the way. I'm a person who sits in quiet room and builds things, connects the dots. Today is my first time. I'm here to talk to you all. So it's an honor to be here with at FUELD conference with respect to the founders, technocrats, visionaries, people who are not just dreaming about building AI-powered solutions, but actually doing it. So this future is very simple if you understand what we are planning, what it really means to have an AI-powered enterprises. So I know we have had a lot of discussions last 2-3 years. We were concentrating more on bringing AI into technology stacks, business processes, as well as on your dynamics of your hardware infrastructure network. But what does it really mean to have an AI enterprise? So let's delve. I'm here not to give a speech, but to share the stories, which I have fortunate enough to learn, observe, understand, and then help our customers with it. I meet Aisha. This is head of operations. Last year, her job was very simple at an enterprise. Don't let anything break. This year, as you all might have experienced the same, every enterprise wants to be an AI native enterprise or AI first enterprise or an AI powered enterprise. But then the board didn't tell her how, what it takes to make your enterprise an AI native enterprise. Do you know what an AI native enterprise nowadays look like for anybody? Probably like this. Are we wrong? I think this is what we talk about AI native enterprise, right? This is what we understand about AI. GPTs, TPUs. We're not talking about only one pure concept, if it is dynamic systems or autonomous systems, or even deep learning. How many LLM models we have in the market as today? Anybody? Total, graph number. Yeah, even more than that. Open source, closed source, right? So then, as we are spearheading very fast, if you see the growth we had in AI-powered tools, technologies, processes, algorithms, even the small language model. Now there is something you see TPUs. That is a new in AI, and this is very immense possibilities. We're talking about quantum computing. We're talking about edge computing infrastructure. But then is this enough? to make your enterprise an AI native enterprise or an AI powered. So there are lots of technology, right? But then if you see the statistics, what is happening in enterprises where companies have invested not millions, but billions of dollars in implementing AI in last 3 to 4 years. I'm not asking for a decade, just the cost spent in last 2 to 3 years. Will that amount to? Any guesses? And what does AI future look to you? What kind of revenue or potential business we are looking at? Let's have a look at this. We are not talking about billions. We are talking, as per the industry experts, we can generate 15 to 20 trillion dollars to the global economy by 2030. Not billions. We used to speak about billions, forecasts were on billions. But after AI, the forecast started to getting on trillions. Every year, generative AI alone, that's the number. So why does still it feels like chaos? Why we are not able to generate that? Why we are failing, take the big tech companies, big fours, anybody for that matter, the realization of the actual realization versus the potential outcome is very less. So there are reasons why probably we're not prepared. We are taking different approaches. Probably the enterprises, the processes, the tools we already have are in hand were not designed for AI. Probably. This is the adoption reality, by the way. 74% of the companies struggle to scale to real AI value. Implementing a POC is fine, but when you try to scale it in an enterprise level, only one in AI, 1 in 4 projects meet expected ROI. We have seen in customers. Then 20% reach enterprise-wide scale. So if you say 74% companies struggling, that means you take the global number, it's pretty huge. Actually, believe me, we don't have an AI technology problem. We have enough technology, enough tools, enough processes in place. And we're building crazy. But then what is the core foundational problem which is not helping us to capitalize the potential benefit and outcome we could actually generate from AI alone? I think we have an AI operating problem. We build processes tools for the legacy for last couple of decades, not anticipating what we want. We build processes ourselves. AI didn't build our Six Sigmas and 5S or any other best practices. We build it. We build the algorithms. We build the AI. And what do we expect from AI? Work like human. What actually we are obsessing right now in the industry, we are focusing more on, GPUs, models, vendors, benchmark. Every enterprise, you pick any enterprise from any region in the globe, you will see what we are focusing. We are trying to say, okay, which AI is good for research? Which LLM model is cost effective? Can I switch to agentic framework or agents? So those are the kind of things we are actually obsessing over. But why AI is failing? Have you thought like what we are causing the failure of it? It's because when we plan AI implementation, we fail to understand the basic implementation and basic instinct of running an AI operation in an enterprise. Still, we are running it. So people and skills, processes and workflows are outdated. They are not designed in a way that human and AI can coexist together and implement it. Governance. You might have heard what kind of laws we are talking about in GCC, in India, USA, Europe. We're still drafting a lot of things. We are very new at this. For the governance, by the way, we keep hearing about news and instances of lack of trust or bypass of security, right? But then these are the key reasons what is impacting the failures and the success of an AI implementation in an enterprise. Integration and change management. There are a lot of factors in integration and change management because Take a traditional company or any enterprise, any consulting company or any manufacturing industry, where you have people with experience of 20, 30, 40 years. And suddenly you tell them that this is how is the new. So then where do they find themselves in the new of your enterprise? That is something we have to understand, because there is a fear that we have a problem with AI. If I am an employee of an organization, I might think, okay, AI is here to replace me. That's the big scary fear around the world, that AI is going to replace people. But then is it the right approach? Is it true? Is enterprises truly will be successful if we replace AI bots, I mean humans, with AI bots and machines? Is that the future we are trying to give to our next generation? Something to ponder upon. Let's talk about, what is the past, current, and how can we move forward. We talk about AI projects, AI powered projects, the initiatives. Every year we keep hearing about a lot of different industry sectors. So, but what we are trying to do and versus what actually can make sense, what we as a company, as an organization have experienced working with consulting firms, technology firms, manufacturing, sports, and others across the world. So these are real stories which I will be sharing with you. A nervous system that connects your data, decisions, workflows. That's what probably makes sense. A layer which doesn't replace your CRM or ERP or HR, finance or governance, but sits on top of it. A layer where it allows humans and AI to co-decide. So you have to think co-pilot and autopilot as a mode rather than as a challenge. So how do we allow humans and AI work together in a given scenario? Are your workflows, are your processes, are your technology, are your systems built for that? We have to probably think about it. And when we are implementing AI in an organization, what is the outcome? Where is the learning that goes into the systems? See, you have people working in your organization who have the most experience. They have been working in your organization for a couple of decades. So the massive amount of experience data is lying in their head. And then you brought AI, which is trained on data models. So how do you bring the parity between data and experience? So that is something, how can we make it possible that AI can learn from the best in your organization, not from your service vendor who is providing you the data model? Compare a financial data modeling of a consulting company versus financial data modeling of a manufacturing company or an oil and gas. There are fundamental differences, we know when we work in those industries. Let's move on to the next level. Why, we have come up with something new. What is the idea behind AIX Hub? This is the first time I'm speaking about this product after 4 or 5 years. It's a native AI enterprise operating system for enterprises. It's not a tool. It's not a model. It's not a dashboard. It's an operating system for intelligence. How an AI enterprises think based on what our experiences with our customers, partners. We have to observe. First, it has to understand patterns, operations, risks, exceptions. It has to connect the dot. It has to wait, explain if something matters or not. Then humans and AI can co-decide as per with guardrails. With that, you will be able to learn. So what we're talking here about, the 4 fundamental core principles we can make AI implementation successful. If you allow AI systems to be integrated in your enterprise architecture data, and it can observe what you have been doing for last couple of decades, the processes, the policies, the experience that the people carry in their operational excellence. They do things without even knowing. When you're doing one job for 10 years at a stretch repeatedly, you become the best of it. There is a proverb in a movie, they don't show me your 20,000 moves. I'm worried about a one move that you have practiced 20,000 times. Think about it. That is the real experience of enterprises like. how can I bring that experiences into this new AI world? It's allowing the AI to observe, to reason, to learn. Let's move on to next. Like what we have seen patterns. Every industry we have worked in last 2 years, and we are continuing to work with them. These are the four patterns, industries we want to talk about. That trivial knowledge, the knowledge which your employees have, it's scattered around. It's scattered on processes, it's scattered around files, spreadsheets, Excel sheets, or any kind of digital data, even manual data. I mean, non-digitized. Still we have that across government organizations. Still we have that in many process-oriented organizations. Then we have seen patterns about how we are going to connect the dots, the fragmentation of data, the disparity of having multiple systems. Take an example of any organization which is 30, 40 years old, even not even a conglomerate, same one business for 30, 40 years. Do you know how many systems on an average they use for all their operational needs? Minimum 8 to 10, minimum. In HR industry itself, what I've connected, it's on an average, it's 8 to 10 different systems to just manage the HR part of your company. So why, this matters? Even if you see sports and revenue. So this is basically the real examples, the pattern which we observe. In water utilities, what we have seen, 30% of United States water experts, people who will retire in next 5 years are the 30% of the total workforce. So when you have that kind of experts who have worked for 40, 50 years and they're leaving the organization, kind of knowledge, how do you transform that knowledge into intelligence and pass on to the next generation of workers? What is the process to do that? What are the steps organization can take to do that? Across finance and underwriting, you know the finance industry, be it insurance, be it BFSI, or any other finance insurances, or any other sector. What are the complex decisions you have to take when you're working with multiple systems, multiple processes, actuarial science, based on insurance data, based on reasoning and government decisions, because you have to align with a lot of updates and changes in the policy level resolution which is happening across the world as of today. Sports revenue, what we have seen is that fragmented data. That's what we have seen across industry. In sports, what do? They have to get data for their potential revenue generation. They have to understand how they will be able to connect the dots. So what problems we have seen is that they didn't have a unified system. The fan base data, the ticketing data, the merchandise data, the government, the e-commerce data was lying in different systems, and they were using different softwares by different vendors, but they were not able to bring them under a unified solution. So that is the key, the pattern what we have changed. So what AIXHub did, AIXHub changed that. It changed orchestration, replaced chaos. So this is the example which I was talking about, David, the water operator. So if he walks out, what happens to that knowledge? Can we have AIXIVOS capture his invisible patterns, turn wisdom into actionable intelligence? What he did across the years, how he did. So normally you have a KT knowledge transfer process in every organization, be it any sector. You have a way, you have your rule book for knowledge transfer, KT, project transfer. So how does that help? But then are you really getting the intelligence of a 30 years experience in just a week or something? Is it possible, by the way? So AIXIVOS can change that for you. Same thing we have observed for HR and workforce management. What happened here is that, as I was explaining, HR systems, you have to manage 8 to 10 different systems, multiple tabs, zero unity. So what happened is that when you have that link between different systems, how you will facilitate the changes in the law, the compliances in different states are evolving, they're changing. So how do you help to mitigate that growth? Using system. So what it did, when AIXHub EOS, you connect with all the systems, you were able to actually unified risk signals for employee. audit trail, recommendation into one screen. So what it did for Sarah is that she was able to understand the nuances, the pulse point of her organizational HR implementation policies, procedures, as well as what is the way move forward for it. Same thing goes, I'm just sharing the actual use cases which we are working with our customers. Quinn, the steel planner, he's a genius, by the way. He has all the plans, all the spreadsheets, all the Excel sheets. He works, everything is on his mind. He uses screens. He works with different, legacy systems, modern systems, and, he take notes. So that's what he has been doing. So when you have this kind of expert running an organization, how can you help them deliver more within less stressed environment and helping them to, point out. So for the steel industry, what I've seen, what is the path forward? What is the objective, uh, forward for what I call, let me repeat. How do you predict it? Because he has data. If you connect that with an EOS system, you'll be able to predict the changes. You'll be able to mitigate the risk. So what we have done, we are not actually replacing Quinn in manufacturing company. Still there, but then we are augmenting him. We're helping him to perform better. Harvard FC, the sports, fragmented data I was explaining, decisions are in the dark. They don't know where the revenue is lying. They project, they predict 10 to 12% growth year on year. But it's a projection mapped in an Excel sheet. They didn't know how they will generate it because they don't know where is the potential revenue lying in the systems. Is it in the fan base data? It is in the e-commerce pool? Is it in the enterprise level data or in the CRM? And they use different tools for that. They use different legacy systems provided by tier one companies in the world. So what we've identified is that if you can bring those together in a clear, actionable intelligence, it would probably help them to identify where their revenue is lying. Let's talk about Michael, the underwriter. If anybody knows underwriting, anybody from insurance industry or finance, where you have processed this, you would know the pain, the kind of paperwork you need to go through for an underwriting. Not hundreds, sometimes it's thousands of pages. And it's very painstaking. So how do you explain decisions? Actuarial science, what is actuarial life sciences? How does insurance companies work? How do you evaluate policies? Life insurance policies, healthcare policies, medical. How do you process claims? What it does with AX have provided scenarios, risk views, and assessments based on competitive analysis of the historical data. Using the historical data, we were able to bring that one unified platform, and we are able to project that. So that's what is helping, the underwriter. So how do you begin? Every other enterprises wants to begin their AI native journey. So how do you begin that? Is it that you want to run 10 pilots, 15, 20 pilot programs to understand how it impacts? Can we have a very risk-free, straightforward path where you discover just one high-value workflow? What is the most important operational need in your organization? If you can map that out, map the tools, data, and the humans rules end to end, which will be involved in the process. So pick a process, pick the people, pick the data, pick the tools. Then you design how AX Hub will observe. Because AX Hub has to observe, it has to understand, observe, reason, and then execute. And then it has a self-learning loop. So recommend and escalate. Then we deploy that in a pilot mode with clear governance. It's just a 100-day program. So that's how we have been doing. And then it has to prove that real outcomes. Because if we're implementing AI, even we're running 10 pilots or one pilot, we have to understand what is the potential revenue benefit for that. So this is where we have to be very cautious, so that we have to clearly design the path before even implementing. If we do that, we probably would have a very risk-free environment and then have a plan which can actually bring results rather than investing billions into trying to automate and take your entire organizations into the AI native world at one stretch. It's good if it works. But what happens if it doesn't work? And the statistics says that we are not great in that. 72% have been failing. So this is a roadmap, what it looks like. So this is, I think, the topic. This is the world we are looking at. Co-workers to cobots. Even there is a panel discussion, I believe, tomorrow with respect to these topics. So what does it feel like when you have, cobots? When you think of cobots, do you think robots work, stepping in the room and then working like co-workers? Is that what we are looking for cobots? We want robots walk into the office, work with us. Frankly speaking, the current situation of the world is AI is not able to find even the printer in your office to connect and print something. So this is something, what we would expect from cobot. Show up every day. Work with me every day. That's what I would want. As a colleague who is governed, who is audited, who is compliant, SLA bound. That is the fundamental difference of and the reasons for the failures and the escalations we are seeing in the world with respect to AI implementation. It's not governed by the company's policy procedures, the SOPs, the industry compliances, as well as the governance compliance framework of the region. That's where we have seen potential misuse of data, misuse of access, and with respect to AI implementation. So how do you make that happen? You cannot rely on a service provider's governance policies to make sure that your company's data will be protected because of that. So this is what, make and last. The job of AI is not, should not be to replace your people. It should be to augment your people, to help them deliver more and help them focus what actually makes sense for your organization. So what what great AI native leaders are asking today, or what you should ask today in your organization when you think about taking an AI native decisions, if you're a founder, a CEO, or a policymaker, or a business head. Where is the intelligence trapped in your organizations? You have to ask what is the process that your people are making still manually, and can AI automate that? If you figure that out, then if you adopt an AI native gears, where we do start? First, you have to understand where is the intelligence lying, where is the manual processes. So pick the one which has most manual steps in the process. Once you have that, you can figure out a plan, a pilot program. A 100-day program that's what we call it. So when you have a 100-day program, you can understand, you can derive the financial, ROI of it. And then just buy AI. Because what we're eventually doing as of today, everywhere, we're just buying AI, connecting, integrating, and when we're expecting it to function as we want it. But then we have to go back to the design phase of it. Take 2 steps back to make sure that your next 100 steps are on the right direction and you are actually bringing real benefit and outcome to your organization. Actually, AI, do we expect AI to build the future for us, by the way? Anybody can, raise a hand and then I will allow you to share your feedback. What are we actually expecting from AI? And do you think AI will really build it for us? Yeah.
Hey. I'll start. Okay, my name is Geeta Bhosle, and I work as a VP in a fintech startup. The slide where you showed the 5 steps, I think we tried doing the AI project for one of our use cases, and we failed at the 2nd step and the 4th step. So we failed miserably in the digitization of documents, which are like scanned or handwritten or other forms of documents. And the 4th step, where you say someone will validate the answer, no one stepped up to do that. So how do you solve that?
Okay. So basically, thank you. So basically, so can I go back to the slide or the four steps, right? 5th step. So basically on the 2nd step, digitization, you have to infuse your AI-enabled services and tools in the digitization step itself. where you define the data models. You have your data lying scattered around in different data models in the raw systems or source systems. Before you bring them in the AI fancy world, map your data models. Don't bring everything in. Map your data models. Keep your focus on the data rather than the AI. You can implement any kind of AI solutions. Once your data modeling is there, then you start infusing your digitized data into that according to the model. So when we're actually designing the 5 phase, we should not design it at step 1, step 2, and then we have to understand the narrative of all the 5 steps and then implement it through a cohesive framework. The framework is missing. The enterprise operating system, not for a software or for a hardware, it's for the enterprises that's missing. That's what we found connect, that we are implementing AI just as an ad hoc tools. So that's what I think will help. And in the 5th step, you have to prove the outcome, not based on what you expect from AI to implement. You have to have the outcome driven and evaluated by your humans, your employees. Because with AIXA framework, you are actually implementing AI to work with the employees, not replacing them, not against them. So when you have tribal knowledge and experience of your employees and the superpower of AI, which doesn't sleep, it doesn't need to eat, rest, right? Can work 24 by 7 and provide that narrative to your employee in the next morning in the dashboard. So then your employee can actually take the decision behalf. So augment them, not replace them. I'll just move. I think I'm almost done. So it can build the future with us, but we have to learn how to work with this. AI is not failing enterprises. We as enterprises are failing AI. It has the power, it has the potential, but we should know how to use it. Imagine I'm giving a kid a Ferrari to drive in Dubai highway. So that's what we should be avoiding. So this is the intelligence layer, which is empowering these industries. These are real use cases, which I was giving you a narration about how we are building it. So this is one core but infinite solutions. And these are the solutions which I have shared, few of them with respect to 5 examples. So I want, to end this with something, for you to ask yourselves that what is our next step? What each industry is looking to gain for AI enterprise. I mean, if you can, so this journey, what we have taken, will help us navigate and answer any questions. I'm there here for almost the next 3 days. I mean, next 2 days. So I would love to meet young minds, entrepreneurs, founders, CXO executives who relate to this problem statement and would want to discuss a potential synergy between us. Thank you so much, everyone. It was glad to
Thank you so much, Mr. Rohim, for that visionary keynote. Ladies and gentlemen, can I please hear you put your hands together in a very well deserved round of applause for Mr. Rohim? And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very exciting panel coming up next. I would just like to request one more time if everyone sitting at the back can come a little bit closer to the stage so we can interact better, so we can have the audience engage in questions to the panelists. That would be truly wonderful. Or are you happy where you're sitting? No one wants to. No one wants to. No one wants to get up. It's a throne. It's not a chair. That's what you rightfully deserve. Okay. Amazing. All right, so we're staying put. No one is coming closer. You're the best. You're the best. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, everybody. Just so we can engage with each other, with the panelists. You get to introduce yourselves. It can get to be a conversation between the panelists and the audience. Thank you so, so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have an incredibly exciting panel discussion coming up all about Asia's rise as a hub for startup accelerators and incubators. Please join me in welcoming our moderators and panelists on stage, starting with our moderator for this panel, Ms. Janie Yee, the Regional Business Development Manager of Acclaim. Put your hands together for our moderator in a massive round of applause. Joining her, we have Mr. Rashad Kabara, the founder and CEO of Cognexity AI. Joining them, we have Ms. Geeta Bhosle, the Vice President of TrueBoard Partners. And last but certainly not least, Mr. Mohammed Abu Jafal, the Managing Director of Levatech. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause for our panelists. Enjoy this session, ladies and gentlemen.
Afternoon, everyone.
Testing.
Afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for joining us this afternoon. I think it's always tricky to take the post-lunch panel, but we hope that there's some interesting insights for all of you that will keep you through this post-lunch dip. So I'm the moderator for the panel. I'm Janie. I'm a market entry advisor based in Singapore. I help startups navigate the diverse regulatory and market landscape, and I will be guiding through this panel today. And so we will be diving to some of the most exciting shifts in global entrepreneurship, Asia's rapid rise as a powerhouse for accelerators, innovators, and incubators. It's a region that is defined by massive market access, regulatory diversity, and some of the world's fastest growing digital economies. And in the middle of all this momentum is accelerators and incubators, and they play a critical role, providing mentorship, investor networks, and market readiness they need to navigate this complexity and scale across borders. And our conversations today will unpack what makes Asia such a magnet for early stage ventures, from unique accelerators, early stage accelerator models, as well as founder capabilities to funding shifts, cross-border challenges and trends shaping the next decade of innovation. And our panel here, I'm excited to introduce to you. We'll be exploring these themes. They come from UAE, India, Jordan, and they are deeply embedded in these ecosystems. I'd like to hand this over to the panel to introduce themselves. Rashad?
Hi, excited indeed about the topic today. So Rashad Kabara, I am the founder and CEO of Cognexity AI. Cognexity is a company based in Dubai. And what we do, basically, we build self-development apps So we bring self-development and self-improvement apps to the world. We take information overwhelm and we make it accessible to everyone who wants to become better at doing self-development. My journey comes from a long 2 decades in tech. So I started my journey in the UK. I built robotics systems, software systems, quite complicated systems. And what I think I bring to the panel today, I'm hoping to bring some insights about how the ecosystem of startups is different between Western Europe and Asia. As I started my company earlier this year, I think this is very close to home for me. So I'm hoping to build some insights in the area.
Hey everyone, good evening. My name is Geeta Bhosle, and I'm a vice president in a fintech startup called Toward Partners. I have an experience of about two, uh, 2 decades, and as I am a part of a startup which is in India, so I would be talking about the prop tech and the fintech part and how the accelerators and incubators are helping us to grow that.
Hi everyone, my name is Mohammed Abu Jaffar. I'm managing director and founder of Livatech. Livatech is specialized in the media monitoring tools. I'm from Jordan. I'm based there, and as Rashad, I'm also been working in the industry for 20 years, building applications and enterprise websites. And today I'm hoping to give you an insight from an early stage founder on how accelerators is expanding in the region.
Well, now that all of you have a bit of a background of the panelists, I'd like to start with our first question for Geeta. Any factors that have contributed to Asia emerging as a fast-growing hub for startup accelerators and incubators the last decade?
Yeah, so I think I'll talk more about the PropTech and the FinTech and how it is affected, mainly in India. Like we have regulatories like RERA, which is there in Dubai as well. And they have formed rules and compliances where they say that you have to do digitization of everything, all the documents, land documents, due diligence, everything. So that has been the major factor for, the growth of PropTechs and FinTechs for in India. Second is nowadays the customers are expect a lot. They want all digital payments or they want visual to virtual tours and such facilities. So there is a customer expectation also, which has, increased the, mm, what do you say, the need for such prop techs and fintechs in India. The next is, I think these two, and then yes, we have to have a better construction management softwares. ESG is booming in India, and other such factors which lead to the growth of such startups, the need of such startups, and that's the reason why the accelerators and incubators are there.
I think separately, just adding on a little bit to that, the couple of factors also that I've noticed within the Singapore context and Southeast Asia, it's the combination of large, rapidly adopting markets, supportive regulatory frameworks, particularly for Singapore and Hong Kong, and an increasingly sophisticated investor ecosystem is also starting up within Asia. For Singapore in particular, you have the Singapore government, they're providing a lot of mentorship and injecting funds into the ecosystem. And when you looking into entering a market like Singapore, you can access and expect entities such as Startup Singapore and grants from Enterprise Singapore that you can explore. And so to the next question, what sectors are seeing the strongest accelerator-driven growth in Asia right now?
So I can speak for the region because I'm based here. So let's talk about Western Asia, so to speak. I think from when I started earlier this year, it's quite prominent that fintech still has quite a strong track in growing. There's a lot of support from the government. The regulation is definitely in favor of fintech. And I don't think this has fizzled out or died out or is going to die out anytime soon. So fintech is definitely on the rise. Digital payments are becoming more and more prominent and easier. more easily accessible to startups. So that's helping as well. Like I said, government regulation is definitely helping in that regard. On the other hand, prop tech seems to be making quite a strong, well, it's not entrance really, but kind of like getting on board with where things are going. We're seeing a lot of prop tech startups trying to make the journey easier for people trying to either like buy a house or rent a house or whatever. I think this region, and it might be true for Asia as well, can do with a lot of revamping of the user journey when it comes to dealing with property. So a lot of people are getting on board with that. A lot of startups are looking at that as well. I would say health tech and self-development. I have to say this because I'll deal with self-development. But truly, I think everybody's turning internally now, especially that we've got AI doing everything for us, powering everything up. People are starting to realize that it's becoming more important than ever to work on oneself. So I think self-development and health tech are making they're giving the other sectors quite a good competition. And again, this is a region where all of these topics are, it's a region which is ripe for all of these topics to grow, is what I'm trying to say. And there's definitely a lot of backing in these different things. I think these are the main three areas I can think about.
For Geeta, do you have anything that you like to share?
Yeah, so very recently, my company uh, published an article with one of the accelerators in India. It's called HDFC Bank. And they said that in that article, they said that around the market cap for prop techs and construction techs is around $4.6 billion, which is like a booping amount, right? And so why not? There has to be startups which will take the uh, difficult points. Like, for example, nowadays, when it comes to 3D printed construction structures, right, which are being used by the Indian government um, army, they are being used. And so there are companies who are doing that. Then there is this construction management, very cool construction management softwares which are there, where they say that you just have to wear a hat which is mounted with a camera. And there is a BIM, which is the structure of the building. And just by the visual which is captured by the hat, you can figure out whether you're going according to the plan or is there a deviation. That's like a cool way of construction management, right? The other parts is ESG, yes. In India, we say that around 40% of commercial properties are going to be converted to ESG-driven properties. So that's like a big ask. And yes, the government is also doing a lot. They are supporting, as on today, there are 100 smart cities in India. Then there are initiatives which have been done by the Prime Minister of India, Mr. Modi, and which supports all this narrative. And that's the reason, and those are the sectors where the incubators and accelerators are much needed. Someone who can mentor them and show the path how to go forward.
Next question then. What are some of the biggest challenges Asian accelerators face in terms of talent, regulatory complexity, market fragmentation, or any cross-border scaling? Mohammed?
I would say market fragmentation, because Asia is not a single market. Every country has a different regulation. Their customers behave differently, and they work in a different ways. So accelerators that works or have programs, for example, in Singapore or India, might definitely turns to a different playbook when it comes to Jordan or the Gulf in that region. The second challenge, I would say, the talent retention. And it's a big challenge, especially in emerging markets like Jordan, which comes at advantage where we have like a cost advantage, but at the same time it's a challenge because we could lose these talents that would help us scale fast to global competitions where they have more competing offers for these talents. That's the main two challenges I would think of.
Rashad, do you have anything to add? Right, we'll move on then. How are corporate accelerators influencing the startup ecosystem in Asia? Are they complementing or competing with traditional models?
Okay, I'm going to talk about few of the accelerators and the incubators in India, right? There is this accelerator called SDFC Parivartan, which is like infusing like $24 million in the market. And they are aiming to uh, raise or motivate or show the path for almost 300 startups by 2030. That's like a big path to go about. Yeah. There is I think the Asia's first real estate accelerator program was done by a corporate called Brigade. That is the one company which is a corporate company in India, and they are raising around. So have you heard about a company called Square Yards? Right, this is one of the companies for construction management across the world, and the Brigade company is the one who, you know, was the incubator for this company, and so there are so many examples which where I think in India the reason for incubators and accelerators is there, right? I think in a long, like for me, my company, True Partners, we were not funded by an incubator, but we are a long-term strategic partner for one of the accelerators. So that is also another path which these accelerators and incubators are looking at, because they invest in the balance sheet of the company and they don't have to worry about the exit timelines. So that also is a good way to go about. I guess when it comes to Asia, particularly in India, um, it's a hub for startups, not because or despite its challenges, but because the challenges are huge and unavoidable. The government is saying you have to do an X thing, and people don't have the solutions for that. That's where the startups come into picture. So that's how it is.
I think I have a bit to add on here as well. For the Singapore landscape, you do see these actually complementing traditional accelerator models. In Singapore, you have corporates such as DBS, Singtel, CapitaLand. Some of these are state invested private sector companies as well. They run innovation labs and corporate accelerator programs that actually gives startups something that VCs and traditional accelerators can't. Some of these include direct access to real customers themselves, their own customers, industry data, and commercial pathways. Really helps plug startups into the large enterprise ecosystems and validate their solutions a lot faster. This really helps with faster GTM for these startups. Just on the next question then, how is Asia positioning itself as a global launchpad for startups, especially for founders from Europe, Africa, and US that are looking to move into this region?
So this is an interesting question. I think one of the main things which the region provides, which you'll see different to the startup ecosystem in Western Europe, is it just feels much easier when you're here to get to a certain idea or to say I'm going to start something up. So when I was back in Europe, London is a thriving ecosystem of startups, that's for sure. But you feel that the entry level into that is always like there's a barrier. You always have to make a few steps to get into there. When you come to Asia, it just feels like it's a natural extension to how people already think and behave on a daily basis. So that makes it a very good place for startups to thrive, which kind of brings all the knowledge and the information into one central place, which kind of paves the way for other startups then to pick up and run for the next generation of ideas or startups or the new things that are going to happen. So the main difference that I've seen between the startup ecosystem in Western Europe and here is just the ability to find it easy and be encouraged to start something up and find someone who's done it before and just kind of pick up on where they left off and continue and try to improve on it.
Yeah, I think, and plus we are much cheaper.
Fantastic. All right, then what makes Asia unique for early stage founders in terms of market size, speed of adoption, cost advantages, or are there any cultural factors that people can consider?
Yeah, I think that will add to what Rashad said, that Asia gives the founders what they look for, what they value most, which is speed. And that's different from the Western markets. Here in Asia, I feel it's more faster to just try ideas, iterate over existing ideas. And we mentioned before the cost is also, there's a cost advantage. Also, sometimes it may be a challenge, but here in the market, especially in Jordan, it's more cost effective and more affordable to just try, as I said, a new idea or operate or even go to market faster. I don't have to have like thousands or millions to just start selling to the local market.
Would you mind sharing a little bit as to the ecosystem in Jordan in terms of private sector injections
Yeah,
or
definitely. I
government
mean, there's a really good push from the government to accelerator programs. We have a ministry specialized for this, the Digital Transformation Ministry, that help youth, especially to start their own business. And there's also a lot of partnership with global organizations like USAID and Europe organizations as well that I think grow European Growth Bank or something like that that can fund these ideas, especially in fintech and in healthcare. That will gives a lot of push as well to the people of Jordan. Also, we have really success stories that a lot of our startups got exit with they get acquired from global companies like Yahoo, for example, bought Maktub, which was the first Arabic society websites back in the 90s. And also we have one of the biggest game development company in the region, Stomaton. So we have a lot of success stories based on that, which gives hope for new founders and new generation as well.
Amazing. So, all right, off to the next question. What trends will define the next 5 years of accelerator incubator growth in Asia for AI first programs, cross-border cohorts, government-backed innovation zones, or anything similar to those? Rasha?
Thank you. So I think one of the trends that we will definitely see is more collaboration between startups and big companies. So big companies have finally identified that they're dealing with something which is a little bit bigger than everyone, called AI. And what's better than startups to actually keep up with the speed of the AI development? And I think this is being at the heart of a lot of the initiatives that we're seeing now. Companies, big companies especially, they are realizing that to compete, they need to offload a lot of what they do internally, normally, to startups, even with all the risk that comes with it. So they benefit from the speed of iteration. Like Mohammed was saying, when you're dealing in a startup, the mantra is always try fast and fail faster, right? This is not something that you afford to do in a big company. So you offload that risk to a startup. But also you can work hand in hand with their pool of talent, because startups tend to attract talent that the big corporations cannot attract normally. So that's, I think, one of the biggest trends that I can think of in terms of going forward for the next 5 years. A lot more collaboration with startups and kind of focusing on incubators and accelerators to get things tested quickly so that big corporates know how to steer the big ship.
Just quickly to add on to that, in terms of government funding, I mean, there's so much that they can do. I think it's fantastic that most of the money actually sits with the private sector, that they are actually coming in and supporting a lot of these startups. As you said, over the years, the solutions and it's getting layered and layered, and it's very difficult for some of these big companies to actually be very agile and have the right talent to be innovative and move quick enough. So fantastic, Rashad. Just after the last question, then, Mohammed, what should founders look for when choosing an accelerator in Asia, and how can they maximize value from such programs?
Um, these days we have more accelerators and more programs, making a lot more than we need. And I've seen a lot of examples where startups just get into multiple accelerator programs and get out nothing. Because most of these focuses only on training, like marketing training or sales training. Although it's essential, but it's not what most founders need. Like what I need is show me how to get to the market, show me how to start fast, show me how to get my customers. So my advice to founders is to first decide what you need from that program, and doesn't matter what the goal is. It depends on you and your need, whether it's your first customer or like expansion if you already have customers. And based on that, you treat the accelerator program as your strategic partner to achieve that goal. Don't just go into shiny programs that might not work for you.
Do you think some of these programs actually truly understand the needs of these startups?
Um, Not all the time. Yeah, sometimes it's just like a standard program that organizations do, especially in non-profit organization where they just have like a playbook and they think it will fit every single founder out there.
Yeah, I was just saying, I don't think the startups themselves know what they want, so it's quite difficult to give them what they want, because it's a discovery process, isn't it? So you go into a startup, and you raised, by the way, to ensure that you define the value that you want to get out of any endeavor that you take before you throw yourself into it. But I think in the spirit of try fast and fail faster, I think that's also another thing that startups do. They throw themselves into an incubator or accelerator program. They realize that this is not for them. No harm done. They just go to the next one that now aligns better with the values that they're trying to get out.
Yeah, and sometimes the problem that they know what they want, but the accelerator will not give them. Like I've seen a lot of complaints from founders that I don't want another training. I just need the money to pay my team to try it and expand. But most of the program, I don't know, maybe because of they're trying to um, fight corruption or something, they don't give money to the founders. They just give programs or trainings or have that budget spent in certain ways.
Some of these accelerators is also for scalability, right? They want a one-size-fit-all solution so they can quickly sift through some of these startups.
I think I disagree with you there. Sorry. But in India, like we have incubators like ICICI Bank, and the whole goal of them is to choose 25 startups and invest in them. Uh, Obviously, 100 will come and 25 are chosen. But they do invest in them. And it is also a very good place to collaborate with other startups. That also has benefited us many times.
Sometimes over time, some of these pain points do show up, the gaps that show up within the ecosystem. So maybe what we need is a middleman to match startups with accelerators. So there's always additional roles for people if you come in and solve a particular problem. I think that's pretty much all from the panel. I think thank you all for the sharp insights. What is clear is that Asia's speed, skill, and diversity, combined with strong accelerator incubator support, are creating one of the most powerful early stage startup ecosystems in the world. And we encourage all of you to venture into Asia. And we look forward to assisting all of you to scale here in Asia. Thank you for your time. I think we're supposed to open the floor up for questions. Are there any questions from the audiences?
This is a question to the panel. Hi, I'm Shoma. I'm from India. As a startup founder, is it good to get into any form? Am I audible? Any accelerator program, or look for the programs who are invested in the niche as a founder?
Yes, definitely. You want to So whatever partnership you're going into, if you're a startup founder and you are trying to find an accelerator, or later on you're in your investment round or whatever, so you're going to get people on board who are walking this journey with you. And I think if you think about it this way, it's you want to align with people who are doing things which matter to them as much as they matter to you. And as long as you've got that value alignment, it almost doesn't matter. Like, you could find success in accelerator that does things which are not completely within what you're trying to apply to the market, but they get your pain point and they know how to resolve issues for you and give you the resources that you need to access to succeed. That's more important than going to an accelerator that has the right title or name, or just happens to have the other startup that does what you do. Um, just to kind of like always be people centric, always look at who is that person that I'm taking this journey with within the accelerator program, and do they get me? And I think that's the most important question.
Thank you so much.
So, sorry. So basically, the question you should ask yourself is that are the accelerators or the incubators going to be your first client when they choose you? That's what is happening in India. Like, they become the clients, the first client.
Mohammed?
Any other questions? No, I think we can
Hello, everyone. Thank you very much for this panel. I've got a question. I'm a startup. I'm Renault, by the way. I'm based in UK and between the UK and France. Um, if I were to move into one of those beautiful countries that you're talking about, or different regions, like, what should I look for? What's the first thing that I should look for in order to move into one of these regions?
I think almost all countries in Asia, do you fit the governance and the compliance part? If you can complete that, and usually it doesn't take that much time. If you can do that, then yes, why not?
Also, you need maybe to measure if you have already a product, to see if what's the market for it. Do you have a market for it in the region? If it's already global, then maybe you already started in a new region. So it needs to be adapted to whatever regulations or culture this regions have.
I'd like to add one more point to that. I think look for places where you see a lot of incentives. So I took that approach myself. So I said before that I was in the UK for 20 years and I came here. I'm fairly new to Dubai, so now I'm based in Dubai. One of the things which kind of stood out when I decided where to establish my company and to start the journey when I had no idea what I'm doing was, where is the funding for incentives, or like where are the things being made easier for me? Because that's a very good indicator that people are paying attention to that particular hub or incubator or accelerator or whatever program you're looking to get into. If that program is getting attention and it's giving you incentives as the startup founder, it means there's a chain of things happening behind the scene, of attention, of funding that will come later. And I can tell you, I never regretted the decision of establishing my company where I did, based on that metric alone, like how much incentive there is to come to that place. Because of the back of it, there's so much value that came ensuing later, which I didn't know was there. It just happened naturally. So I think it's a very, very good thing, and you have to be careful about where you position yourself. Once you get yourself into one ecosystem, you are getting the whole package. And it might make the difference between you being demoralized and not finding any traction or movement. Like, you're excited, you come to the region, like you want to start something new, everything's exciting, but if nothing goes forward, or you don't gain any traction where you are, there are no incentives, no events, no nothing, then that's just going to fizzle out. So you want a place where it's exciting, and that is normally measured by how many incentives there are to bring you there.
I think you can also be part of the different expos which that country is doing. Like in India, we have this PropTech and FinTech Expo, which is in March 2026, where around 300 startups are going to participate. So if you want to test the waters, just go out there and check it out.
On that bit on incentives, I think you want to look at depth of ecosystem. Exactly what he said. It's not just that there's hustle bustle in a particular countries, but countries like Singapore, obviously the regulatory landscape is very supportive of all of this. You can come in, ease of business, $1 startup capital, you can get your business set up and you can start running. But also the fact that if you go into Singapore, for example, to a particular accelerator, but you don't make it, a lot of people are visible in the area. A lot of people are able to help you out. You can jump accelerator to accelerator. There's still other VCs that are around. There's Sequoia has individual scouts that actually can pull investment and match investment from Sequoia. So there's a whole ecosystem there, and people and investors are all right next to you. Customers are right next to you. It's a very concentrated place for business, which I feel is a great place for you to understand Asia, if Asia is where you want to, Southeast Asia in particular, and East Asia, you want to move into Hong Kong is a good way into North Asia. But yeah, I think that's something that you want to look into, the the ecosystem that's in particular countries to help you support you through that.
Very clear, thank you.
Other questions?
Hello. Yes, so myself, Yashdeep, I am a founder of AI PropTech startup. So now, seeing the whole AI ecosystem and the working of AI PropTech in the real estate ecosystem, my question is, there are lots of resistant, or I would say adoption friction among the user for which the AI tool is being made. Like I have developed a tool for the real estate developer in which they can get all the data analytics in a dashboard form, and we are integrating AI agent. But then again, there is lot of friction in terms of adoption, and they cannot be able to change their mindset. So my question is this: how can accelerator help us in reducing the friction, and how long would it take for the whole ecosystem, and when I say ecosystem, I would say accelerator and incubator ecosystem, to have that linkage with the market? Because somewhat I see the accelerator and incubator, since I am being incubated by, since I am, hello, okay, since I am being incubated by IIT Bombay also, so I see that it's little theoretical in nature, not the industry academia linkage is poor. So how would the accelerator and incubator would help us in maintaining that linkage so that we can make product which is going to be widely adopted by the industry? Okay, so
Essentially, the accelerators understand the market and are they able to match you with customers?
I can start. I'll pass it on. I promise. Thank you for the question first of all. So from what you said, I picked up on one main thing, which is maybe there's potential misalignment with what you're offering to the market. So friction comes from the people not seeing the value in what you're offering, right? That's the definition of friction. Friction of adoption is someone doesn't want to use the product that you're offering because they don't potentially see the value, or maybe they feel it's a little bit too complicated for them. So to answer your question directly, how can an accelerator or incubator or someone who's got the experience in the market and they know what a go-to-market strategy should look like, and to remove friction for you, they would help you pinpoint where you are not completely aligned with the need in the market. So I'm not saying that what you're offering is not needed. I'm just saying the way that you're positioning it in the market might be a little bit off, and that creates friction. So you're right, you probably need someone who's done it before, because they would have probably gone through the same pain themselves or helped another startup overcome this pain. But that's kind of like my advice to you. My advice to you is to talk with someone. It doesn't have to be an incubator, by the way. You can just talk to another startup founder who managed to overcome the same thing, and just try and get them to pinpoint where in your value proposition there are gaps which are not completely filling the need in the market that you're proposing your solution to?
I think we face that exact same problem. I would tell you how we solved it. So for our product, like True Genie is the product name, and this product serves the lenders and the real estate developers as well, right? It was easy to click with the lenders because we had the connect and the reach. In India, it's very important to have the connects. But when it came to developers, we were not able to do it. So what we did is we first figured out who the developer depends on. In this case, the lenders who are funding them the money, and the prop techs who are publishing their properties on the website, or to market them. So we reached those two, and we said, okay, you tell your developers to take our product, and that's how we solved it, and that helped. Yeah.
So basically, you are saying that if the client is not accepting it directly, then we have
Figure out
to
who the client
figure out
listens
the
to.
way through approaching the enablers of the
Yeah,
client in
yeah.
the same ecosystem.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
that's great.
Just to add on that point, and together with a question from the other lady, you have every right to spend time to interview these accelerators as well. They're not entitled to you, you're entitled to choosing them as well. So do take time to, learn about what they specialize in, what their niche is. Do they truly, truly understand the market? Are they here just for the fluff? I think it's entirely your right to figure that out. You can ask those questions. We have another question on this side, yeah? Microphone?
Hi. My question is actually an extension of what the lady here first started and what the gentleman just pursued. I'm Ankit, and I'm currently building Nova Labs, wherein we build agentic AI solutions for institutional finance, and we are based out of India currently. Given a vast network of accelerators and vast number of accelerators and incubators today, let's say, as you rightly mentioned, it's a two-way partnership that we enter into as a founder and as a potential accelerator. And the one thing that accelerators and incubators promise a founder is the networks that they have and the sort of expertise that they could help us scale our product to a different level, right? These so-called networks, given the vast number of these accelerators, are mostly overlapping. So what is that one question that a founder could ask these incubators to actually judge if that network of theirs is real and it could be helpful in the partnership moving forward?
I mean, don't forget that they're going to be your partners, so their networks matter for them as much as it matters for you. But maybe you can have like your product or like pitch slides or a demo for this networks, and maybe you can get not exactly names of the people they promised to bring to you, but at least their sectors, their where are they coming from, what they actually need, and you can measure if your product will be a good fit for them.
I think this one is a really interesting question, but like when we went to the accelerators and the incubators, the first thing we asked was, what are the other startups like us whom you have invested in? Please give us their names. And then we connected with them and figured out how much the investment was done and all that. So yeah, that helped. Yeah.
I think one more thing, we've said this in the panel already, but flip this on its head and imagine that you're recruiting them into your company. And I think that's the most useful way to think about it. If you frame it this way, you are actually screening them to see what value they're going to bring to you. If they don't understand that, they're probably not the right partner, but most do. And when they do understand that they need to bring value to the table as much as you do, I think you need to ask them the question, what have you done recently with another startup that exploited the network and that brought a huge value? But it also depends on what you're looking to get out of their network as well. Because if it's market reach or exposure, just ask that specific question. Give me an example of something you've done for a company within your ecosystem that recently leveraged your network and it had massive return on investment, or like massive return. So just be the interviewer, basically. Get yourself in your interviewing seat and ask the questions that you need to ask.
Interesting, interesting. Thank you so much. I've actually got 3 questions. Yeah.
Are there any other questions on the floor?
Hi everyone, I'm Rohan Mahajan. We run a venture studio and an innovation lab based out of Mumbai, India. My question largely is more of a future take, right, from all of you guys. Looking at what the world is moving towards in terms of AI adoption, how do you guys see the business models of incubators, accelerators largely changing in almost a decade to come, right? And how do you guys think venture studio or an incubator or an accelerator could actually like make the right moves to sort of adopt or change per se starting today? Just like to the curve, what's coming next?
Yeah, I can get started. I'll get started. So I think the first thing to say, I think we all know that there's AI hype, and the hype is fizzling out now a little bit, right? Like everybody now understands that AI started out as this big thing and it's a hype, and now we all know that there's a little bit of a pain in adopting AI. So in terms of the trends that we're going to see going forward in incubators, one of the things that I can think of is focus on bringing real value. And what I'm seeing, maybe including my own company, actually thinking about my startup, because we started out with, yeah, we want to do AI this, AI that, and then the real question came like, what is the real value that you're bringing to your customers? So I think a lot of it will become, what are we trying to fix with AI, right? And maybe you don't need AI to fix it, and that's okay. And a lot of people are shying away to saying, no, I'm not going to fix it with AI. But a lot of digital transformation that has been very successful didn't include AI until the recent years, right? Now, we all have to be careful about adopting things which are making a huge impact, especially if it's getting your competitor ahead of you in the curve, because you don't want to miss out. But at the same time, getting fanatic about implementing a technology because it's the next best thing doesn't make sense. So it always has to align with the value that you're bringing. So I think always bring it back to what value is it going to provide, and you'll see that this is the new trend in the innovators and the incubators in the region. They're trying to get real value out of AI adoption rather than just the AI adoption itself.
I think I have an interesting answer to this one. So the incubators, like we went and said the first product which we made was AI based compliance management, document extraction, blah blah blah. Okay, and we took it to the lender and he said, I don't want it. I do not believe you can do that. Okay, and then he asked, what is your accuracy? And then we said, approximately 75%. I need 90%. There's no data there to get that percentage, right? So I guess we just have to walk the path. All the incubators and the accelerators are like both of saying that, yeah, we are funding startups which are AI enabled and all that, but we are not there yet. I think another 5 years or so.
Sure.
I've also seen like recently there's more move on using AI in law firms. Like few years back, everyone is looking for fintech apps, but maybe now it's a little bit more mature and they're trying to use AI in law firms and advices and maybe contracting as well. So yeah, we might see more of these startups coming up.
mention law firms because I do work a lot with them, and they do talk about trying to introduce AI solutions. But sometimes when I speak to them, I realize that it doesn't need a, a complex solution. Sometimes it's just process efficiency, and simple technology can solve for it. Simple solutions. Not everything is specifically AI driven. Of course, I'm sure there's space for it, but focus on the pain points, exactly as you said. Keep your eye on truly what is the pain point at that point and how you can solve for it. Does not necessarily require complex solutions. Yeah, I think we are slowly running out of time. Maybe one more question if there is. Otherwise, we will close this panel. Yes, we're good. Okay, we'll end the panel then. Thank you all very much for your time.
Everyone, please put your hands together in a massive, very well-deserved round of applause for our panelists. Do you want to take a video with the crowd before you go? A video with the crowd? We do this thing here. It's really, really fun. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very exciting panel coming up all about the future of AI and is it female? All about women shaping the next tech revolution. Ooh, sorry everyone, I skipped too fast. I'm too excited about feminism, so I always skip ahead to women. I love centering women in every conversation. Okay. Our next panel is actually all about the ultimate guide to building a successful marketing funnel. Very exciting. Please let me welcome our moderator on stage, Mr. Neeraj Kushwaha. Put your hands together for the co-founder and CEO of Third Eye. Along with Mr. Marco Pellegrini, the founder and owner of M Agile Consulting. Put your hands together. Joining them is Ms. Himal Tucker, the Senior Marketing Manager at Kitopi Catering. Along with Mr. Mukbi, the co-founder and CEO of Netfire. Joining them, we have Mr. Anil Kumar, the Director, Growth and Business Development at Skanda Media Services, as well as a media consultant. And last but certainly not least, we have Mr. H.J. Chamas, the founder and managing director at Authority Publishing. Put your hands together in a massive round of applause, everybody. I pass the mic to you. Enjoy the panel, everyone.
Hello. Working? Hello. Yeah. Great. Shall we start? Perfect. It's probably one of the most interesting sessions I've gone through. Great insights on the incubation and acceleration. But once you graduate from there, the next part they ask is, where's the growth? That's where we are going to talk about today, right? So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Neeraj. I'm the founder CEO of Third Eye. Spent about over a decade across companies like Flipkart, then went on to Meta, and now building my own AI marketing company.
But what we are going to talk today is some of the interesting panel. We are here to discuss something every organization grapples with, which is whether you are building $1 billion enterprise, you are running a service company, or you are running a lean startup. How do you turn your awareness into attention and attention into action and action into advocacy? So the marketing concept is really changing in an era of AI. And today we have 5 practitioners here who have built, broken, rebuilt funnels in their own industry. And they are going to bring perspective right from B2B SaaS to D2C, as well as from the media landscape perspective. Uh, and in next 5 minutes, my goal really is to bring the stories out, get some insights and real learning that we all can take away. So before we begin, I want to give them a chance to really introduce themselves, and then we'll get started with some interesting questions.
Hi everyone, Marco Pellegrini, owner of Agile Consulting, and I am a freelance and fractional manager since a couple of years. And I've been working for a B2C and B2B company, mainly in Italy, where I'm based, but also in Europe, in Germany, and for European companies. And yeah, so I built through my careers in the last 14 years several marketing funnels, and I'm excited to share this experience with all of you.
Thanks, Marco. Hi, everyone. I'm Hemal. Um, I am a senior marketing manager at Kitopi. I overall have 11 years of experience in advertising, communication, and marketing. I've worked with agencies like Leo Burnett, to Burger King, and now with food tech with Kitopi. I think the topic that we are talking here today, we all have an opinion on it, right? It's such a basic topic. I think everyone wants their take on marketing funnel, and that's what we want to talk about today. Let's all come together and let's see what the point of views are. Thank you.
Okay, everyone. So, my name is Mufi Murtuza. I'm the co-founder and CEO of Netfire. So, like all my panelists here who have tons and tons of experience, I do not have that much because, frankly speaking, I'll tell you all of you that I'm just 22 years of age. But I can bring that with all of the experience that I've learned. So mainly my marketing company does is we have D2C experience and B2B experience. I work with major brands like Kimono and upcoming brands in the B2B market, SaaS companies like FlowNew and Ruworks that are going to change the market by next year. They're going to disrupt it really well. And yeah, that's just me.
Hi everyone, my name is Anil Kumar, and I sit at the intersection of media industry, AI, and the GTM, and also at the intersection of why this file is 5 TB long, and how would you be able to keep my data safe. So all sort of questions keep coming to me. So I have around a decade of experience into media industry, mainly into the broadcast side, sports side, and the OTT side as well. And I am working as the director for growth and business development, and also doing media consulting to help customers with their GTM strategy. To help you better understand what we actually do is that, all the big ticket items like IPL or FIFA or Wimbledon of the world, around 90% of the sports operations that happens in India. So this is our company that does in India. We do the media operations for that. We do the distribution, and we also help with the monetization for the same in Indian and the APAC territory. So really excited to be here and expect to leave you with good conversation, insights, and without any corrupted files and mind for sure.
Hey, good afternoon. Before I start, actually, I have a confession to make. If I want to be in my comfort zone, I would rather be working with one of our authors, trying to see how they can publish their book. But sometimes your mission, your purpose is louder than your discomfort. So instead of sitting under the spotlight, I need to really pursue my purpose. And my name is Ajay Chamas. So what I do basically is very targeted. I help coaches, consultants, experts monetize their services by building authority and publishing their books. So that's how it all started it started with me failing. So when I started my career in coaching, I failed big time. My first book failed, and then I had to study all the publishing industry and how does personal branding works so that I stand up on my feet again. And ever since, it became my purpose. So my name is Ejie Chamas. My friends call me Habib. Please do call me Habib when we meet. You can meet me also up. We have an exhibition, Authority Publishing. Please come by. I would love to meet you in person. Let's start.
Thanks, Abhi. Pretty diverse panel, and they all have built their own sales funnels in their own ways. So let's dive into very interesting and simple question with, when talking about marketing funnel stages, what do you think is the most important piece and why? And what is your views based on diverse industries that you have worked? How does it really changes with different industries and verticals?
So to answer the first question, well, I can share definitely a lot of experience. As mentioned, I work in e-commerce and marketing, and also for retail company and B2B companies in several industries. And I believe to answer the question really depends. Usually the answer is always depends, but depends on what. I strongly believe it's important to consider the brand life cycle. If your brand is at the initial stage or in a maturity stage. For example, in the last years, I worked for as a consultant, as a freelancer for Glaskin, who is a Dutch skincare company. And in this occasion, let's say we completely have done a brand repositioning from a classical skincare company to a more medical devices skincare company. And we really work a lot on brand awareness because this was the objective, really the brand repositioning, building a new brand. So it was an important stage in the company and for the brand where you need to build awareness. And we invested a lot, millions also on television to do that. Another occasion at Procter& Gamble, actually my last employee experience when working at Pampers was more about building more touch with the customer at the end of the funnel. So more the conversion, advocacy, also mainly with a mobile app. So for Pampers brand was really important to build really this pinnacle of the brand structure. So you know that the brand has several steps from the prominence to the pinnacle, what we call a resonance of the brand, and that was the occasion. So I really believe it really depends on the brand life cycle.
Thanks, Marco. Um, I belong to the food industry, and in food, you're making your decision in minutes, in seconds. So we get a very small window with a customer through the entire funnel, right? And one of the key aspect that I want to focus on is don't think about it as a department matrix. Don't let marketing only own awareness. Don't let your operations only own the delivery. What's important is you need to have the information and the ownership flow seamlessly across the board. So, as a leader in any company, talk about our customer rather than my matrix, and you will see that the funnel is working very seamlessly.
Okay. Neeraj, want to repeat on the question? Repeat the question.
The question really is, Mufe, is what do you think is the challenges in the funnel stages? What do you think are the most important aspects of the funnel and why? Based on different industries and verticals you might have worked in.
Okay. So I'll talk about an e-commerce funnel that I have personally made for a client that I worked with. So now when I started with that client had nothing. The funnel was completely messed up. I'm talking about an e-commerce brand over here. So the problem was that the founder himself was trying to do it, and what he thought was the product is important, yeah, and he had invested heavily in the product, and the product was amazing, but there were certain things around it that were making the funnel fail. Now, but what I say about that is, let's say the product is okay. It's a weightlifting belt. Okay, now a weightlifting belt standard weightlifting belts are just general in color. They have no design, no pop to it. So he solved that problem by adding unique designs to it. The pricing was perfect, the market was competitive, everything was perfect. But where he was lacking were the ads itself. Now, in the funnel, when you see the funnel, the ads are very important for e-commerce company because without the ads displaying, no one will know about your company. Organic is fine for e-commerce, for D2C, but without proper advertising, it will not work. So I told him that you need to start investing in ads itself. And once he did that, the funnel, it got optimized on its own. Why? Because the funnel was missing an important piece in the center, and that was paid advertising. Or the funnel was completely perfect from start to finish. It was lacking that one piece that was not connecting the bottom to the top, and that solved it all.
Thank you. Uh, I have a different view here because most of them have an experience from the B2C side of the business. I mainly sit at the B2B side of the business. So I know that awareness is very important when it is about the company and about the product. But media industry sits at a place where the companies or the customers know about the vendors already because there are a very few vendors into the media industry. But the main challenge is consideration. So I'll just give you a few example to tell you why I feel that consideration is most important. Because media industry or B2B, any SaaS company or any B2B company, their decision making is actually very long. It's not taken in minutes or seconds. It's very long, maybe from 6 months to 12 months of decision making happens. It's very multi-layered and a lot of stakeholders are involved. When I say stakeholders, it can be from right from the financial stakeholders to technical buyer to technical user to the influencers as well in the company who can influence the decision. So the decision is involved and it takes a lot of time. So consideration comes into picture. Just to give you an example, one of the production houses in India, it's called YRF, Yasraj Films. So they reached out to us telling that, their media asset management is very difficult. And it takes a lot of time to just retrieve the media from the archival. Can you help us to reduce the operation time for it? So the consideration here is very important, how exactly you can give some sort of case study, some sort of success story to tell them that, yes, we have done it in the past. You can see a demo, we can set up a proof of concept for you. And maybe then, you would be able to take a decision. So here, what exactly you are doing, let's take it step by step. If you're talking to the financial decision maker, you can tell them that, we would be able to reduce your cost to a certain level that maybe percentage, Y percentage. When you're talking to the technical buyer, you can tell them that, it can help you scale like anything. When you're talking to other decision makers like procurement head or operations head, you can tell them that, we can reduce your efficiency, we can enhance your efficiency by 20%, 30%. So this is what actually works in B2B business rather than the awareness part of it. So I would say consideration is most important.
Right. Um, First of all, I would like to start with a story. So I mentioned a while ago about my failure. So imagine me, a person trying to make it on his own as a personal brand. I got a marketing agency, and they told me the first thing is awareness. We started investing on ads on awareness. Burned tens of thousands of dollars on awareness. Results, BS, nothing. No, 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 you have to go to conversion. We jump. Okay, let's go to conversion. And same story, spend a lot of money, and nothing happened. So I really had to pull back and started to think. And I'm really here talking about a personal brand. If you're a coach, an expert, a consultant, before all the steps of the funnel, which I understand people talk about awareness, consideration, trial, etc., and the loyalty, I think the most important step is before the funnel, is when you establish trust. So when people don't trust your brand, all the funnel is scrap. Sorry for the word, yeah? Trust me, nothing will happen. Trust, you need to build trust as a brand, and then you have less friction. On any part of the funnel, you'll have less friction because you're not tricking people. I want to get more clicks and more conversion and more all these KPIs. you're telling a story, and people, when they feel you're the right person to work with, all that goes smoothly. You don't need to think about too much of those details. So basically, how do we get that trust? I think for a personal brand, it comes from authority. And to establish that authority, you need to be that person who went through the hole, who had that negative experience and managed to get out of it. And now, with that personal experience, you can help others do the same. And with that, you could establish it with what I call a long form content, because everybody shares about, let's post here on social media and do 5 times posting and beat the algorithm and beat that, and they post more and they get less impressions and less likes, and they think likes gonna go to the bank. You can never bank your likes, by the way. So what matters the most is long form content, be it a podcast, a book, a TV show, so people that can really go at depth with you rather than just posting content and making awareness or going through any part of the funnel. Thank you.
No, I think that's a great point, HJ. And I feel when I work with different brands, I see that many companies optimize for individual stages of the funnel. Uh, there is a great awareness, mediocre consideration, probably a poor conversion, right? And often the cases that we come across. So, how do you create a seamless, interconnected experience when you look at the whole funnel? What are some best practices in B2C and B2B world that you think our audience can take away?
Yeah, thank you for the question. First of all, it's important, in my opinion, to build your buying persona. Buying persona is a critical point in the marketing funnel, and there is, as you might know, a huge difference between B2C and B2B. We talk in these days a lot about AI, so in creating the persona, also um, in the company I'm consulting now, we use also AI to build the persona. We take it from several sources, from Google Analytics, from customer service, from our own survey, and we build the persona. So it's essential to build the persona before feeding, let's say, fuel the funnel. And is a critical, in my opinion, the measure of that. Also because at the end, we believe that the funnel is linear from awareness to consideration, but especially in B2B, there are a lot of variants that can disrupt the funnel. At the end, as you might know, the B2B persona, business persona are really sometimes company owners, some the buying department, the purchasing departments, and there are a lot of politics in the company. And also, based on my experience, when trying to propose my consultancy, we reached the point of consideration, but then the funnel break out because there were some influence, some internal influence in the company, market situation, and economic situation that had to rebuild again the funnel. So it is important to consider the various influence in the buying persona and in the total funnel. So having said that, it's critical to follow step by step the funnel, and also when it's broken, also to start. Sometimes it's need to start again, the awareness, the consideration. Probably sometimes also with a different approach. Sometimes also with a little bit different value proposition, as mentioned, especially in B2B, in business companies where there are several stakeholders, and you might consider also different value proposition for each of the buying persona.
Um, for me, it's actually a bit different. I don't believe in static personas. I don't believe someone wakes up to be a value seeker Ravi or a urban millennial Sarah. No consumer is like that. It's pretty fluid. So the way I approach the funnel is on decision-based persona. Now, how do we do this? Don't build demographic. Build your segment of moments. What is the time of the day? For us, what is the hunger state? What is the occasion? What is the price sensitivity in that moment? A Hemal at 1 p.m. is not going to be the same Hemal at 10 p.m. My energy levels, my thought process, everything is going to be super, super different. Even your behavior at the funnel stage is going to be very different. Like Habib said, when you start, you're trying to, at the awareness stage, you're trying to connect to an emotion. So talk to him Hemal emotionally. But when Hemal is at the consideration stage, like Anil was saying, start talking to them rationally. What is going to be more important to you? Is the price correct? Is the occasion correct? Am I doing the things the right way? And then at the bottom of the funnel, try to be friction averse. They have come to you, but you want them to come again. Ensure that the experience is super seamless. When you try to do all of this constantly, you will realize that at the end of the day, the behavior is right there in the data point. Try to look at your Excel, not just as numbers, but as a behavior. You will find a trend there, trust me. Why is the rating dropping? Why is this person buying this product again and again? All of these, when you get it from the real consumer insight, your marketing funnel is going to be super seamless. And finally, build all of this into how your product is going to be to the customer. So in our case, we ensure that there's correct price laddering for every customer. There's value, there's premium, there's your hero right there. Ensure that the flavors are there. Ensure that there is something for occasion and something for someone else. So instead of marketing yourself to a persona, market it to the same person but in different moments, and you will see your frequency increasing, your repeat orders increasing, and your cost per acquisition just lowering right there.
Okay. So whatever Hemal said, I totally agree with that. Like, the timing, all those things really add up. Now, there's another thing that she didn't say, which I like to add further, is the location. Location matters a lot. Now, when you have a brand that's operating on a global scale or on a country scale, you know, location will make the game very different, especially when it comes to B2C marketing. Now, for example, there is a let's just take India for example as a country. It is a very big country, and wherever you go, depending on which state you are in, the market responds very differently. Now, let's say you're in tier one cities. Over there, if you price it really high, some people will consider it and some people will buy it. But if on average that product's pricing is lower, it will not move across India. And if you're even if it's in one location the sales are high, your overall sales will always be low. So that is something you have to think about. So now let's say location data will matter a lot. Now your marketing team, or if you're marketing yourself, you cannot specifically rely on locations, just one location here, one location there. You will take it on an average. So then you have to study that data as well. See which location works well for you. Okay. Now that location that's responding, study that location's data. Why is this moving there? Why is this thing moving there? And why are people buying this again and again? And why just that audience and why not some other audience when the product is for everyone? It's for the masses. Why is just this one location or one state that's moving around? So studying that location data is very important. I'm just adding to what Hemal is saying over here because she has almost covered whatever I wanted to say, because yeah, even she has D2C experience, I have a lot of D2C experience. So I'm just adding more to what she's saying. Oh yeah, just one more thing. And yeah, please, when you're doing this, always just separate out with tier one, tier two, tier three cities. The bigger the country, the more segregation there is, and then the data should be segregated accordingly as well. The smaller the country or the region or a continent, then segregation is important as well, like just depending on the size of the region.
I think Hemel has answered it really well, but I will talk from my industry perspective. So, what I usually do is that I take a narrow down approach. So, when I say narrow down approach, first I try to figure out who is the customer whom I am selling to. Is it a customer based in APAC? Is it a customer based in North America? Or is it a customer based in EMEA region? So, when is it when it's about APAC customer, what I do that, my narrative is around pricing, because the APAC region being a price sensitive market, if we keep on talking about the value proposition, but we don't talk about how we are going to bring down their cost, then it doesn't work in the APAC market. But when we go to the North America market, our proposition is altogether different, is value proposition, that what value we are bringing to the table, and price comes at the end. And EMEA region sits somewhere in between APAC market and North America market. That is the very first fundamental thing that we do. narrowing it down, we never go for demographics and all because again it's a multi-layered multi-stakeholder kind of a scenario. Now it depends that whom we are actually reaching out to. If we are reaching out to the CFOs or the CEOs of the company, what we try to do is we bring to them the ROI calculation, or we try to bring the cost benefit analysis that if you come to us, what is it that is going to benefit you. We try, if we go to the CTO, then we talk about the scalability and how actually it is going to make their workflow more efficient. Same with the procurement head and operation head. So that is where it changes. Now at the end, coming to the bottom of the funnel, and or also in the middle of the funnel, what we do, to validate whatever we are saying, we try to bring some sort of case studies, some sort of the success stories. Just to give an example, that we had closed NBC Universal while I was working with my previous company in North America, and it actually became very easy for us to sell in APAC market after that, because we use that story like anything in India. Also, Warner Brothers Discovery, when we closed, it became very easy for us to close in India and get more customers, because we use that success story to tell them how actually we reduce the cost, how actually made the process easier. So for us, it's always about providing the proof of what you're doing, and not just gaining their trust in 1 second, because it doesn't happen like that. So yeah.
All right. Speaking of persona, first of all, thank you, Hemad, for shedding the light on the emotional journey. And I think that's really key. Um, in the corporate world, I spent like before that 20 years in the corporate world. We always want to make the consumer persona like a demographic and STC and what they do, what age they are. I think that's all nice. But I think what we fail usually to understand is their emotional journey. Because at the end of the day, they're not like a number. There are people like us who have fears, who have emotions, who have aspirations, and they wanna transform. So I make it simple. I try to simplify things because that's how my mind works. I cannot work with complex stuff. So I ask myself 3 questions about the audience. What wakes them up at 3 a.m. in the morning? So what does it make them sleep? Which is their pain? What are they fearing in a way? And then I ask myself a second question, which is, who do they want to become? So who is the person, the new version of themselves they want to become, which is their aspirations? And then I ask myself, who they need to become as a transformation to become that person. So they need to make a transformation today to become that person in version 2.0 of them. And if I nail that, I can offer the solutions to my niche audience, an audience understand their emotional journey. And guess what? When it comes to the segment I'm talking about, coaches, expert consultants, most of the times we were our niche. At one point of time, we were through that experience, we understand them, and now we evolved. So we really understand their niche. We don't need all that complicated kind of demographics and personas and whatever to really make them, to understand them. Because we understood ourselves at one point of time in the past. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajay. Just a follow-up question to Anil and you. On behalf of a lot of fellow founders here who are doing a B2B startup, and many of us are selling to, individually as a founder, trying to reach out. What advice you want to give them to navigate the complexity of, the bigger organization to deal with, reaching out right from, CMO to CXO to finance to navigate to really get the first POC done? What should they do to build that awareness, trust, consideration, conversion? Since both of you are kind of helping the brands to do that part, would love your insight there.
Sure.
Okay, from my perspective, it's always important to be ready with a narrative which is very specific to specific people. Your content can never be generic in B2B industry. It might work in B2C industry, but it never works, and actually it doesn't work in B2C as well. But definitely it will not work in B2B industry. Several examples to give so that it can make it easier for you to comprehend. So very first example, when you are reaching out to, let's say, it's a whole new company altogether, whole new territory altogether. When you don't know people, it's very important that you establish some sort of partnership or some sort of reseller sort of an arrangement, so that that industry people or the company, whoever are established in that segment, they can actually help you make the introductions. Once the right introductions has been done, what next you can do is that for whom you are meeting and what sort of narrative you can provide to them. If you are meeting the financials, again, do all the ROI checks and everything. When you are meeting the CMOs, then you can talk about how exactly you can help them to be better in terms of reach. Can be impressions, can be monetization sort of a thing. But when you are reaching technical, again, how you are easing out their operations, that is one part. When you are trying to connect with the co-founders or the decision makers in your territory, what exactly has to be done is that you make a list of what you have achieved in the past and how exactly you can utilize to provide as a validator when you are meeting to the new ones. So that always helps me. Just to give an example, that 3 years back I had closed a deal that was Shimaru. How actually it happened that we were doing something called fast, free ad substituted television, and it was a new concept in India, but it was already kind of a familiar concept in the US. What exactly happens is that whatever you watch, it's a free model where you don't have to pay anything. As a subscription model, you just run ads, and everything is free for you. So when we were pitching it to the Shimaru, I reached out to somebody who was the CFO in the company, and I reached out to him on LinkedIn, and it was a very specific uh, calculation that I had done, because I knew their existing cost, because I knew somebody in the company. And I actually wrote to him that how I can help reduce his cost by this much percentage, and how I can help him monetize if I can help him create different TV channels. And what we started with one TV channel eventually became 10 TV channels in next 2 years. And we actually help them to get revenue maximization by 67 68%. So I believe that such sort of reach, very specific reach, helps. And at the same time, the data validation actually helps me.
So just adding some things to what Anil said. So regarding content for B2B that he said, that content cannot be generic, and it just should be in a certain way. But normally public has this very big misconception that B2B and B2C marketing are very different. Well, if you think about it, who is B2B for? Okay, it's for the C-suites, it's for the VPs, and for all the industrial executives. But at the end of the day, they are also public. They are the general population, and they consume the content that everybody else does in the B2C market. And how does the B2C market work? It works by personal decisions, by personal feelings. And of course, all these top level executives will not take decisions solely based on feelings. But if a B2B is able to do that, just get into the emotional head of all these various C-suites, then that will affect their decision while closing a major deal. Like, let's take, for example, a B2B has gone for a deal, but they know about this brand, they've heard about this brand, they know the beauty of this brand because they've seen the content, and they genuinely know, like in their heart and their mind, that they are, okay, this is a good brand. I don't know much about it, I don't know what the core product is, but I know what this product is. People have trust in it. I've read the comments, I've read the reviews. Oh, it's really nice. So that will help them close a deal, and that in the end will also help with marketing as well. So that is something that everybody should know who's in the B2B marketing space, because my company personally does B2B marketing quite aggressively, and this is a concept we use, and it gives us tremendous success overall.
Thanks, Mofil. Hedge, I have a different question for you because I got the answer coming from Anil. But primarily, I think just jumping on your area of expertise, where you enable the brands largely in funnel building for personal branding, right? So I want to understand, for the audience, in a world where social media content is really everywhere, and there's a little attention span, the trust level is going down, right? What is the highest trust entry point to a personal brand funnel, especially for individuals, founders, coaches? that they can adopt to? And what are some practical advice do you give them?
All right. Speaking of social media, I always think of it in a way we're trying to compete with someone's cat or someone's dog or someone's baby, and this is what gets attention more than whatever message we want to take. We want to convey to the world. Yeah. So what happens in the way I see things, and that's why I don't like social media, by the way, it's a lot of noise after noise. So you have to make more noise to get a bit of noise and to be heard and to be seen. And you start to do more of the same thing that's not getting you anywhere. It's really like, it's insane in a way, yeah? So the way I see it is visibility that we call noise. I'm calling it noise, is visibility. Visibility without authority or without trust is only noise. But the other side of the coin, trust or authority without visibility is a secret. So eventually you need both. But you need to establish first trust, and then you do the visibility. When you merge them together, wow, that's a secret sauce. So I think we should always think about how can we make our niche trust us before we start to communicate with them. And then when you communicate your story, and you mentioned about narrative, I love the narrative thing, by the way. So because on the narrative is when people, when we were kids, how do we go to sleep? Our parents tell us a story or read for us a book. So this is how we are kind of encoded. Yeah, we love stories. Even as adults, when we watch movies or see ads, the ads that impact us are those who told us a story, not those who told us features and benefits and blah, 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 and you forget about it, yeah? No, are the ones who really stuck here about a mom caring for a child or a mom being the hero. So I think also one last thing is most brands, as I see sometimes as a mistake, they want to be the hero. No, we are the guides. Our brand is the guide, and our customer is the hero. When we make them feel the hero and we're enabling them to be the hero, this is where the story sticks. This is why they believe, wow, this brand is enabling me to become the hero in whatever I'm doing.
Pretty interesting. I think my takeaway to this is, visibility without authority is nothing. And if you have authority, go out there and talk about it. Don't be secretive. Find your ways to talk. Thanks so much, SJ. So we will quickly jump into, we have very interesting panel, and I want to just touch upon certain expertise that these guys have gathered in their experiences to talk some specific questions. So Marco, I think one of the interesting pieces that I found out from your profile, really, you worked at P&G, Metro, now consult with various companies in Europe, right? Uh, Especially in European market, when somebody wanted to enter, what have you seen that really works in the market to build the awareness? What are some common mistakes you feel companies are making, especially from this part of the world or APAC, trying to enter? What do you advise them?
Yeah, in general, I talk first for B2C companies that I work with and I consulted. They say they build the funnel in a simple way, in a classical way. So start to build awareness on Meta, a lot of investment on Meta channel, partially on Google, also on television. But I believe the biggest leak is on the between the consideration and the conversion part. What I see also inside the companies is that they try to spend less as well on creativities, on creative assets. So they tend to use more or less the same creativities all over the funnel, just changing somehow the call to action, maybe a little bit the visual, but at the end, more or less is the same creative. Of course, the brand is the brand, so we should not forget the brand values and the brand core visuals. Maybe you can add something later. I believe they need more courage to change more creativity and more approach and the value proposition. Sometimes, indeed, the value proposition at the bottom of the funnel. I see a lot of leakage at the bottom of the funnel when the consumer try to reach, of course, the consideration and then are lost without converting. And in B2B, this is also a topic of trust indeed, especially also on the recurring purchase. As mentioned before for my colleagues, and how to build the trust. It's also about credibility, first of all, consistency, and the emotional attach. So really, be consistent, be credible, especially in B2C. We use a lot of reference, also ratings, interviews, also other consumers' experience. But then at the end, if the product is not good and you don't have consistency, then at the end, the conversion is lost. So I strongly believe, just to summarize, really good focus on contents, and also continue to build the trust to not lose the customer after the purchase. So, because at the end, also there is a huge risk of bucket leaking. So you acquire the customers, but then the retention rate is quite low. So it's also a topic of how do you bring the customer to repurchase to you again and again. At the end, the marketing funnel is also a topic of customer lifetime value. So it's also about not only to convert, but also keeping them to stay with your brand.
Thanks. So I just want to jump on a few other specific questions to the experts here, and would request them to be concise, especially coming to the next question for Hemal, where I think you mentioned you've spent a lot of time in QSR and you talked about reading the customer pulse. You talked about cascading the KPI across the organization for them to read it. Give us the practical tips for people here. What does really means? How to read the customer pulse, and how do we cascade that across?
Thanks, Iraj. One of my very, very favorite questions. I think with every brand that I've worked on, there's one key insight that I have always seen. Customers do not walk a straight line. They are not going from funnel to funnel. They are going to jump stages. They are going to disappear. They are going to come back. So consider the funnel as just a framework. It's not what is actually happening, right? So the way I try to build it is based on behavioral loops rather than the theoretical stages. Now, how do we do this? There are 3 pulses that I usually focus on and that I try to avoid by. One is the emotional pulse, second is the experience pulse, and the third is the feedback pulse. Now, the emotional pulse is, why is the customer choosing you? In a quick service restaurant that we work in, think about McDonald's. I don't think you're going there for hunger. You are going there for your cravings. You're going there for your nostalgia. You're going there for your flavor. Know these emotion. I have a startup with moms. They are not coming to me to make a quilt or a cushion. They are going to give me their baby's clothes. So I need to earn that trust to be able to convert that clothes into quilt and cushion that they're going to keep. The more emotional triggers you know, you're going to have a very strong top of the funnel. Then comes the experience pulse. Say you have the best paid ad out there, and then you reach on to the menu. But the photos and the descriptions are really bad. You're not going to convert. You're going to see the food and you're going to be like, no, I don't want that. I want something really nice. That's why you see all the images out there looking so appetizing versus what you're going to get. And that's what the next part is. Ensure that what you show is what you deliver. Go a 10-15% up and down. But your packaging and your delivery experience needs to be exactly at the same point. Otherwise, you're going to get that conversion, but you're not going to get the repeat rate. So start with emotion, go to experience. The last, which is the most interesting for me, is a feedback pulse. Learn to see what they are saying without saying it. You see, where are they dropping? Why are they dropping? They are adding to cart, but hey, they don't want to order anymore. They got something somewhere else better. They are going to rate you, see what they want to say. They are going to do a group ordering for you, see what they are going to say. I manage an Asian brand, Chin Chin, and one of the things that actually came out is a lot of people started saying, hey, the portion size is so huge. My price point wasn't different, guys. It was actually higher than my competition. But because my portion size was so heavy that that person was reheating it the next day and they got 2 meals out of it. That's value for money. You don't have to be a 10 dirham
item to become value for money. You can still be a 40, 50 dirham, but the value can be from somewhere else. These are key important pulse that you build to be able to get your customer, listen to them. Don't just go into your Excel sheet, but there is a customer behavior that you can build, and from there, your funnel will be really, really strong.
Can I just give a funny instance to that? So during my MBA college, our marketing professor used to tell us a very funny story. What is the difference between a customer and a baby? So the answer is that the customer never grows up, but the baby does. And and it's very much similar to that Instagram profile. Customer is just like a random Instagram profile who messages you one day that your profile is very interesting, your poems are really good, you do all sort of a thing, and you have a very good conversation, and then they ghost you for 1 month, maybe never come back, maybe somebody will, and you will have some sort of deal with them, you close deal with them, or there would be 99% of them, eventually you lost that deal. But yeah, I just wanted to give that analogy.
Perfect. So, next question for me to Mufi, right? Addressing the elephant in the room, AI, right? AI, where what do you see? The some of the practical applications of AI in the funnel marketing that you are doing. What has been overhyped, and what you see is really working for that you want to share with.
Firstly, what is actually being properly rated is automation. Like workflow automation is something that AI is doing really well, not just for marketing, but for every sort of business out there. So that is one thing that I've noticed with AI. But as you were saying, what is overrated, what is being overhyped, it's the creative part of AI, which everybody is jumping on. Like now, for instance, recently, just a few months back, this Ghibli art trend was trending on ChatGPT. People are just putting pictures up, they're putting and they're writing a prompt that just make this into a Ghibli, and then everybody just jumped on it. Everybody just jumped onto it, and then suddenly after some time, it's dead. But that's just one instance, and they can't understand that creativity isn't that just putting a prompt in and then just getting results out of it. I have worked with some amazing people in the creative department. My creative director himself, he works day and night on some amazing things, and he uses AI, of course, for certain parts of it, but you cannot remove the human factor out of it. Creativity is simply something that if you are logical in nature, you cannot understand. You have to have that emotional pulse, as Hemal would put it, an emotional pulse. Your emotions also dictate what your output is. And sometimes on your emotions, it may be good, sometimes it may be bad, but that is something that AI cannot replicate. So whoever is thinking that okay, AI can completely just automate my entire workflow, I can just chill at home, I can just relax, and my AI will take care of everything. Sure, that day might one day come, maybe, perhaps, but that day is something that I don't advise people to hope for, because if that happens, then you will simply think that you are not worthy of running your own business. You will have that imposter syndrome. So I highly recommend everyone in this room that do not rely too much on AI. AI is a tool. Make it your friend. Do not make it your servant. Do not make it something that, okay, you can do everything for me. Keep some things for you, do those things yourself, make AI a tool, as I was saying. That's all I will say.
I would just to add something here, just to the point. When it comes to content creation, and I see that a lot, be it a book or simple content like posting, I could see a lot of people rely on AI, and it's obvious, by the way, guys. So we use AI. Everybody uses AI, but we call them AI assisted, so not AI created. So because AI can never create your own story, your own experience, your own lived experience, but if you feed AI that experience, maybe it can create something nice for you. But people just let AI create something for them and they just post it. And it looks without heart, it looks without emotions, yeah? So AI can help, but let's not replace our humanity, our own stories. And that's something we always own, and nobody could ever replace that.
Thanks, Ajay. We'll open up the questions from the audience. I have more questions, but I want to give a chance for. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're having a good day already. My name is Abhishek Dev. I'm the co-founder of Biological Software Solutions. And first of all, thank you so much for sharing this important information all about building a successful marketing funnel. What I want to know, maybe from each one of you, and maybe you might be having a separate list altogether, but what are the typical don'ts that one must consider before planning?
What are the typical don'ts that we should consider in our entire marketing funnel planning? Yeah.
The don't, based on my experience that I always try to consult companies it, is first of all, don't forget the numbers and the KPIs, so the conversion between each stage of the funnel, even if the funnel is not perfect, and as we mentioned, even if the funnel is not linear, at the end you need to measure the conversion anyway, and also how good is your brand awareness. Even if you do a little brand awareness, at least try to consider what are the visits on your website, what the customer are saying, and so on. And don't under-evaluate the retention rate, because you might acquire a lot of customers, you might have a great customer acquisition, but then the value of the retention lost can be really painful.
I think there are two don'ts for me that I try to follow whenever I'm looking at a funnel. The first is don't just believe or make your decisions basis Excel. There needs to be a big balance between the data and the actual customer behavior. There is a lot. This is where AI has not cracked it, right? The human behavior that today that you would be able to sense from even your expressions today, AI is not getting there. So this balance is where humans currently have an edge. Let's keep that edge, guys. That's the first part. The second is don't build your funnel in silos. Your operations team has a lot more information that you can actually utilize in marketing. Your chef has a lot more experience on what product can be made fresh, great tasting, and right for your customer. Speak to everyone. Your finance team can actually control you on where you are actually having a leakage. No one team in your funnel is right or wrong. It's always good to take that information in. You can filter out what you don't want to use, but don't at least build your funnel in silos.
My biggest don't, and this is a big don't, please, none of you all do this. Do not step into any funnel or do not entertain anyone who will promise you get rich results, quick results. I can do marketing for this with this much results. Please avoid those kind of people. Avoid those kinds of funnels if you see them anywhere. That will ruin you. Like as AJ mentioned in the beginning, he spent thousands of dollars or whatever dollars or whatever it was. Please avoid that. Any kind of funnel or anyone who's trying that, okay, this funnel will work for your business. Give me 45 days and you will have this. Avoid that. That is my biggest don't for any of the founder or C-suite executive out there.
We have any other question? I think we have answered that question. If anyone else have the question,
Thank you so much.
anyone else from the audience?
While somebody might have another question, just a quick one. Don't be generic, be specific. Generic will not lead you anywhere. But when you are specific to, specific people, it leads you to get what you want. Another thing is, don't try to sell in B2B context. Try to educate or empower them. When you educate or empower the client, they will eventually come to you and it will definitely help you sell. When you go for selling, it doesn't work. So.
Hedge, you want to sum it up with final thoughts?
Yeah, final thought, and maybe it's a bit of an answer to your. Sorry. Yeah,
I'm
yeah, the
so
question,
sorry.
sorry.
We don't have time for another question.
I think we'll take up the questions after this session.
Okay,
but you
so
can just-
so I think two things as I wrap up and to answer also your question. Don't let it be about you. Let it be about them. People want to be heard, seen, and understood. If you make them feel heard, seen, and understood, you win their hearts. Number one. Number two, don't try to be the hero. You're always the guide. Always think of movies. You have the hero goes through shit and whatever, and there comes a guide. An old guy have some of the experience, and this guy helps the hero to overcome the problem. You want to be the guide, and they are the hero. If you have this relationship with your clients, you win them for life.
Oh, I love that.
He has some interesting quotes.
That was very, very insightful. Let them be the hero. I love that.
Thank you so much, everyone.
So much. Everyone, please put your hands in a very massive, well-deserved round of applause for our panelists. What a truly insightful and engaging panel. Please, let's all come together and take a picture. And I'm definitely going to expect our panelists to stay for the next panel, right? You guys are staying, right? Okay, perfect. All right, you want to take a video with the crowd? All right, up next, ladies and gentlemen, an incredibly exciting and insightful panel. I almost skipped to it because I'm so excited for it. This panel is all about the future of AI and whether it's female and women shaping the next tech revolution. So let's welcome on stage our moderator with a massive round of applause, Kim Bright, the CEO of Starborn Media. Joining her, we have Ms. Shilpa, the Chief Officer of Trust. Joining them, we have Ms. Kushbu, the founder and CEO of And certainly joining them is Dr. Nazik Zaidan, the head of Smart Learning at Mohammed bin Zayed University. And last but certainly not least, Miss Lucy Nelson, the founder and CEO of How exciting! Thank you so much for joining us, ladies. And I will hand off the mic to you. Everyone, please enjoy this fantastic panel. You know what? I actually want to take a video of you first before we start, because who can let me borrow their phone? I just want to take a video to start. I'm gonna take 2 videos for this panel. Okay, we have a few people here, so I just need you to cheer really hard. Can we do that?
Testing. We can do it. Let's go. Let's go. Awesome. Thank you. We love your energy. That's so great. So great. I know it's like the end. Everyone's had lunch. So we're so glad you all are here because this is going to be a fabulous panel. So thank you guys for being here. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Listen, this is the future of AI is female. Women shaping the next generation of tech, the next revolution of tech. Today, we're going to explore one key question. What happens when the people designing AI doesn't quite reflect the people it serves? Okay, we're going to dive into that with this incredible panel. AI now shapes healthcare, it shapes education, finance, communication, all of the ways that we work. Yet the perspectives building these systems remain far too narrow. So today, our incredible group of leading ladies, we're going to talk about the shift toward ethical, inclusive, and human-centered AI. All right, and so before we get started, I'm going to have all of the ladies. I would love for you to just give maybe a one-sentence blurb on who you are, where you're from, and your lens regarding this topic. We'll start with you, Shilpa.
Sure. Thank you so much, Kim. So I'm Shilpa Chindiala, and I'm Chief AI Officer of True ID Private Limited. We work on digital KYC biometrics for the leading fintech banks. And I'm here to share my experiences on how best we can train our models to really represent the 100% population. Yeah.
Thank you, Shilpa. I'm already loving the energy of the audience and the panel. My name is Khushbu. I'm the CEO and founder of AI Voyage Partner. We are a transformation consultancy who's focused on human-first AI, where humans are given the importance rather than AI. And we help to train employees on industry-based AI. So yeah, looking forward for the discussion. Thank you so much. Over to you, Nazik.
Hi, my name is Dr. Nazik, and I am the head of smart learning in Mohammed bin Zayed University. And I'm also the founder of Moji AI Solutions. And we're working with EdTech and training solutions using AI in education. And today I'm really happy to be here, and I love the energy as well.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Lucimar. I'm from Australia. I am a best-selling author. My book is AI for Women. I'm also Australian Meditech champion. And I am the founder of Amar AI, a platform built specifically for human connection.
Awesome. Thank you, ladies. So let's get started. We'll start with you, Shilpa. So what are the risks? What risks are we already seeing because women are missing from AI design?
Hey, Kim, thank you for the question. And definitely this topic is very deeply emotional for me. Initially when FUELD asked me to talk about this, I was like, I don't think we will have many points. But really, when I really explored, it's like too important, critical for us, for all of us to know this.
Yes.
So first thing is something you're seeing unique here, first ever in the corporate world, where all of us are women here. But how many rooms in our corporate world really have so many women? We have been seeing so many panels from morning, 5 to 6 men, one woman. But how is the population? It is 50% women, right? Meaning AI is used by, again, 50% women. But is it really representing the 100% population? So let us discuss. So as per the research, there have been hiring algorithms, hiring models, which have been rejecting women because they have mentioned women's as the word in the resume. So do you imagine a person's resume has not even reached the hiring panel just because they used the word women's in their resume? Okay, and that model was brought down by a prominent company because of this bias. And why did this bias happen? Then again, in another healthcare system, where it detects the thoracic. I mean, thoracic test is for women, right? Generally, but it detects more accurately for men over women. And whenever it is suggesting treatments, it is suggesting more accurate treatments for men than women. Heart diseases were misdiagnosed for women. Let's say about the education institutes. There were models deployed to really understand who would be the early dropouts, and they would be rejected for the university, right? In STEM, it's a common assumption that, okay, women would drop out, right? But is it really the case for everyone? But most of the models are being trained based on this historical data, which is almost 10 years older. But are the situations the same? And are we really building the right AI systems? AI systems act based on our training, our decision algorithms, and the user feedback loops. But whatever is existing in our real life system, wherein the gender bias is there, that is being sown into the AI and it is amplified. Whereas from morning we have been listening AI, that, this, and all, meaning every step of our life has become AI now, but it has biases in it. So it is very important that we really realize this importance and act on it. One example which I can say is navigator apps. We use navigator apps, right? They were built very efficiently, very fast, and accurately, and almost all our lives are dependent on that. But are they really talking about the safety, unlit areas, or the safe zones? Which is very much important, right? At least for the developing countries where women are facing atrocities, they might need that information, right? But was it really woven into the systems? Yes, few have, but they're really not doing the needful. Especially me being from India, we do see some cases where women have undergone few atrocities because they were not knowing where they were heading to. They were getting into the dark areas and all. So this system might have been designed in a room where women might not have was there in the room, right? So if only the woman was there, her perspective would have been sown into the system, and maybe like we would have better systems, right? So it's very important that we actually consider the diversity, 50% diversity, inclusivity into the systems. So all the startup owners here, whatever you're building, I would suggest it's really important you have evaluation metrics, whatever KPIs we are talking. Maybe you can consider even this, the biases, ensuring that the biases are not there in the systems, because remember, these systems are going to be used for future generations where really that bias we do not want to have, right? And I would really, yeah, I would really want to pass it to the other panel members so that we can hear more on the same.
That really gives us the groundwork. That data shows that this is not just imaginary. This is not an imaginary problem. And it's something that we may not even think about. Many people are using AI to add appointments to their calendar or automate a task, but we're not really cognizant that there's some bias that might affect populations. So Kushbu, you have worked across multiple sectors in AI, and now you have founded a company. What changes when AI includes more women? And why does it make AI work better?
Thank you, Kim, for the question. So I had the fortune to work in different kind of industries like energy or be it manufacturing or fintech. But I think this is the only space that demands equality. Now, let me give you an example. Imagine your mom. What contribution does she give in your family? What would be the answer? Huge, right? You will not say it's me. So she might be the best finance manager that you have seen in your family. At the same time, she takes the best care of the family. And tomorrow, if you bring a new appliance or a new tool to your family, she makes sure that it's right for the family, and she takes care that it's actually taking care. There is no security issues, and everything is taken care of. And if your kids are sent to a new skill set development program, she makes sure that you get the right teacher, the right instructor. At the same time, she ensures that it's rightly fit into your routine. And she can be very, very gentle, and she can be very strict at the times. So she makes sure that the rules are also maintained at home. Similarly is what happens when you include more women in your work. We not only run behind ROI, we care about the people behind it. We not only think about the systems, we think that it is maintained well. I've seen in my teams where people are running across saying that, is it performing well? But we make sure that, is it maintained well? We see that the feedback is going well. Now, thinking about the creativity, we bring in a lot of tools and stack into our company, but we make sure, is that working well? Is the security being taken care of? And I've studied a research in which it's said that in banking and in marketing, there is a very nice analogy where they say that they purposefully keep female at the leadership positions because they know that these sectors are vulnerable and they would not take risks at any cost. So, and we also give a lot of importance for work, at the same time ethics. So I think if you want a 360-degree growth, then you would include a lot of women in the team. And I see that AI is that space which demands that. You wouldn't want a model which is very skewed. Would you want it? No, right? You wouldn't want a model that is biased. So AI is the only space where I see that that equality is demanded. And I'm not talking about people who focuses only on cognitive intelligence, but on people who focuses on emotional intelligence too. So I think the world is ready for it.
That's great. Listen, that is when women shape the system versus the system shaping women. I think it's a better outcome, but based on what you just shared, that is so important. So we're going to take a look at the lack of women in AI and what that really means. And Lusamar, you have a very interesting label for this. I love it. It's a data era or a market failure when women are missing from AI. Please expound upon that, when women are missing from the AI architecture, and what single thing organizations must do now to help this situation.
Okay. Well, a future led by women is a future that finally recognizes and understands marketing reality at global scale. Today, most AI systems are trained on data sets representing only a fraction of humanity. This is not just bias, it's poor data quality. And poor data quality is the most expensive bug in technology. You see this across Africa, Asia, Latin America, and even here in the Middle East. AI struggles with dialects, cultural nuances, and fails patients in healthcare settings. This is not merely an inclusion issue. It is commercial inefficiency. The technology is not fit for purpose. And why? Because it uses assumptions imported from elsewhere. It's called, to me, digital colonization, which is not an accusation. Unfortunately, it is a mathematical consequence of training models on shallow systems. We start building technology that factually, when women lead development, we stop building generic and shallow systems. We start building technology that factually reflects the population it serves. I got my notes.
Take your time.
That is the pathway to sovereign intelligence. It is technology that actually mirrors linguistic, cultural, and economic reality. When innovation is anchored in the reality of its people, it becomes a catalyst to true human advancement. And answering your second question, Skin, the second question, the most effective action is this one. Mandate a demographic test at the architecture phase, not at the audit phase. there is one question that actually unlocks everything. Who these systems fail, and how costly is this failure? Before a single line of the code is written, map failures pathways across gender, age, culture, fate, and abilities. Every segment must be represented. When these patterns are representing most of the world's population are absent from your training data, as mentioned before, nations lose sovereignty over how their people are decoded by machines. At my company, AI, we use the same principle that governs clinical grade safety. What does that mean? No system is approved without stress testing its failure.
Very true.
We design safety into the architecture. We do not add it at the end. AI systems that shape how billions of people connect, work, learn, and make decisions deserve exactly the same discipline. When us, and diverse architects are involved from the foundation, something remarkable happens. Diversity stops being a compliance checkbox and becomes capital efficiency. You stop burning billions on systems that misreads the very population they claim to serve. Actually, we must build systems that reflect humanity in its full spectrum. That's how you create a sovereign AI ecosystem, one with the social and geopolitical sensitivity, not to exploit, but to empower humankind. Thank you.
Beautiful. I love that. I love that. Listen, all of those frameworks you share with us, all those actions show that this is not a problem that is unsolvable. This is not a zero sum to infinity, it'll never be solved. There are things and actions that we can take now to actually help ease some of the bias that we find that is in AI in all industries. And one of those industries includes education. We're going to talk about that with Dr. Nazik.
Thank you.
As AI enters the classroom, what approaches do women leaders bring to protect student well-being, reduce bias, and support ethical decision-making?
Interesting question. Thank you. When we talk about AI in education, we often focus on the speed and the efficiency, right? But the real question is, who's designing these systems? And what are the values are these systems being shaped on, right? That's where the female leadership becomes very critical. From my experience in working with universities, okay, when women lead in AI development, they change the conversation. It becomes towards people, not just technology. So they have a different viewpoint. They have questions that they ask. Does this tool support students' well-being? Is it cultural appropriate for the learners? And does it really reduce the biases? So these questions women bring into the development phase. In the Arab region, we cannot just copy-paste global AI tools and make them work for us, right? Some of these global tools, they don't consider the dialect, they don't consider the language, they don't consider the religion. So there's a lot of biases in these tools. And when the training was done, if it was a woman, I'm not saying that men don't, but I'm saying that women have this prospect where they can see things and they make sure that they cover all the aspects that cover the well-being of students, the well-being of the learners in the education. And like you talked about it earlier, that women, as mothers or as sisters or as parents, they make sure that everything is holistically covered. They don't want something that doesn't work for their kids or something that doesn't work. So they ask questions and that many overlook when they're developing, such as, will students be learning different, will students with learning difficulties be supported? Are they protecting the data of those learners? And what's left behind if we deploy this tool? Who's left behind? Because we're talking about inclusivity, we're talking about accessibility, we're talking about people of inclusion. So are they left behind when we build these tools? So these things are not an easy thing. They're all about empathy. And empathy is not just a soft skill. It's a design requirement. Okay, so naturally decision-making, when women lead in creation, students feel represented. They feel seen. And AI becomes a tool that supports learning than just simply automating it. If we want AI to truly improve education, we need more women building it, because when women lead, it becomes safer, fairer, and more meaningful for every student across the world. In higher education, I see daily how AI is used and how it's affecting the well-being of students, especially when it trusts and academic integrity. One lesson is very clear. Ethical AI is not automated. It's intentional. Women leaders usually bring a strong sense of responsibility in the AI design, okay? We ask questions that keep systems very safe, especially during the training phase when we're deploying any kind of AI project. Who might be harmed? These are the questions. Who might be harmed? Who could bias appear? I mean, where could the biases appear? Are valuable students, are they valuable to this, vulnerable to the students? Are the students' vulnerability protected? How do we keep humans in decision making? Because we talk about AI doing a lot of things, but are we really covering the human aspects of it? Are students using it ethically right? So these things need to be covered in the deployment phase where women are thinking about it. And these questions shape the healthier ecosystems. In education sector, students are not just users, they're developing minds. They come with different backgrounds, privileges, and pressures. So women tend to push for AI that respects privacy, encourages fairness, and protects their emotional and academic well-being for every learner. Okay? Another strength of female leadership is bringing diverse voices into the process, because we come from different cultures, we come from different backgrounds, and women often involve educators like psychologists, cultural experts, and not just engineers. This makes ethical decision-making more complete and more relevant to real classrooms. The real contribution women bring in the ability to balance innovation with care. And we design AI that meet ethical expectations and not just technical requirements. And that balance is exactly what where higher education need to adopt AI with confidence. So when women lead in education, we don't just build smart systems. We build safer, fairer, and more human systems. And that is the kind of AI students deserve.
Yes, love that, love that. Give her a hand. Yes, that was beautiful.
Thank you.
It's amazing how AI, as we have shared, affects every industry from education. And education is where the next generation is going to be using what we leave them. And we don't want to leave them with systems that are filled with so much bias that it's very complicated to get that bias out, for them to start from such a depth of bias.
Yes.
But we not only see this bias in education, we also see it in my industry, which is marketing and advertising. And a lot of times when we talk about AI bias, it becomes a male versus female discussion. But I want to offer that it's not that. AI bias is actually a dollars and cents
discussion. Why? Because if most households, the decision buying is female, and you have so much bias baked into the system, marketers, advertisers will ultimately spend more money trying to target leads and customers if they use a faulty AI system. And AI is everywhere in marketing. There's AI automations, AI is everywhere. We use it all the time. But you also want marketers not to have to work so hard to find your clients, to manage your ad spend, because we now have to become bias police in addition to your budget police. We want to make sure we're spending your ad dollars properly. So this situation actually becomes a dollars and cents, depending on the industry. It becomes a dollars and cents issue, not just a male or female issue. So listen, thank you to all of the panelists. We're going to give the audience a chance to ask any questions, but AI can't reach its full potential if it continues to be built from a narrow perspective. Women bring fairness, nuance, lived context that this moment actually requires. And I'll leave you with this, that the future of AI is female because the present reflects builders and not always the buyers. So we're going to open up for the audience to have any questions that you may want to ask the panelists at this time. Anyone? Yes, ma'am.
So my question is to the panel. When you say, I've been hearing about bias, right? When you say women to be more into AI, do you want to say that it has to be more empathetic, and that is where we are heading? The AI technology as a whole? Is that going to tackle bias?
Repeat that part. More women, and say it one more time for me.
Considering women is more about the representation of women is more towards empathy, right? So is that going to be the future of AI? Is that going to tackle the bias?
I'll take the.
Okay, Kushbu.
Yeah. That's one factor I think would be considered, but it's not only empathy. Obviously, empathy would that role is coming to be. That's the next thing for sure. But I think a lot of aspects are being undermined at the moment. Like I've been a person who was the only lady in a room of 25 men. It's very difficult to be in that room. It's not easy. Like if you speak like a woman, they start looking at you. What is she speaking? So that perspective itself to come into a room takes a lot of time. So it's not alone about empathy. There are so many other factors that we bring in. I remember that I walked into the CTO's room and I've been discussing about the team, and it was about people, their skill set, how it was being utilized and how it is underutilized. What was the way that we have gone? And he said, "You are a strategist." I said, "No, I'm a leader." I think we don't have that factor. Like women have lot, exactly like the example that I've given. Like it's not about the numbers alone. So if you get into a boardroom, I've been into boardrooms, it's always about numbers. Where is the ROI? How are you going to get back that money that you have invested in this AI project? Every time this is the discussion that's going on, not even in GCC, globally it's the thing. Like where is the money that's gone? Why is it failing? It's not failing because we haven't done the work. It's not because of the expertise. It's just because people are scared to use AI. There is a lot of problem in imbibing AI. They feel that it's replacing humans, and there are a lot of people who promote that, saying that we are going to replace you. It's not the fact. But I think if women, as you rightly said, if that person I'm not saying women are the only person who's having that empathy. There are a lot of men who are doing that, but they are not able to show it up in a group of men when they are sitting in the boardrooms, because the main focus is always on the numbers. And I remember when we were thinking about bringing a new technology, I said, You can bring this tech stack, but remember the team had to spend a lot of hours in relearning that and bringing that into the system. There is a lot of workforce that's required. Why did I say that? It's because my quality was ingrained in empathy. It's not because the other men was not doing that, but they are driven with numbers and the whole group is driven with the numbers. So these things have to come there. So yeah, I can pass it on to Shilpa. Let's let her hear her also.
Yeah, so I do agree. It's not exactly about the empathy. Empathy is one of the factors. But imagine the 50% of the population's perspective might be missing in the designs. If you remember the Samsung watches, when I went to buy, I got a bigger dial watch. Why? So let us think like this is a question to all of us. Why was a watch where even I'm supposed to wear, even I do want to track my fitness and all, why was it so big that I can't wear it? Right? Coming to iPhone, it tracks all the vitals, but it never tracked the menstrual cycles. Why? Because there were no questions about it in the room while the design was happening. What if 50% of the boardroom is really the 50% representing the population? We might have all the perspectives, right? How can men think about what we are experiencing, right? We might be experiencing some safety concerns when we are working at 9 or 10 in the night. Maybe men may never know that fear, right? Or whatever, like we experience pregnancy like that. There are many aspects which we do face, which men might not know, and which really are needed in the design. So it's always good to really have that representation during the design itself. Because as on today's statistics speak, where 12 to 15% of the AI leadership is women, meaning the remaining 85% is men. Meaning wherever these critical decisions have to happen, there's no representation. Definitely we'll be missing on those perspectives. Coming to the AI developers or the data analysts, it's only 26% globally. So how are we really justifying the systems which we are building now for the future? Whereas we are talking AI everywhere. Even a 10-year child is going to the chat GPT and asking questions. Whereas it is woven with all the gender bias. Now we are talking about gender, so I'm just pointing that out. But there are many biases. So we need to really go out of this room thinking with how can we minimize these biases, whatever biases are existing. Let us minimize while building itself.
While building, that's the key word, not after. This is what's happening right now. We're doing counter crisis. Now
That's
AI
good.
is released to the
Yeah.
world, and then suddenly we're finding that one kid just committed suicide because ChatGPT told
Told him
him to.
how. That's
So
right.
these things, why weren't they trained before? So these things are very critical in our life, and as women, we see these things. We foresee the child's getting hurt before they do it. So we're making sure that the home is safe. We're making sure that he's playing in a good surrounding. We're making sure this round table is round, not edges. So this is what women bring into the table. They bring safety, well-being, fairness, transparency, ethical stuff.
So true. That is a great example. I don't know a mother anywhere in tech who would not say, hey, if a child asks this question, we don't want the accuracy of how to commit suicide, how to unalive yourself. That's not the goal here. Any other questions?
There's a question down there.
Hello. I just want to thank you guys for such an insightful conversation and dialogue. One of the things that I continue to hear from you all is the importance of the perspective of women and the mindfulness of women in AI at the beginning, at the developmental stages of creating the technology and the products. How can organizations ensure that through talent acquisition and in the boardrooms and within their teams that women are properly represented and that the perspective of all are included as they're building out the AI technology within the products and services.
Anyone?
Okay, I'll take this one. I think when we're doing a recruitment, we usually think about, like she said, the return on investment all the time. So when we recruit, we always ask these tough questions and how good are you? How efficient are you? How much of a speed you're going to bring this product to life and all this. But we should include more women in the hiring process. Not that I know a lot of biases happen in HR recruiting because women have a lot of days off, motherhood and illness and sickness because of the kids or anything. But this should not stop us. We should not be biased in that sense. We should hire more women if they have the talent, if they're capable, and not just consider the financial aspects of the thing. And I believe that we are an example. We've been working really hard to get to where we are, and we've done a lot. And we've been mothers. All of us are mothers and women, and we worked really hard to make a difference in the world. And I believe that all of us are very well accomplished in their business, and we are here is a stamp, like to show that we.
I just want to add to her. I don't know if how many of you were there for the session just before. It was on marketing strategy or something. There were 5 men and 1 lady here. And I felt that the lady was speaking very interesting and it stood out. If you have noticed, she was speaking about emotions, connect, story, feedback. Yes. Did all other 5 men, I'm not quoting like men versus female, but see what value she is bringing. And the story was so good to hear because she was giving a storyline, but all others were saying, you are the hero. I understand what they are making point, but she had a storyline. So I think this is the value that women bring in. So they adds, they connect the dots, and I think it's worth it to have them.
Awesome, awesome. Well, listen, thank you, ladies. If there are no more,
just last question. Sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Okay, so I agree. Empathy is one point where you say that if you have empathy, we have more empathy towards others. But don't you think it's because we now, as women, have more purchasing power than before, and we are the customers, and men don't understand us? Full stop. So women are the one who has to lead it. Your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's globally 70 to 80% of buying decisions, even if it's a male-centered product, the woman is giving, hey, babe, I think it'd be great if you look at this.
Their decisions might change.
Exactly. So it's very, very important to have that voice, because the voice of the buyer, male or female, but the statistics are what they are, the voice of the buyer is where the purse is controlled. You want your ad budget, you want your product sold, you gotta talk the language of the buyer. And you cannot, if you go mute there, your return on investment will also go mute. And no CEO, male or female, wants that to happen. If there are no more questions, we appreciate you all for being here with us. Thank you, panelists.
Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.
Great discussion.
Appreciate you.
Y'all have any energy left? I know it's the end of the day. Can we get a little energy for the video in the back? A little bit.
Can you all just cheer for her video? Let's just show some energy. Amazing. Thank you so much to the panelists and the moderator for an inspiring discussion. It was really energizing and very insightful. I'd just like to apologize. The previous MC had to leave because of a sudden accident of one of our family members. So I'm going to be proceeding and taking on from here. Thank you to the panelists for the discussion. It was very, very inspiring. Now, moving on, for our final session of the day, we're diving into a topic that hits every organization right where it matters. How do you protect what's important when budgets are tight? So our session, which is going to be called Defending Your Budget, How to Advocate for Cybersecurity in Lean Times, could not be more timely. This conversation looks at cybersecurity in a way that goes far beyond firewalls and software. It is about protecting your reputation, safeguarding customer trust, preventing the kind of risks that can cost far more than any security investment ever will. Please help me welcome our moderator, Dr. Narayanan Krishnan, PhD. Please, can I have a round of applause? Chief Technology Officer of Nushke Technologies LLC, and panelists who live and breathe this work. Please. Joining him will be Ms. Anjali Datta, VP Digital Transformation and Marketing Leader, Tech Mahindra. Please join him. Thank you so much. Let's bring them on stage with a huge round of applause, guys. Can I have some more? Thank you so much for joining. Here, I hand it over.
Good evening. Would you guys like to come further up ahead so it's more personal? Come on. Come on. We are going to share ideas, and ideas have a bad habit of bouncing off empty chairs in completely different tangents. So if you want to come, use up the space up front. We'll make it a very cozy, a very personal discussion.
Yeah, but the topic is very complicated, right? So when we talk about all data security and all that stuff, right? So people are really scared of actually even coming in the front and then having a conversation. How about it? How we can actually get them into energy? It's not complicated or dangerous subject. It's an easy subject as well.
Okay, let's try this one for today. Right hand, place it above your heart. And when I ask you a question, you can raise your left hand to say if you have done it or not.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. I can't do it. Sorry.
Coffee in the last 30 minutes. Have you had coffee, tea, whatever? You've had? Nice, lovely. If you agree with this statement, raise your left hand. I am tired.
Oh, okay. They are not tired. See, only two people, right?
only
So
two people are tired.
Are you people being honest or you're not, right? Okay, just they're trying to keep us happy because they're saying they are not tired, right? So that we keep the energy on, right? That's
Yes.
the thing.
Yes. So this kind of encourages me. And we're going to have a lovely little discussion. But before we get there, once I get my tech running.
So while we wait for the questions to actually start popping up, right? I was really happy with the conversation that was happening a minute ago, right? And interestingly, on the stage, we have all the women sitting here, amazing ladies at the back, right? You people did an amazing job, loved it. But interestingly, I have a little bit of a thing, right? Why we don't have men here being part of that conversation? Because again, when we talk about equality, when we talk about giving equal chance, that means we have to have every party to be part of the game, right? Isn't it? So while I say that, on the stage right now, we have two people here, myself and, sir here as well. What we are trying to do, we are trying to really bring how heterogeneousness can be actually made live. I represent the creative mind, I represent the tech and creative, but I've been just doing all that, storytelling thing. Sir is a beautiful combination of storytelling powered with technology and security, right? So that's heterogeneousness for you on the stage right now.
So, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you today for this panel discussion, and it's an honor to be with Ms. Datta as our panelist. Across organizations, whether you're 5 or 500 people strong, the pressure to do more with less has never been greater. Budgets are tightening. How many of you agree with it? How many of you are business owners? So would I be safe to assume that you are tightening the budgets?
Yeah, that's it. That's a tricky question, though, right?
Okay, but budgets are tightening. The threats are accelerating. Executives are asking tougher questions about ROI. I really don't know what ROI means. I come from a cybersecurity background. I know nothing about everything else. Cyber criminals are not slowing down, they're actually doing things faster. So, how do we make the case for cybersecurity when financial climate demands restraint, demands more control, and demands a lot more from lot less? Over to you for your opening statements.
Thank you so much for. To be very honest, it's very, very important to keep all of us, right, safe on this planet, right? In the world that we all play in, right, which is completely digital. Now we are talking about all fancy stuff, right? This AI coming in. Tomorrow we will have. Today we also have humanoids, right? Today we are talking to humans. Tomorrow we'll be talking to robots, right? And that will become reality. It is reality for most of the countries as well today. So in all that, it's very important to keep ourselves safe and secure. You mentioned very interestingly today in the morning, right? If any damage happens, what it takes away, it takes money, reputation, and all that. But one thing which is very, very important, which is taken away, is called your confidence, right? And I'll tell you my own personal story. Few weeks ago, and this is all happening with all senior executives, right? On a WhatsApp channel, I got a message from a very senior person, right? And he's asking a very strange thing. He's asking that he's in front of the client right now, and immediately he needs my help to figure out if iPhone can be actually purchased and gifted to the client. And I said, excuse me, he's super senior person, right? We both know each other, and I'm also senior executive. He won't reach out to me just like that, right? And I just doubted. But you know what intelligently, the system was doing, or the human was doing? They started putting pressure and urgency. And thank to God and thanks to my intelligence at that point in time, that I alerted myself, hey, looks, this is something really wrong. And I ended up sending an email to that person through my official email ID. And then, and that's it. And in fact, interestingly, in India, now all senior citizens are actually much more informed, right? Because they are actually really doing great job on Instagram or whatnot, right? So my mother was sitting next to me. She said, hey, excuse me, you need to be really careful. It looks like a wrong thing. I said, but I am technology expert. Yeah, mom, chill. But I was scared internally. But she was very clear, very crystal clear that this is something wrong, right? Don't go for it. And thank God, that was the wrong thing any which ways, because I got that confirmation in few hours. Now, what does that tell us? There is no negotiation and no compromise on personal security, right? When it comes to no matter which size of organization you are a smaller, you are a bigger, or whatsoever, the damage is equal, because you are impacting a life of somebody, which is your customer and end product user, right? And for those only we have the business in the first place, right? So we cannot definitely undermine this activity.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, with your blessings and permission, I'll start with the very first question. In lean economic cycles, what are the most credible and definitive arguments that CISOs and IT managers can use to defend cybersecurity budgets to non technical business leaders or executives?
Yeah, that's a great question. I would like to answer that. But before I do that, I want panel, people just sitting here, right? I think you people are also getting bored. What is your opinion, your view? Because you people are the founders, you people run the businesses, right? And these are your daily problems, right? So what is your perspective on this question? How do you really bring non-technical people understand and comprehend and appreciate the concept of data security? I can tell you, I run studios. Studios normally are creative studios, right? They have combination of, designers, painters, marketers, right? Storytellers and hardcore technology people as well. I have teams that does hardcore technology, right? And all that stuff. But it's easier to actually make technology person understand and not the creative. That's a wrong perception, right? Both takes equal time to understand importance of all this, right? We need, and I'll tell you, it's a human thing. Until unless the damage happens to you, you don't realize it, right? We have to ensure that we provide proper training, proper coaching, maybe a role play activity. And I can really say it very differently and very profoundly. I don't know how many of you are aware of, in India, we have this UPI system by which we can really make the payments, right? Which is the best thing we are, we are very proud of as Indians. But when, the UPI started, I got a strange phone call by somebody, and I was actually selling a furniture, right? The person called me, showed me a QR code, and I ended up making a payment. And that was, I got victimized. Some amount of money got deducted from from my account, right? But so-called technology person spend almost 16, 17, 18 years in the world of IT industry, preaches, talks about security. You yourself got victimized, right? Because of why, I'll tell you. There is a speed rush to do things faster. You are doing multitasking. You can feel, okay, that's all right. Okay, it's okay, right? I can swipe it, swipe out, do this job, finish it. Again, we are not paying attention to things because we live in a world which is so very fast. Everything needs to be done now. So all the obvious questions that we used to ask actually got diminished, right? Now, coming back to question, what we're trying to answer here. See, it takes equal time, no matter you are a technology person, not technology guy, right? People take equal time to really understand. Yes, a pure technology guy who comes from a data background, understand data complications, much more might be an easy learner, right? Whereas the creative people might take time. But what I'm really trying to call out, as long as people question, they pause. Whosoever pause and question why I'm doing this activity, you are the best person from security perspective.
Brilliant answer. Brilliant answer.
All
Anyone
right,
wants
I
to
got
add
10
to
out
this?
of 10, sir. Thank you.
Anyone wants to add to this? From your business owner's perspective. A microphone, please.
Yeah, I think data security, when you look at the enterprise level, it's a huge thing. But we cater to SMBs and they don't really care. But one of the reasons I'm talking about this is something which we are building as a MarTech tool. We have done two things. We have done data security by default, right? So none of the all the LLMs are on open source. It is customized, and none of the data goes through to the LLMs. And the second thing what we have done is from the security perspective in terms of the threats, like the scares, right? So anybody misusing the tool, will not be able to ask for a suicidal note or anything. So these are the first two things that we built in at a very different, basic level. When we go and talk to SMBs about this, they initially they don't care, but when they see the potential that their data will be secured with them and on the tool, because there is compliance and everything that we take care of, they really understand the value of it, right? And they are willing to pay premium because they then see the value. But there is an education level that I think for the SMBs specifically and startups, that's an education level that we are going through, at least from our perspective.
That's very nice. In fact, you raised another thing that I was pointing out. It's about role play, right? We used to do that in management trainings, right? A lot of role plays, right? You create that panic situation, make somebody really understand, right? I don't think we do it enough in terms of faking it from data security perspective, which is a very important aspect. If we actually put that as a practice, I think a lot of things we'll see a lot of change, right? Yeah, that's it.
Lovely. And thank you so much, madam. You did point out a very important factor called compliance. And let me share a perspective that most of you would not have seen compliance from. What is a driving license? A driving license is a statement of compliance to the nation's law on road safety. Would you agree? Does that mean that people who do not have a license cannot or do not drive? Let us assume that you do not have a driving license for whatever reason. You just don't. It's not that you're not having it now. You just don't have a driving license, and a cop catches you driving a car on the road. What will happen? Fines. So the impact of not having a driving license is about, say, 300 dirhams in Dubai for the first offense. It's about 1,000 rupees in India for the first offense. And then as the number of offenses grow, the cost of that risk or the cost of non-compliance goes high. Now let me take one more scene. You don't have a driving license. You are driving a car and you hit someone. It could be a person, it could be a motorcycle, it could be a car, it could be a truck, it could be anything, but you hit someone and that person has a driving license. Now, for no reason, everything else remains the same, yeah? The fines, the not having compliance, everything else remains the same, but just because you are not compliant, now it's a much bigger crime. And the same goes with information security. Due diligence is what every organization looks for, whether it's UAE with the PDPL, whether it is India with the DPDP, whether it is Europe with the GDPR, or every other country with their own versions of data privacy laws. The moment you get caught with a breach, that means the end of company for most small and medium businesses. They're not able to recover from that incident. Now, this is something that most organizations don't look into, particularly in difficult times. I'll tell you from a personal perspective. There was a time when I did not have a job. I sacrificed almost everything that I had. Sold my car, sold properties, did everything, but I made sure that my medical insurance was active. Why? I was already boiling in hot soup. And if something happened to my health and I had no money for it, so that's the important point. So identify what will keep your business running and make sure that you do at least that much from a data security, cyber security standpoint. How many of you feel that you're too small to be attacked? Because most SMBs feel, oh, we are too small. We are not famous. We are not in the news. So what can business leaders and organizations or enterprises, small, medium businesses, do to challenge this mindset?
Yeah, I think they need a better coach. They need a mentor who can actually see. I think we get more comfortable when we are in our own zone, right? And that's where a lot of mistakes happen, right? I think smaller enterprise also, no matter how small you are, right? It's always good to learn from the world around, right? Go and take specialized guidance, bring experts who can actually audit and review your ecosystem, your environment, and then tell you, guide you, coach you where you can spend from a security perspective and how much, right? I think we get much more there is a statement, right? It's okay, let it go, it's fine, no damage will happen. That mindset, right, in itself a self destruction thing. And same as you rightly mentioned, the health thing, right? We keep neglecting our health and then you will see outcomes later on. Same goes with business as well, right? This is a very important health metrics of an organization, that how are you keeping your customer data, your all things in control, in compliance, right? So seek guidance, go for sessions, bring experts, pay some money, right? And then get some outside information. That's very, very important. And sir, I think I was thinking maybe we can make this a little bit more lighter, considering the audience with us. uh, there is a lot when we talk about this security, right, and a lot of norms around it, right? I don't know how many of you are aware of, there are countries which are actually closing social media access for youngsters. Yeah. So why that is the case, right? Because somewhere we have actually exposed some information which is not meant for youngsters, right? They are not healthy, they are not good for young kids, right? So today, since morning, we all are talking about world of digital era, right? We are talking about so many things will happen so quick, fast, quick, now, right? We are talking about youngsters who will definitely don't know how to even write from pencil and pen, right? They will use all these tablets and all to go do the job, or maybe voice it out, right? uh, or maybe get everything done by a robo, right? That's not good use of human mind any which ways. And there is a question that we are all pointing out today: what is the logic, what is the definition of intelligence, right? Now, why I made all these statements, because, and I quoted few examples, right, prior to the first two questions that you asked me. There is a difference between Anjali and her mother, right? She's much more alert when it comes to security. She's much more logical when it comes to security, right? She will ask right questions from security perspective. But she might be slow using digital platforms and tools, but she's doing exactly the right thing. She will be less exposed to problem unless she transition to the world of super fast multitasking, right? So what we need to do, we all need to do, I think we need to strike a balance, right? Hence there is concept of digital fasting and all that we've been talking about for many years, right? Why that is important? Because we have, at some point in time, you really need to engineer your own self, your own body, because that's machine as well, right? If you bring yourself, refresh, rethink, and pause when it is required to be paused, I think you'll be logical, and security will come as an obvious thing anyways.
Absolutely, absolutely. Let me share a personal story. I was about 10 or 12, growing up in a suburb in Mumbai. And I'm talking of the early 1980s. No prizes for guessing my age, but yeah. Those days, social media was all about going to a neighbor's house saying, I got this shirt for my birthday. Or speaking to the neighbors saying, this weekend we are going for a movie. My dad is taking me to a restaurant for dinner. That was all about social media at that time. Cut to 1990s. Pagers, early mobile phones had come and people started sharing plans on the phone when they are in a cab. The cab driver was able to listen to everything. They have picked you up from an apartment. They have taken you to a certain place. And now he knows that nobody is going to be in the apartment for 1 month, starting the 1st of next month. We humans have the habit of exposing critical data to absolutely the kind of people who don't have any need to access that data. And exactly the same thing continues into the business world. Our Facebook, our Instagram is full of posts that if we don't post, the world is not going to collapse. I'll tell you an incident that happened in, I think, 2016 or 2017. A lady takes a photograph of a child dressed in a school uniform. The child is maybe about 3 or 4 years old. And she puts it on Facebook saying, first day my daughter going to school, kindergarten. I am so happy, blah, blah, blah. She'll come back at 12:30. 11 o'clock, someone goes to the school, picks the daughter up, saying he is an uncle, gives all the relevant details of the family, and we're talking of 9-10 years now, the child is not yet back. If this happens to a neighbor, to someone you don't know, we are not impacted. But if this happens to someone we know, someone closer to the family, that is when we realize the importance of securing information.
So if I may add a point, right, this is a very good thing that you just talked about. I don't know how many of you are actually aware of this fact about zero posting. Yeah. So that's becoming the latest trend, right? I don't think there was a time when everybody used to post, oh, hey, I'm having coffee. Hey, I'm going out. Hey, I'm doing this. Hey, I'm doing that, right? I think the people were really, and that's natural. Why would one do it? Whenever there is a new thing that comes to the world, people want to play it, experiment it, right? And enjoy it. People were enjoying with these tools, right? The social tools by sharing whatever they wanted to share, right? Ended up exposing a lot of data for people who don't even need to have that data information. But now I think people have realized, right? A lot of people have realized it is not giving any value to them. It is not giving any return. And they're getting exhausted about it. So people have stopped posting, right? But again, and I think relationship are getting more uh, instead of, I would say, more exposed. Now they are getting more contained and controlled, right? So why to share your personal things outside? And now let's meet people person to person and connect, right? So I think it's just like a normal progression, right? You go up, you see a particular trend, and then there is a decline, then there is something new that comes over. But in all what you're saying, it's very important to figure out and realize what is that information that you're giving, who, why. And that's an interesting thing. Let me give you one example. It's going to be super funny, right? I don't know. People from India would understand. People from outside world. I don't know whether your family behaves that way or not. My mother has a habit of always speaking. She's watching something, she'll speak, and my mother has a habit of gossiping with my brother, and they will again just do some talking. I said, hey, excuse me, why are you both talking just like somebody will listen? I said, nobody listens, Anjali. I said, no, people are not deaf. They will listen. No, 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 nobody is listening. But that's how everybody does. It's just like normal human behavior. You're assuming nobody has not, people have nothing to do with your data. They will not listen. I can completely bitch and joke, right? Because that's what they want to do. And I'm the one always being an inspector saying, stop doing it, stop doing it. Yeah, here we go, right? So humans, as you rightly mentioned, have habit of just, it's okay. What will they do with the data that I'm actually talking about? How does that matter? Let us live our life. Let us enjoy, right? But I think the more complicated the world is becoming, it is very important that we are conscious and we are careful about what we are talking, where we are talking, and in front of whom we are talking. That education has to be given.
Absolutely. For people from the Indian subcontinent, they would be able to relate to this better. In fact, it's part of every country now. There are shows like Big Boss, Splitsville, and all that. They are feeding on the inquisitive and curious nature of people. Everyone wants to know what's happening with that, with someone else. So we have spoken for about 19 minutes now. And it's now time for you to ask any question. Now, this is not the Q&A session. This is midterm. So please feel free to ask questions, or I'm going to ask questions to you.
And you will be scoring as well, right?
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah, we are very honored to have you, sir, here as a cybersecurity expert. Yes, so previously we did have many famous tools for cybersecurity testing, right? Like Burp Suite and port scans and whatnot. So are we having, I mean, is there any research happening and any tools being, frameworks being built for the current security system? Because it's not just about us sharing the data, but everyone is into agentic AI and all, right? So we have seen agents like computer use or Manus AI, and there are so many AI tools that are there in the market which are just available for $10 per month. So people are just using it, and how are we sure that those agents are really contained in the system that they're provided with? I mean, how sure are we that they're not getting intruding into our machines? So are there any systems being developed to really identify these? And also with this AI, actually, like we do see a lot of deep fakes, AI generated images, ID cards being generated. So are there any frameworks coming up to really identify all these?
Brilliant question. Your good name, madam?
Shilpa.
Shilpa ji, where are you from?
Hyderabad, India.
Hyderabad. And what do you do?
I work for TrueID as a chief AI officer, and we did develop a fraud detection system to identify deepfakes AI generated images. But that is just a 0.01% of the problems that are arising as on today. Though we are not proactively sharing the data, still AI systems have become super smart to do a lot of stuff. So I'm just curious as to where are we in cybersecurity area?
Lovely. So I kind of read two questions in one. The first one is, are tools being developed for the larger cybersecurity narrative? Yes, lots of tools are being developed. One of the tools that is prevalent today, and I cannot name the tool, is all you need to give the tool is a name, an email ID, a phone number, or a photograph. Within seconds, they will get your entire digital identity in front of the screen. If you have 5 email IDs, they'll bring all 5 email IDs in front of you. If you have social media accounts connected to these 5 email IDs, all the social media accounts will be flashed. what you have posted in the last 30 days in any of these social media will be presented. It is strange to know, but it will identify if Shilpa, I'm sorry to use you as an example, if Shilpa is stored as Shilpa in how many phones, how many people have stored their contact details with Shilpa as Shilpa. Somebody could have called her Didi or sister. Somebody could have called her aunt. Somebody could have called her AI. Somebody could have named her True ID. Like my wife has named in her contact, she has me as headache, which is fine. So this kind of information is now available for people to cash in. The amount of data that is floating around, thanks to porous, specifically use this word, porous security in mobile phones, is unimaginable. And then on top of that, if you are asking that question of how safe is AI today, I would say not safe at all. AI models are based on data that they already have. There was an exercise done by IBM recently using Dr. Watson, and they asked AI to generate an analog clock face with a time as 3:57. They ran that multiple times. I'm saying 20, 30,000 times. And 99% of the times, the result was 10:10. Because you look at any analog wristwatch, for whatever reason, for ages, they have only shown 10:10. There is no image that the AI can bank on which says 3:59. So one, the core data that the AI works on is faulty or can be faulty. And two, we don't know who is piggybacking on your query. They're creating a profile of you as a user based on what you type on ChatGPT. Suddenly, if you have logged into ChatGPT using your Google, then your YouTube, Google, all searches are prompted by ChatGPT now. So one question for all the business owners. What is the single metric that you would evaluate your information security program on? What is it that will tell you as a business owner that your information security program is working or not working? So now it's going to be yes, please.
AI is, AI has been using our data. So I think we should really come up with the standard protocols again for security testing, which matches to this AI generation, and mandating it along with other SDLC cycle steps, mandating cybersecurity as the topmost priority.
Good answer. Someone else wants to try? What is a single metric that shows you that your information security program, your information security team is working? And I'll comment on that answer in just a few seconds. Could you just kind of share what industries or what verticals are you guys from? There is an AI development company. True ID is an identity management, authentication, blah, blah, blah company. We have some people in really good technology development space here. So how many from small and medium business or any other business into manufacturing here? How many from banking, finance backgrounds? Fintech, health tech, lovely. Now the requirements of testing from a security perspective is different for each. The requirements of the results of the testing are different for each. If I'm using a phone for a credit card transaction in a point of sale, it's okay if it misbehaves once in a while. No, there is this chargeback that the bank does. You send a complaint, they'll immediately give you the money back because they don't have the time to investigate everything. But imagine if this is going to be a medical device. If the medical device malfunctions from a data integrity perspective, the device sends one section of data, a man in the middle changes the entire section, the integrity is compromised, it comes to you for analysis, and suddenly the HbA1c, which was 5.8, it was changed to 12.5. What is your analysis? What is your diagnosis? What is your treatment? So you're going to inject insulin. There are quite a few automated insulin administrating devices available today. You are automatically giving insulin to a patient who is at borderline. They would go into hypoglycemia. So understand what is important. And if I have to give the answer to that single metric, we are talking of how many incidents do we get in a day, week, month, whatever time frame we have, can be attributed to a risk that was identified by our team. I repeat, how many incidents do I get in a valid time period which can be attributed to a risk that is already identified by our team? If this ratio is close to 1, then your team is doing a great job. But if you're being hit by incidents where you're blindsided, then you need to beef up your security. Particularly when it comes to lean times, focusing on this singular metric will change the way you look at information security. Any closing comments?
No, sir. Thank you so very much. I think we all got the clarity and that formula as well, which we will definitely keep in mind. But thank you so much. I think we are towards the end of it. It's such a pleasure listening you, right? I think I'm honored. I'm sitting next to you. There's so much that I can go back home and then start writing about. But thank you, and thank you so much, everyone. We realize it's quite late. You people were very patient listening to all of us. So thank you so much. Looking forward for more sessions. Oh, you have a question? Sure.
One last, I won't take much time. So what would be your advice to businesses who are trying to catch up pace and agility and would balance security as well? Like, for example, I'm telling we are in the world of agentic and AI, wherein pace is the only way where you can survive in the business, right? On the other side, you have a heavy shouldered responsibility of maintaining the security as well. how do you actually match and merge both in terms of business
See,
operations?
if I
or
have
even
to answer
growth?
this from a business angle, see, there will always be a race, you know. You want to go see, I'll tell you, I'll give you a very human example here, right? You want to go to a particular destination, you are driving your way, right? You you have to reach there quite early, right? There are two options available. One is that you can rush, completely rush, and then, God forbid, if you met with an accident, there's a problem that can happen. Second option, you start early and then do it right way, right? Then you would actually maintain that pace. You don't actually encounter a damage situation, right? That is valid for business as well, right? It's okay sometime that we see what is that you're chasing, what is your value proposition, what is that USP that you want to be known for, right? Why you want see what really goes wrong, right? From a business angle, we start seeing our competitors and get really worried about it and completely forget that, is that the money that I want to really bring home, that's the priority one that I have, or I want to be announced and recognized as a very differentiated, company or a brand, right? So when you think yourself as a brand that has to have a unique, proposition and a unique position in the mind of the end customer, you will then create a very strategic approach, which will not be rushed in a manner. You will ensure all corners are actually taken care of and safeguarded, right? So security is something that you will always plan as you are taking every step. So from my angle, I think what I'm talking about is that accident thing that can happen if you're driving too fast, right? Don't drive fast. Just start ahead of the game. Go start early so that you can reach your destination in a proper, healthy situation.
Thank you. Thanks for your answer.
And one last comment on the same question. Identify where your loyalty lies. It may sound cryptic, but let me explain this to you. If your loyalty lies to your company, whether it's a business owner or an employee of the company, if your loyalty lies to your company itself and only, then you are running into this rat race because you want to make more money in less time. But if your loyalty lies with your customer, then you will do what is good for the customer. You wouldn't deliver a piece of software which needs 5 updates in the next 1 month. You would do things right first time, even if it is a week late. Because you don't want the customer to start losing money the moment they deploy your software or your agent or whatever. You have been a great audience. Let me hand this out to you. And as a way of saying thank you, I want all of you to raise your right hand. Bend your right hand at the elbow so that your fingers or your palm touches your shoulder. Tap this 3 times and say, I've been a wonderful audience. I've done something good today, even when I was tired. Good evening and have a great day.
Thank you so much. That was truly a very, very powerful discussion. Can we have a picture before you leave the stage? Definitely. From one of the photographers as well. And even if you want to click one from your phone, that would be amazing. You guys can just position yourself, guys. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you to the panel for giving us so much to think about and so much food for thought. Now, do you all have enough energy? Shall we proceed? Can I get some energy from the crowd? Okay, let's proceed. So it's now time to turn our focus to some of the brightest minds and boldest leaders amongst us in this room today. This recognition session is where we pause to celebrate the visionaries who aren't just talking about change, they're making it happen. Each award we present today is going to be a story of persistence, creativity, and actual impact. So let's give them an applause they deserve. Please welcome Mr. Etche Chamas, founder and managing director of Authority Publishing, to the stage to lead the celebration. Please join us. join us. Thank you so much for joining us on stage. First, we have Dr. Ekta Sethi. Dr. Ekta Sethi. She's the marketing head, my apologies, in India at Yoin Games PTE Limited with over 8 years of dynamic experience in digital marketing. She specializes in affiliate marketing, performance media buying, driven by data, innovation, and growth. Dr. Sethi leads cross-functional teams to deliver measurable business results and build long-term brand equity in highly competitive markets. Please, everybody, put your hands together. Give a huge round of applause. Dr. Ekta Sethi. Following Dr. Ekta, we have Mr. Haroon Huish. Mr. Haroon is the CEO of SDR with over a decade of experience in strategic enterprise sales. Mr. Haroon has helped high growth companies ranging from early stage startups to global platforms expand into new markets, win complex deals, and scale with mass confidence. Please welcome Mr. Haroon. Everybody, please put your hands together. A round of applause. Thank you so much. They're bringing it. Thank you, Mr. Haroon, for your exceptional work. Next, we have Texot Software Private. This company was founded 5 years ago. Texot Software builds smarter and scalable digital solutions that empower businesses to transform efficiently and achieve measurable ROI. Specializing in enterprise-grade platforms, Texot delivers reliable, high-performance digital experiences engineered for growth. On the behalf of this organization, Mateen Sheikh, the managing director of the organization, receives the award. Please, everybody, put your hands together for Mr. Mateen Sheikh, the managing director of the organization. Next up, we have Mr. Nilesh Shah. Mr. Nilesh is a promoter and managing director of TriTrack Technologies Private Limited, which is a leading company in providing software and services to manufacturing industry with a clear vision. Mr. Nilesh has been instrumental in shaping the company's growth and establishing its reputation for quality, innovation, and customer satisfaction. Everybody, please put your hands together for Mr. Nilesh. Congratulations once again to all our honorees. Your work reminds us that leadership with action truly shapes the future. Let's give them one more round of applause. Thank you, Mr. Eche. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for leading the pack. Thank you so much. And just like that, day one is in the books. What a day, packed with insights, big ideas, and plenty of aha ha 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 moments. We've all been there. From decoding modern leadership to exploring the potential of AI and rethinking trust, today was about more than content, it was about connection. A heartfelt thank you to our partners for making this possible. Your support fuels the conversations that spark transformation that is much, much needed in this day and age. Before you head out, swing by the 2.0 conferences booth to get a snack. Peek at what's next. Our upcoming edition in Las Vegas, Singapore, and Dubai are already shaping up to be incredible. Mr. Jatin Sindhu and his team are available at the booth to answer any questions or help you secure your places wherever you may want to go. Rest, recharge, and let's come back ready to go on day two. Day two is packed with even more opportunities to learn, to debate, to connect, to interact, possibly to ignite new ideas. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, enjoy your evening and keep those conversations going. Thank you so much for being a part of day one. Okay, one photo with all the award winners. Do we call them back on stage? Yeah, please, all the award winners, please, you're requested to all join the stage one more time. we can all just click a picture of everybody together. Thank you so much, everybody.